This girl accidentally isekai'd into the life of the Empire's most legendary and formidable duke. She dreamed of life as a reincarnated war god born with a silver spoon, but the director flipped the script entirely. At the moment of Emily's birth, her mother tragically passed away following a grueling labor. The Duke was so consumed by overwhelming grief that he lacked the strength to even acknowledge her existence. Until she reached the age of 6, she hadn't laid eyes on her old man a single time. Witnessing this neglect, the manor's maids began treating the young lady with nothing but icy indifference. What kind of flesh and blood is treated worse than a stepchild? The author is straight up scamming us. But as a modern soul, Emily won't go down easy. She's determined to ambush her pops and settle the score today. Before long, Duke Caden made his grand entrance looking impossibly handsome and regal. Locking onto her target, she instantly ripped off her shoe and hurled it straight at the old man's face. Then she pulled a disappearing act, bolting away like a startled bird. If he weren't her bio dad, she'd have launched the other one to complete the set. So much for raising a lady. But this is just bizarre. Is this really what they call being poised and gentle? The following morning, Emily rose early to stroll through the garden and soak in the vibrant scenery. Out of nowhere, 2 petty maids intentionally tripped, dropping a heavy watering can, causing her elegant dress to become completely drenched and ruined. However, our female lead is no helpless damsel or easy mark for bullies. Daring to provoke her, you lowlifes have severely miscalculated. Without uttering a word, she lunged forward, grabbing one by the hair and yanking until the girl shrieked. Neither of them anticipated that a mere 6-year-old could be such a ruthless savage. The blue-haired maid scanned the area and, seeing no witnesses, raised her hand to strike the child. But at that precise second, the Duke materialized with an expression of pure, unadulterated fury. He demanded to know what on earth was happening, leaving the 2 terrified maids, stuttering in sheer panic, completely unable to form a coherent sentence. Desperate, they pivoted and pinned the entire disaster onto Emily, claiming that the little lady was the one who initiated the violent attack. Emily didn't flinch, instantly wailing that she'd been framed. What a performer, face messy and looking utterly heartbroken. She stubbornly insisted that she would never commit such a heinous act. Realizing Emily was about to spill the truth to the Duke, the maid tried to silence her and cover the tracks. She even had the audacity to try and lay hands on the child again. But in a flash, her arm was crushed in a vice-like grip, sending waves of agony through her. It turns out the Duke stepped in. His daughter isn't a plaything for commoners to touch. Emily was stunned, realizing, could this be the old man's true terrifying power? In this world's lore, Duke Caden is the sole master capable of commanding the Eros, the gods of light. This is the exact reason he is hailed as the most elite magic swordsman in the entire empire. Finally, the 2 maids who drenched Emily were hauled off to the dungeons by the Imperial Guard. This is the grim fate awaiting anyone foolish enough to disrespect the Duke's daughter. In the silence of the garden, only the father and daughter Caden and Emily remained. Surveying his daughter's disheveled state, he remarked that she looked like nothing more than a pile of mud. Hearing that made her incredibly salty. What kind of dad roasts his kid like that? You've got some nerve, old man. But then he unexpectedly leaned down, offering her a flower and telling her to go wash up. Clutching the bloom, she realized that her pops might actually have a soft side after all. Later, Emily returned to her quarters to bathe and change. Only her wet nurse truly cared for her like a granddaughter. Thinking back to the gift, she decided it was only fair to return the favor with a flower for the old man. But she was clueless about the office's location, and the manor was a labyrinth. She had to search room by room. By the time she discovered it, her legs were so spent she had to collapse against the wall to rest. The Duke spotted his daughter and questioned why she had wandered all this way. Emily immediately brandished the flower, beaming at him as she chirped, "This is a present!" Even though the bloom was totally shriveled and dead, whatever. It's the sentiment that counts, right? She informed the Duke that from now on she'd bring Papa a flower every single day before making her exit. He stood there, completely paralyzed, unable to process a single thing. Throughout the following weeks, she stayed true to her word and delivered a fresh bloom to Caden's office every morning. But he dismissed the flowers as mere clutter and sternly commanded her to stop bringing them to his sanctum. While this cold rejection stung Amelia, she wasn't about to let it break her spirit. The very next day, she persuaded the wet nurse to guide her to the training grounds where the Duke honed his swordsmanship. The moment she spotted the old man, she bellowed, "Papa!" twice at the top of her lungs, nearly giving the wet nurse a heart attack. Hearing that piercing shout, Caden knew instantly who was responsible. This brat truly has a pair of lungs on her. Amelia marched forward with her hand raised high, beaming at Papa with a radiant, cheerful grin. The surrounding knights had never laid eyes on the little girl, leaving them clueless as to whose child she could be. Suddenly, Amelia pouted and called him out for being so cold, accusing him of ignoring her and snubbing her greeting. The Duke broke into a cold sweat, never imagining that a few harsh words would drive his little troublemaker to stage a public tantrum. He turned to his subordinates and abruptly postponed the session. Upon hearing that familiar name, Emily realized in a heartbeat that the man before her was none other than Alvin Pasto, the undisputed ace of Duke Dion's Knight Order and the one man Duke Caden trusts with his life. After the awkward encounter, Caden escorted his daughter back to the privacy of his study. Emily clung tightly to his sleeve before awkwardly pulling away, feeling the sudden tension. Just as they settled in, a servant's voice echoed from the hallway, interrupting the Duke's silence. Moments later, a maid wheeled in a gold-trimmed cart overflowing with an assortment of exquisite pastries. The light, airy cakes were piled high with velvety fresh cream. Good Lord, they looked absolutely divine. Emily was practically salivating at the sight, yet she still glanced at her pops, silently pleading for permission. Softening at the sight, Caden picked up a plate of cake and offered it to her with a rare gesture of kindness. And so the father and daughter sat in a quiet truce, one sipping refined tea while the other inhaled sweets. Caden watched Amelia devour the cake with such pure joy that he couldn't help but comment, "Looking at you, one would think I was starving you. Just focus on finishing your food first." Once her stomach was finally satisfied, she looked up and asked, "Papa, about that, what is my actual name?" The question hit Caden like a physical blow, causing him to drop his teacup. Emily cast her eyes downward. "My name? Everyone simply refers to me as Lady, and even the wet nurse does the same. Even the flowers in the garden have names. Papa, do I have a beautiful name too?" Before she could even finish her thought, Caden whispered, "Yes," as he sheepishly averted his gaze. Emily's Park Dion." Emily rushed to Caden's side, her face glowing with pure elation. "Is that the name Papa personally chose?" "It's such a stunning name," Caden replied softly. "It wasn't me, but someone more important. The woman I loved most in this world gave that name to you." He turned away, his voice thick with emotion. "I didn't forget. I thought of your name the very second you were born. But after everything that happened, I failed you by not letting the world know who you are." It's my burden to bear," he whispered, burying his head in his hands in a moment of deep self-reproach. Amelia quickly chimed in, "Papa, I absolutely love this name. Thank you for telling me, and I'm sorry." Caden blinked, looking completely bewildered. "What are you apologizing for?" Emily gave him a knowing smile. For everything." A rare moment of shared laughter broke out between them, and Amelia realized that somewhere along the way she'd forgotten Caden was just a fictional character. This world felt vibrantly real, and Caden was no mere trope. He was a man who had survived a lifetime of bitterness and grief. Little Emilis skipped through the halls singing to herself, "My name is Emilis, a name born from a great love." But as she basked in her happiness, a chilling voice hissed from the shadows behind her. "My lady." She spun around to find a servant with a terrifying twisted expression. "You're enjoying yourself quite a bit, aren't you, my lady? The gardeners have all been dragged to the dungeon because of you." Emilis was struck with confusion. "The dungeon? What does that have to do with me?" The servant's rage boiled over. "Ha! Do you not feel a shred of pity for them?" "Pity for what? And why is this my fault?" Emilis asked blankly, causing the servant to scream, "You selfish brat! This is all you're doing. You're coming with me right now." She seized Emily's tiny hand and began violently dragging her away. Emily struggled against the grip. Suddenly, Alvin appeared from the corridor and called out, "My lady, what's going on here?" Emily looked back, relieved. Alvin Pasto. The servant's face went pale with terror. "It's nothing at all, sir. I was merely adjusting the lady's sleeve." Alvin narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with suspicion. "Is that really what was happening?" In the original novel, Alvin is the unwavering knight who stood by Caden through every trial, even when the Emperor's faction schemes placed Caden in mortal peril. He was the one who always handled the fallout. His sharp intellect and peerless tactical brilliance earned him the absolute trust of a perfectionist like Caden, even while the arrogant nobles sneered at him, labeling him as nothing more than Caden's loyal dog. Alvin offered a warm smile to Amelia. "It's a pleasure to see you once again, my lady." Emilis looked at him, sensing he was someone she could truly rely on. "Greetings, Mr. Alvin." Alvin's eyes widened in surprise. "You actually managed to remember my name." Emilis gave a confident nod. "Of course, I spotted you standing right beside Papa earlier." Alvin knelt down and let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, fair point. You've grown quite a bit while I was away on duty." Emilis tilted her head curiously. "Have we actually crossed paths before?" Alvin nodded. "Indeed. Before marching to the front lines, I visited the Duke to deliver reports. I couldn't resist stopping by just to ensure the lady was in good health." Emilis wondered, did Caden's top subordinate really seek her out? Alvin asked, "Are you making your way to the study? Allow me the honor of escorting you." Emilis complied. "Yes, That sounds like a plan. Let's head out. The next day in Caden's chambers, Emilis entered with a radiant smile and a bouquet. I've brought a special gift for you, Papa. Caden looked stunned. I thought I made it clear that I have no use for flowers. Emily put on a tragic face. But why they're stunning, and I even practiced my flower arranging skills for this. She poked her head in. Are you busy right now? Caden grunted. Why do you care about my schedule? Emily pouted playfully. What's the harm in being a little curious? Caden's icy demeanor seemed to thaw slightly. No, I'm not particularly busy. Emily's face lit up. Fantastic. In that case, please join me for dinner tonight. Cut to the dining hall. The entire staff stood in a line bowing with practiced respect as they entered. Gazing at the feast spread across the table, Emilis felt her stomach growl with hunger. She shook her head firmly. No, I have to maintain my dignity. I can't let them see me acting like a glutton. She surreptitiously scanned the room. Let's see now. She has to be hiding around here somewhere. Spying the silhouette of that specific maid, Emily began her calculated performance. My apologies, Caden. It seems the stars have aligned against us having a peaceful meal today. True to her plan, she pointedly called out the maid who had previously threatened her. Isn't that the big sister who tried to drag me down to the dungeon? And there's the mister who fed me nothing but moldy bread, and the auntie who forgot to bring charcoal to heat my freezing room last winter. Honestly, this is the first time I've ever seen such a magnificent meal. As Emily spoke, a lethal, murderous aura began to radiate from Caden. He growled, What is the meaning of this? Start explaining. Now. Emily continued to ruthlessly expose their crimes. Oh, and that mister over there told me I was just a worthless, useless thing. Caden, now reaching a boiling point of pure rage, demanded, Answer me. During the 2 years I was deployed, how exactly have you been managing my estate? The servant quickly averted his gaze in panic. Nothing out of the ordinary happened, Your Grace. Caden turned his gaze toward Emilis and asked softly, Emilis, did the estate staff throw you a birthday celebration this past winter? Emilia clutched Caden's cloak and whispered, No. Caden pressed on with the interrogation. And what about the dressing room? Did they provide you with any new clothes? Emilia blinked blankly. The dressing room. Caden was now more livid than he had ever been. I've heard quite enough. He was ready to unleash hell on the staff when Elvin's voice cut through the tension. Wait a moment, Duke. He snapped back, annoyed. You're being too loud, Elvin shouted. Duke. Caden turned. Fine, you're here at the right time. Fetch the girl's wet nurse and bring her here immediately. Emily was struck with fear and gripped Caden's hem. No, please, Nana is my family. She did nothing wrong. She's the only person who actually loves me. Seeing Emily's desperate pleading, Caden lowered his voice to a gentler tone. I only intend to ask her a few questions, nothing more. The wet nurse arrived trembling with fear, but she still managed to call out Emily's name. Emily gasped and immediately responded to her. She lunged forward and embraced her. Caden then gave a cold command to the wet nurse. From this moment forward, I expect nothing but the absolute truth to leave your lips. The wet nurse bowed low. As you command, Your Grace. Caden asked, During my long absence from this estate, what was life truly like for you and Emilis? The wet nurse struggled to find the words to describe the years of abuse all at once. Before the war began, Caden had ordered Elvin to check in frequently and report on their well-being. Back then, the wet nurse and I were still managing to live a decent life. We were shielded by the Duke's lingering influence. But once Caden headed north and left the estate for good, the servants decided I had been discarded and abandoned. They embezzled all my funds and completely severed the wet nurse's lines of communication. Those people made our daily existence a living hell. Concluding her heartbreaking story, the wet nurse whispered, and I was left with no way to contact the Duke. Caden gritted his teeth in fury. I see. Take the child back to her chambers immediately. Once they were safely back in the room, Emilia sighed. I've lost my appetite. The servant tried to comfort her. My lady needs to eat well to stay healthy and grow big and strong. Nana will return as soon as she finishes the dishes. Emilia rested her head against the window pane and murmured sadly, Caden looks so incredibly lonely. The wet nurse called out to Emilia from behind. My lady, would you like to take a late-night stroll through the garden? Emilia looked confused at this time of night, but eventually she gave in. All right, Nana, let's go. The two of them stepped out into the cool night air. They eventually spotted Caden standing motionless in the center of the flower garden. Caden finally confessed, I used to be terrified every time I looked at you. I was paralyzed by the fear that if I dared to get close, you would vanish just like your mother did, simply because you met me. I feared that if I stayed near, my misfortune would haunt you forever." Amelia was momentarily speechless. "There's no such thing as a curse, so can't Papa just come to see me every day? Chatting with you and giving you gifts is my greatest joy." "Don't you feel that same spark, Papa?" She reached out, clutching Caden's hand as she poured her heart out. "I want to stay by your side forever, which is exactly why I'm always smiling for you. I only wish you could find a reason to smile more when we're together." Caden, utterly devastated and moved to tears, choked out, "I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. I had no idea you were carrying all this." Emily's offered a gentle grin. "It's all right, Papa. Everything is going to be perfect now." That very night, I cast a spell of warmth over this man who had been drowning in a sea of anxiety. Following that night, I finally stepped into my rightful power as the lady of the house. I purged the manor of every treacherous servant and replaced half the staff, including the butler, with loyalists from my mother's time. Both of them looked at me with misty eyes. They had endured so much hardship in the past. She took a sip of the water the servant prepared, praising it. "This is divine. I absolutely love it." The servant beamed with radiant pride. "It is my absolute honor, princess." She cast a sly, lingering side-eye toward Caden, and furthermore, Caden asked with a raised eyebrow, "Why exactly are you staring at me like that?" She whispered to herself, "This means I get to spend even more quality time with Caden." She skipped over to Caden's side and chirped, "What are you working on, Papa?" To which Caden gave a blunt reply. "Even if I explained it, it would all go way over your head." Emily balled her tiny fists, mimicking Caden's own punchable, stubborn expression as she fired back, "Oh, really? What about me?" Emily trolled him, using his own words, "Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand it either." Caden cleared his throat and suggested, "You need a governess to oversee your education." Emily blinked. "Education?" Caden clarified, "Precisely things like high society etiquette. Honestly, it was only a matter of time." Emily cheered, "I'm in. I want to start right this second. I'm going to be the ultimate star student." The next day, Amelia's new etiquette tutor arrived, a man named Deska. "A pleasure to meet you, my lady. I am Deska, and I'll be handling your tutoring." Emily's was vibrating with excitement. "Let's get it started." Teacher Deska clutched his books and chuckled. "Ho, ho! Shall we begin the lesson, my lady? I hear you're a history buff. Tell me, when was the Dandenkios Empire founded?" Emily's didn't miss a beat. 800 years ago, sir." Teacher Deska was floored. "Ho, ho, spot on. You're a little genius." Then for today's lesson, I shall recount the tale of the Empire's guardian god, a story that begins with the founding emperor himself. His Majesty Emperor Dandenkios Hijack united the fractured lands by gathering strength from even the smallest villages. His Majesty was aided by Seth, who would become the guardian god. Seth used his legendary magical prowess to help the emperor forge this nation. But during their conquest, they disturbed a forbidden sacred relic, and the loyal aide was struck by a devastating curse. He lived a life of profound sorrow, yet he never stopped protecting us. A memory suddenly clicked for Amelis. "I remember now. He was cursed with immortality. That sounds like a total nightmare. While the legend says Seth was blessed by the gods to guard the empire for eternity, if it's true, is that man still out there somewhere?" A chill ran down her spine. If he's been alone for centuries, the isolation must be soul-crushing. A loneliness beyond words. Teacher Deska added, "Ho ho, but who knows? Perhaps Lord Seth is standing right here watching over you even now, my lady." Then he shifted gears. "Tell me, my lady, have you ever set foot in the Royal Library?" Amelia looked up, intrigued. The Royal Library. Teacher Deska's eyes twinkled. "It's a treasure trove of rare and fascinating tomes. If you have the chance, you absolutely must visit. Nobles and scholars flock there to find ancient manuscripts from distant lands. But beware if you lose your way in those stacks. You might be lost forever." Emilis went to pester Caden. "So, about the Royal Library, the lesson was actually pretty cool." Emilis added, "It was a total blast." Caden adjusted his collar. "As it happens, I have official business at the Imperial Palace." Emilis jumped at the chance. "I want to go too, Papa," Caden teased, "and why should I drag you along?" Emilis went full puppy eyes. "Pretty please, I swear I'll be on my absolute best behavior." Caden let out a rare triumphant smirk. "Very well, we shall make the trip together." Emilis was over the moon. "Score, Papa, you're officially the GOAT." She started humming a happy tune. The head maid asked with a smile, "Are you really that thrilled, little lady? Your head is practically bobbing off." Emilis chirped, "I'm literally peeking right now." The little girl squealed with delight. "I can't believe I get to see the Imperial Palace so soon." The shadows of the pair, one towering and one tiny, danced happily against the manor walls. After getting dolled up, Emily shouted, "Papa, I'm ready for our big debut." The girl thought to herself, Finally, my first real outing. Caden caught a glimpse of her and couldn't hide a chuckle. You're looking pretty hyped for this, aren't you? Her eyes were shimmering with awe as she gazed at him, thinking to herself, wow. Noticing her dazed expression, Caden looked perplexed. What are you doing? Emily shyly shielded her eyes. Papa, you're literally glowing so sparkly. She didn't hold back on the flattery. It's true, Papa, today, you're... But Caden suddenly hoisted her up to cut her off. The sun is beginning to dip. Didn't you want to hit the library? Let's move out. Beneath a vast, cloudless sky, the carriage began its rhythmic roll toward the palace. Emily's peered out the window with wide, captivated eyes. Everything looked so brand new. The bustling town, with the endless stream of people passing by. There was a couple dancing in the street, captivating every onlooker. A mother and daughter were enjoying a sweet shopping trip together. Emily's watched them and beamed. Papa, we have to come here and play someday. Caden didn't mind indulging her for once. Keep up the good behavior and I might consider it. Standing before the colossal structure, Emily let out a thrilled shout. We've arrived! Is this the legendary Royal Library? It's massive. Suddenly, a messenger called out for the Duke, Emily. Caden sighed with a hint of reluctance. I have urgent business within the palace. I'll return in 2 hours. Until then, stay out of trouble and do exactly as your nanny says. She chirped her agreement. No problem. I'll be the perfect angel. Have a safe meeting, Papa. Stepping across the threshold, she gave her expert appraisal. Wow, the interior is pure luxury. Nana, every book in existence is here, right? Mr. Deska wasn't exaggerating. Suddenly, Emily pointed toward a secluded wing and said, Nana, let's explore this way. Emily paused in surprise, thinking to herself, wait, parenting guides, Nana, I'm going to browse over there, you just stay put, okay? The nanny hesitated to protest, but Emilis cut her off with total confidence. I'll be right within sight. I'm going now. She finally yielded to the little lady's whim. Make sure you come straight back. Emilis called back over her shoulder. Will do. See you later. Amelia hummed a light tune as she wandered the stacks alone, thinking, that old book smell is top tier. It smells just like my school library from my past life. Suddenly, a specific shelf pulled her in like a magnet. Found it. The magic section. The little girl wondered, if I'm really in this world, maybe I can wield insane magic just like Caden. Emily pulled a heavy volume from the shelf. Magic for Absolute Beginners. This looks like the one. Let's just give it a quick read-through. Then the little girl made a startling discovery. Emily gasped, her eyes widening in shock. Wait, what? The silhouette of a mysterious boy nearby caught her attention. Who's taking a nap in a place like this? The boy's ethereal beauty left her breathless. He's so pretty. At that exact moment, the boy slowly fluttered his eyes open. He rubbed his eyes and stared at the tiny Emilius in confusion. And who might you be? Emily's turned beet red and scrambled to explain herself. My bad. Did I totally ruin your nap? The boy let out a soft, surprised, oh. He let out a light chuckle and replied, it's fine. I've had more than enough sleep. Emily stared at him with stars in her eyes and suddenly blurted out, are you literally an angel? That single blunt question left both of them frozen in an awkward silence. Then the boy let out a delighted laugh. Ha ha! So is there an angel standing right in front of me? Emily thought. He's even got a sweetheart. He's definitely an angel unlike anyone else. The boy was the first to break the silence. It feels like an eternity since I've seen a child wander into this wing. Emily flinched and asked back, wait, aren't you a kid too? The boy looked down at his own small hands as if seeing them for the first time. Oh, right, I suppose I am a child. That odd reaction piqued Emily's curiosity. What's with him? The two of them hit it off instantly. How old are you? I'm 6. Is that so? You really are a tiny one. Oh, never mind. Emily suddenly remembered her manners and asked, so what's your name? The little lady introduced herself with a flourish. I'm Emily. The boy gave a thoughtful hum in response. You can just call me Fel. Fel spoke and then gracefully stood up. Emily tasted the name on her tongue, Fel. The boy suggested, can I call you Leo as a nickname? Emily smiled, liking the sound of it. Nickname Leo. So Fel want to be friends. Emily's made the big offer, hearing that the boy paused, looking deeply pensive. Friends, is there something you want from me? The boy sat back down on the floor. Emily's looked baffled. What do you mean, friends just talk and vibe together? Just then, the nanny's frantic voice echoed through the hall. My lady, where are you? Amelia realized she was out of time and said hurriedly, oh no, I have to go already. The boy finally cracked a small smile and agreed. All right, let's be friends. Amelia was totally captivated by his charm. The nanny's voice was getting closer. "My lady." The boy gave her a soft promise. "I'll always be right here. Until next time, Leo." Emilis waved back enthusiastically. "Yes, see you soon. Bye, Fel." Right on cue, Leo rushed over and chirped, "Nana, I'm right here." Spotting her, the nurse happily cried out, "My lady." She let out a heavy sigh of relief. "My heart nearly leaped out of my chest when I couldn't find you." Hearing her worry, Leo giggled. "Oh, forgive me, I was just completely lost in the books." "Indeed," the wet nurse reminded her gently, "but we must depart now to meet the Duke on schedule." Glancing back at the serene hall, Leo replied, "Understood, lead the way." With that, she followed Leo deeper into the palace. She wore a secret smile. She had managed to snag some incredibly fascinating reads. The wet nurse suddenly pulled a glowing orb from her pocket. "One moment, I must check if any urgent calls have come through." Looking up, Leo recognized the monosphere. In her past life, this was basically a magical smartphone used for long-distance comms, though it required a master smith's touch to handle mana as intense as cadence. Suddenly, a cold whisper drifted over, "That's the child of the late Saintess." She whipped around instantly to confront the source. A cluster of nobles were huddled together, whispering venomous rumors. Countless malicious glares were locked onto our tiny female lead. Seeing the hostility, the wet nurse instinctively shielded her behind her back, and a moment later, a magnificent high-end carriage pulled up right in front of the little girl. The Duke swung the door open, stepped onto the pavement, and called out the female lead's name. The little girl immediately sprinted over with pure joy, shouting, "Papa!" Greeting her, the Duke asked, "Did you enjoy the library? No mischief, I hope." Noting the volume in her hand, he added, "I see you've picked out some reading material." The girl was instantly hyped. "Yes. It's full of cool stuff. Look, isn't this cover art totally fire?" Suddenly, the Duke's gaze hardened as he looked at the gossiping crowd. "Quite a few annoying flies buzzing around today, aren't there?" Then he commanded, "Let's move," and they boarded the carriage. Leo leaned her chin on the window frame, staring at the passing scenery. "Papa, from this moment on, please call me Leo." The Duke blinked, looking genuinely baffled. "Come again," the little lady firmly replied. "That is officially my new nickname starting today." He glanced at her book, absent-mindedly flipping through the pages. A sudden change. "Fair enough." Then Leo turned back to him with a serious look. "Is that okay? Also, Papa, I want to master magic." Shortly after, the Duke summoned a youthful tutor. "Greetings, my lady. I'll be overseeing your mana manipulation training. I am Teto, a high mage." Leo gave a polite, "Good day," in return. Teto bowed in surprised delight. "Ha ha, wonderful," though he was secretly sweating under the intense glare coming from the man standing behind Leo. She was left speechless and had to remind him, "Don't you have important work to do?" The Duke replied flatly, "Pay me no mind, just focus on your instructor." The mage screamed internally. How am I supposed to ignore a literal god of war, for heaven's sake? He leaned down to her level. "First, let's determine if the lady possesses a mana core within her body." He reached into his satchel and produced a peculiar-looking box. He explained, "This magical artifact will reveal the presence of magic surging through your veins." The Duke interjected, "Just place your hand on it and the truth will be revealed." The High Mage could only offer a strained, forced smile. As His Grace said, this tool measures if the lady has enough mana to actually perceive the flow of magic. The man guided her hand onto the stone. It immediately flared with a blue light, making Leo gasp, "Wow!" He continued his lecture. "The light will shift to match your unique magic signature. Typically, a high mage fills half this box while a standard wielder shows a faint brown glow." The little girl looked up at her father with curiosity. "What's your color, Papa? Have you tried it?" The Duke simply replied, "No." While she looked confused, the mage laughed nervously. "Ha ha ha! My lady, your father's magic is actually impossible to measure today." The Duke explained, "The second my mana touches that box, it would explode into dust. A mere toy cannot contain my power." The mage felt his professional pride sinking. It's true. The Duke's mana is so colossal that only the massive equipment at the heart of the magic tower can track it. Hearing the challenge, she chirped happily, "I want to try it myself." The little girl pressed her palm against the magic stone. Would this box shatter into pieces just like Papa's? Suddenly, the room fell into a heavy silence. The box in her hand didn't emit even a flicker of energy. The girl looked at her tutor, dejected. "I guess I'm just not built for this teacher." He replied quickly, "Don't be discouraged, my lady. If your affinity is divine power rather than magic, it won't trigger this device." The girl tilted her head. "Divine power. The man smiled warmly. Exactly. Everyone is born with either magic or divine power. High magic leads to the path of the mage. High divine power leads to the priesthood. While both powers are equally formidable, they never overlap. Magic and divine power are fundamentally incompatible forces. That's why once a year on the holy day we hold a grand ceremony. 10-year-olds receive a sacred mark because in a crisis mages can only be healed by mages and priests by priests. She pondered the logic. It sounded just like checking blood types for a transfusion back in her world. He went on. If the lady lacks magic, then divine power must be your gift, but the two can never coexist. Leo wondered, is there holy power inside me? Suddenly, Tato's eyes widened, and he gasped. Wait, wasn't Jaina a saintess of the holy temples? She thought of her mother, the woman who shared her spirit and gave her a name meaning radiating with love. The girl stared blankly into space. Papa must see Mom's ghost in me as I grow up. She asked, how else can I test my power? The Duke muttered, I don't think that'll be necessary. Look at the box. And then, at that precise moment, a surge of energy began to manifest within the box, and the little girl instantly squealed with delight. Look at all of it! However, shortly after they witnessed a second source of energy beginning to swirl inside, she watched utterly bewildered, multicolored magic. As the two hues became intricately intertwined, she cast an anxious glance toward the Duke. Even he looked visibly taken aback by the spectacle. Leo carefully placed the mysterious box back onto the table. Gnawed by worry, she gazed up at the Duke and whispered, Sir, is there something wrong with me? The mage, observing this, stroked his chin in deep contemplation. No, not necessarily, though we must certainly uncover the root cause first. He continued, but for the time being, I can say with certainty that your magic is far more sophisticated than our own, even if I've never witnessed such a dual-colored fusion. Leo blinked in confusion. Does everyone have a unique color? Indeed, he explained, every individual with magic possesses their own distinct signature. Meanwhile, the Duke remained silent, lost in a profound state of thought. She stared down at her palms and wondered, so what's the move? I don't want my journey to hit a dead end like this. Don't you worry, my lady. A reassuring voice cut through the silence. We are going to scour every single research document in existence, the mage vowed. That was a relief. His eyes lit up with pure excitement at the mention of research. Immediately afterward, she bid her farewells to Tito. A moment later, the room was empty save for her and the Duke. The Duke stepped closer, softly calling Leo's name before lifting her into his arms. But Leo was still spiraling in confusion, murmuring, Papa, Papa. The Duke gazed at her and whispered, No matter how I look at it, you truly are the spitting image of me. But the most striking resemblance has to be these eyes of yours. He gently set her down. Hearing his words, Leo tilted her head. Does Papa not like them? He offered a bittersweet smile. No, I cherish them very much. Seeing this rare expression, Leo was struck with shock. He's actually smiling. Then the Duke tapped a finger against her forehead and said, There's no need for anxiety. It will take some time before the magic tower sends word. This is the first time I've encountered mixed magic, but I will be by your side through it all. She felt that. Rubbing her forehead, she was stunned. Is Papa actually comforting me? He then suddenly reminded her it was time for lunch. Hearing that, Leo leaped off her chair and followed eagerly. Lunch is a must. True to the Duke's word, the official invitation arrived in less than 2 days. It was from the master of the magic tower himself summoning her to measure her true potential. They were soon traveling by carriage. Leo pressed her face to the glass and marveled. So, the gold leaf on the tower is actually real. Under the reign of the first emperor and the tower master, Seth, the royal palace and magic tower became the most legendary feats of architecture. He had leveled the old southern palace to usher in a new era. The royal palaces glowed with vibrant hues to satisfy the king, while the magic tower was forged in the tower master's preferred aesthetic, total darkness devoid of a single ray of light. Staring at the obsidian magic tower rising amidst the glittering gold, Leo was floored. It's completely pitch black. How close were those two to build a fortress inside the palace like that? But for some reason, the site felt so profoundly lonely and isolated. Then the Duke announced that they had finally reached the magic tower. As soon as they stepped off the carriage and entered the foyer before Leo's very eyes, and stood a chamber where iridescent stones were perpetually suspended in midair. This place is incredible. Just as she reached out to touch a floating stone, the Duke's voice rang out, If you touch a single thing in this place, you'll be trapped here for eternity, causing the little girl to freeze instantly. And no, they don't serve cookies here, so you'd better be on your guard. She was momentarily speechless and gave a nervous smile. Then Leo tightly gripped the Duke's hand. This is actually terrifying. He looked down at the girl's dramatic reaction and felt a bit exasperated. He could only sigh. Your theatrics are truly something else. Afterward, he hoisted her up to sit upon his broad shoulders. I'm just trying to be like Papa. Do I look like you now? He replied bluntly. Not even close. Hearing that, she innocently ruffled his hair and chirped, I know. Suddenly, a voice echoed, oh. My word is that actually Duke Caden. Leo went still. Goodness, I never imagined we'd see the legendary Duke in the flesh like this. She glanced over and saw a cluster of figures in black robes whispering incessantly amongst themselves. At that moment, a familiar face suddenly materialized and called out, Duke, my lady. It was Teacher Tito. She quickly offered a greeting, but as Tito approached the Duke, Caden snapped, Too much noise. If you prefer, I can ensure you live in silence for the rest of your days. Those chilling words caused the entire tower to fall as silent as a graveyard. Hearing that threat, Tito was so petrified he looked ready to cry, Please this way. Seeing his face, Leo couldn't help but pity the poor man. They followed Tito deeper into the complex. He warned them that the next part might be a bit disorienting. A swirling vortex appeared before her. They stepped into the shimmering light. The interior now resembled a vast ancient study. What on earth just happened? Leo was still trembling as she clung to the Duke. Nothing special, he replied. At this moment, the Duke gazed down at the little girl in a heavy contemplative silence. Out of nowhere, a boisterous echoing laugh shattered the tension. This little lady is the absolute spitting image of the Duke during his own childhood. The Duke leaned in and inquired with an icy tone, How have you been faring, teacher? The young man chuckled. Still thriving, haha. Wait, this guy is actually Caden's mentor, but he looks incredibly youthful. As her mind flooded with confusion, the Duke placed her back on her feet. Come to think of it, doesn't a massive mana pool effectively stall the aging process? The young man continued, Such distinguished guests, and yet I've kept you waiting far too long. With that, he gave a sharp snap of his fingers. Books began organizing themselves instantly. The workshop is a disaster today. For starters, let's all take a seat. Witnessing this display of telekinesis, Leo couldn't help but stare in absolute awe. He suddenly commanded, Teto, fetch me that artifact if you would. Caden stammered, his words catching in his throat as he struggled to speak. Emilis quickly cut in. Is this the same device that Teacher Tito brought over last time? The teacher presented the orb and asked the little girl to identify its color. Emilis noted that it was completely transparent. The girl's observation was spot on, and the teacher noted that it reacted the same for Tito and the Duke. Then he asked if she dared to hold it herself. Emily S. shot a quick, tentative glance at Caden to see if he'd give her the green light. Sensing that Caden would have intervened if it were dangerous, she followed her curiosity and grasped the sphere. The orb suddenly erupted into a breathtakingly vivid color that left the entire room paralyzed with shock. It's practically impossible to believe, but my lady, you might just harbor two distinct sources of power. Hearing the revelation, Emily was momentarily frozen in disbelief. Caden pointed out that this wasn't a standard mana gauge. He explained that this sphere is a church relic that only reacts when a rare dual wielder of divine power and magic touches it, confirming Emily possesses both. He had been hunting for a lost ancient text and brought the sphere along. Even seeing it with his own eyes, the reality was hard to process. When asked about the potential dangers of these two energies merging, the teacher hesitated before answering dismissively, that he honestly had no clue as he had never encountered such a unique phenomenon before. But if this secret got out, it would spark absolute pandemonium, starting with the Imperial Palace. It's practically a law of nature that no one holds both powers. If the world learns I wield both, not just the palace, but every rival nation will be fighting to sink their claws into me. The teacher then warned that only those present were in the loop. Any attempt to suppress a leak would be nothing more than a temporary fix. Once children hit 10, the ceremony is mandatory. The lady will have to stand for the baptism, a rite of passage for every 10-year-old noble or commoner. Usually the highest-ranking child is chosen as the representative, and Emily is the prime candidate for that role. Under such a massive spotlight, the moment Emily reveals her true nature, it will send a seismic shockwave across the entire continent. At this point, he signaled Tito to share his working theory. Tito requested that Emilia grasp the orb one more time. Caden questioned the necessity of it, but Tito urged, please look closely at the core. Deep within the sphere, purple flecks were visible, completely enveloped by a black shroud. That black mist, Tito explained, is magic, while the inner core is divine power. Does that mean her magic is literally devouring her holy energy? Tito didn't give a straight answer. He instructed the lady to begin manifesting her magic. Once Emily S. masters control, They can proceed with her training one step at a time. Caden felt the pressure was too intense for a child, but the teacher was insistent. He then dismissed Tito to take Emily S. for a stroll through the laboratory wings. Emily S. felt a twinge of annoyance at being brushed aside by the adults. Tito guided her to his personal lab, a chaotic mess of scrolls and oddities. He warned her to watch her step around the volatile vials. "My lady, could you step over here?" She quickly scurried over at Tito's beckoning. "I have something for you, my lady." "It took a painstaking amount of time to craft," Tito said, handing Emily an exquisitely beautiful necklace. With a single twist of the centerpiece, the room transformed into a scene as stunning as a masterpiece painting, a magical welcome that would eventually fade. The projections are customizable. If she learns the craft, Emily's can project whatever visions she desires. She was instantly captivated by the piece, though modest Tito had imbued it with high-level protection. It might prove vital for Amelis in the future. She was absolutely head over heels for the gift, and her adorable reaction nearly made Tito's heart melt. Pumped up by her reaction, Tito hurried off to find her yet another treasure. "Can't you let a person have one moment of peace? Oh, what a racket." "What is this guy up to now?" Emily suddenly caught a faint voice drifting from somewhere. "It's just incredibly rare because it only thrives in the frozen north. If the north..." Emilis heard that mysterious voice once more. "What are you looking around for?" "Me? Are you talking to me? Teacher Tito?" But Teacher Tito was occupied in a far corner, so he couldn't be the one messing with her. The voice persisted. "Honestly, why is a brat even here, hump? Not like you can hear a word I'm saying anyway." Emily blurted out that she heard him loud and clear, sending the voice into a panic. She demanded to know exactly who was speaking. Immediately, it directed her to turn left. It was a grumpy flower pot. This gave Amelia her second massive shock of the day. "Good heavens, what on earth is that thing?" Tito turned and saw Amelia fixated on the inkpot bloom. Assuming she was simply admiring it, he explained its rarity. "It's native only to the kingdom's frozen northern reaches, and it sways its stem like this, which is quite charming." She asked if it was capable of speech, but Tito laughed it off, saying its cuteness makes it popular even though it's silent. Meanwhile, he mentioned the Volin monsters the North battles every year. Every few seasons, the Volin population explodes, requiring the military to step in and suppress the surge. They're described as having hides as rigid as iron, and a lethal new evolved species was just found. Unless you're an elite mage or priest, you wouldn't dare join the expedition. Amelia thought of Caden heading into that danger and dreaded the thought of being abandoned again. The flower pot suddenly thrashed about and hissed, "Humph, how dare that brat call me adorable." Tito was baffled by her sudden change in expression. The plant grumbled that it was offended because Emelise was spaced out, but only she could hear its voice. "Sheesh, do you really think just anyone can hear me, kid?" Seeing her stare, Tito assumed she was smitten. "I'll give it to you then as your first pet." Emelise was floored. "Wait, no, I don't really." But before she could decline, the plant began to beg. "Pack me up and take me home. Move it, I'm a light eater and I'm great company, please." Tito insisted. The plant was low maintenance, oblivious to its chatter. She found herself reluctantly accepting the loud-mouthed Flora. "Are all these actual letters addressed to me?" She stared at the mountain of mail on the desk in total disbelief. Who would send a child this much correspondence? She pulled one from the pile and read, "To the esteemed lady, Emelise Park Dion, please accept our congratulations." To summarize it, basically gushed, "I heard you're a prodigy at the Magic Tower, so young yet so gifted. I'd be honored if you joined me for a tea party." Emily wondered why grown adults were trying to clout chase with a 6-year-old. Caden asked if she was interested. If she truly wanted to attend, Caden promised he would escort himself. Life is already hectic enough at 6 years old. She immediately shot down the offer. "I'm not interested in the slightest." Caden looked relieved that she declined. It saved his old bones the headache of a social gala. He gripped the letter and incinerated it with a flick of his wrist, stating a reply wasn't even necessary. Amelia watched the flames and thought, now that is a classic villain move. A normal child would have been traumatized by now. Amelia suddenly remembered a peace offering and held it out to Caden. "I made this gift for you." He stared at the charred, smelly heap and looked visibly hesitant to accept her present. Lately, as she bonded with the estate staff, Amelia's baking obsession had returned, though she's more uniquely talented than she realized. So in every spare moment, she puts in the practice. The head chef urged her to pull the tray out, but she insisted they weren't crispy enough and kept them in the heat. The result was a chef staring at a smoking oven and his mistress's beaming face feeling 30% hopeless and 70% completely resigned. Though they looked like coal compared to the chef's work, Emily brought the burnt cookies to Caden anyway. "The outside is just extra toasted. They'll be great. That was her optimistic sales pitch to get him to bite. He looked at the cookie samples and could already see his life flashing before his eyes. Caden suggested to his gifted daughter that perhaps next time she should find a different test subject before it reaches him. A few days later, Amelis and Alvin went to visit Tito, and of course, that talking flower pot came along for the ride. Welcome back, my lady. Typically, students of the Magic Tower are required to live and breathe training within these walls. But Alvin told her he would remain on standby in the corridor and bowed out. Due to her age and status, Emily only studied twice a week. Even with Caden absent, she felt like she could sense his shadow lingering near Tito. Seeing her cradle the pot, Tito thought she was genuinely attached, having no clue the plan had practically blackmailed her into bringing it. It's been ages since I've been back in this wing. The air feels quite refreshing. Tito kicked off the basic mana manipulation lesson. He explained that these wooden effigies are incredibly sensitive to energy. I find that practicing control with tangible objects yields far better results for beginners. That's why I poured my soul into crafting them. She marveled at the doll and Tito's skill while the plant scoffed, "That idiot. Must have skipped meals and sleep in the lab again just to finish these toys." It clearly knew Tito's workaholic habits. "Teacher, did you forget to eat while you were making these for me?" Tito jumped, stunned that she had read him so perfectly. "How did you know?" Emily's didn't miss a beat and pointed directly at the flower pot, saying, "Yes, the plant told me." Tito froze for a heartbeat before roaring with laughter. "Ha ha ha, that's rich." The ink pot is a sharp one. Emily knew Tito would take it as a joke. He then prepared to demonstrate the first exercise. He began channeling his magic, causing the wooden figure to bow. The doll was actually coming to life. Tito instructed her to visualize focusing her entire core into the object she wished to command. Once you've fully mastered the theory, you'll be able to command it with total freedom. Now it's Emily's turn to shine. Tito instructs her to focus her intent on the doll and let her energy surge into it. Close your eyes and search for the flow. Let that power slowly radiate from your body until it completely envelops the doll. When her eyes snap open, poof, Emily has achieved a massive success. A wooden doll suddenly got plastered to the ceiling. Tito wasn't even shocked, as witnessing such raw excess mana from the jump is quite a spectacle. "Shall we give it another go?" Tito is incredibly patient with her. He explains that until she can harness her magical output, she must practice both theory and application. Both are vital. Tito retrieves the doll from the rafters and asks if she's ready to keep pushing forward. Though visibly flustered by the chaos, Emilis dives back into her grueling training. Tito bids her a warm farewell, but Emilis trudges out of the room feeling more dejected than ever. Alvin asks how her debut lesson went, and judging by her sour mood, she had likely blasted 5 holes into the ceiling. Emilis decides she needs a change of pace and heads toward the Royal Library. Emily sprints ahead, tugging on Alvin's hand. Alvin panics and cries, "Slow down, my lady!" Emilis points forward and cheers. "This way, Alvin, faster!" Emilis wonders to herself, "I hope he's sitting by the window today. It's been ages since our last chat, and I'm honestly so hyped to see him." However, the reality check leaves Emily crushed. There isn't a single soul in sight by that window. Alvin asks with a concerned frown, "My lady, what exactly are you searching for?" Emily lets go of his hand, her shoulders slumping. "The person I wanted to see isn't here today." Alvin blinks. "Pardon?" She plops down beside the stacks. "Last time I visited, I made a friend. He's usually always here, but today it's just empty." Alvin hesitates for a moment before suggesting, "My lady, please wait right here for just a second." Emily stares intently at the spine of a book, but still manages a soft, "Okay." She begins to mumble under her breath. The correlation between matter and light environmental metamorphosis based on fundamental attraction and power sources. Are these the heavy books Fel was reading? They're insanely difficult. Where could Fel be? Suddenly, Alvin's voice rings out from behind her. "My lady, I've brought some stationery for you." Amelia turns around to see his face glowing with a radiant, helpful smile. He rushes toward her and suggests if your friend is a no-show, why not leave a note? That way they'll know the lady stopped by to visit right. Emily beams with a bright smile. "Oh, that is a brilliant idea. You're the best, Elvin." Without wasting a beat, Emily begins scribbling. "We can meet up whenever you visit the Magic Tower if you come to the library." After leaving the note, Emily returns to her room and tries to command the dancing doll just as Caden instructed. Emily doesn't know whether to laugh or cry because this doll's dance moves are just straight up cursed. "Ha ha 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 ha! What kind of ridiculous clunky dance is that?" Caden stands behind her, smirking under his breath and says, "You've actually made some impressive progress." Emily still wears a look of utter confusion. "I know, but please make it stop already." Hayden continues to shower her with praise. If this is raw talent, then you are truly a gifted prodigy. Emily slumps over. How am I not better after 3 days of non-stop grinding? Papa, this is considered elite for my age. Do you have any idea how exhausting it is to dance like this? Caden teases back. I can imagine. I'm starting to wonder if I should learn those moves myself. By now, Emily is totally drained. She sprawls across the table and groans, "Stop teasing and just try it." Caden approaches the doll. At that same moment, Emily watches his every move with hawk-like intensity. Unexpectedly, the doll reaches out and flicks her right on the nose. She crosses her arms in a fit of rage. "You're having way too much fun with this, aren't you, Papa?" Caden plays it completely innocent. As you can see, this level of control is incredibly difficult. She slams her tiny fist on the table and declares, "Just you wait, Papa. I'll show you I can get stronger. I'm not giving up." The next day, Elvin escorts Emily to her lesson and gives a parting reminder, "Study hard, my lady." Emily clutches her doll. Today is a school day, yet she still can't escape that bizarre janky dance. Teacher Tito turns around and gives her a welcoming smile. "Welcome back, my lady. Have you been keeping up with your practice, eh?" Emily replies, with a voice full of grit and determination, "Yes, I've truly given it my all. Tito is delighted. Excellent. Let's test it after the lecture. I'll go grab the gear. Please wait here." While waiting for Tito, Emily's thoughts drift back to the letter she left for Fel. Has he even seen the note yet? We can finally hang out after class today, right? I really should have whipped up some cookies for Fel. What if something happened and he never got the message? I'll check if the letter is still there once I'm finished. As she's deep in her own head, she suddenly snaps out of it. Wait, why hasn't Teacher Tito come back yet? Teacher Tito? She begins a frantic search through the lab. I don't think he headed in this direction. She suddenly spots him collapsed on the floor. Teacher, is he dead? Before the panic can fully set in, she realizes he's simply passed out from exhaustion, obviously. He's just knocked out cold. No wonder he always looks like a walking zombie. While she's approaching, Tito Fel suddenly appears behind her. Hi, Liz. It's been a while. Fel gives her a radiant smile. I received your letter. Am I crashing your lesson? Emily spins around to face Fel, her face lighting up. No, not at all. You're perfectly on time. I've missed you so much. Fel replies with a shy, humble blush. I'm incredibly honored to hear that. Then Emily inquired, how on earth did you slip in? The magic tower is under lockdown and Elvin is literally patrolling the hall. Fel sauntered over to Teacher Tito and gave him a poke. Emily cried out, Fel, stop. Fel merely flashed a mischievous grin. I'm just hoping he stays in dreamland for a little while longer. Emily was baffled. Fel, is he out cold because of something you did? Fel just kept smiling. She was completely floored. No way, seriously. Are you some kind of prodigy? Yeah. How did you manage to put him under? He looks like he's having the best nap of his life. Fel suddenly turned to her with a spark in his eye. Hey, Liz, feel like ditching this place to go play. Fel leaned in close and whispered, Liz, have you ever experienced the chaos of Vincent Square? Amelia blinked. Vincent Square. I've never stepped foot there, but Teacher Deska raves about the bustling markets and the shopping district. It's supposedly the beating heart of the entire capital. Word is it's crawling with merchants from every corner of the world, all of them peddling their rarest and most exotic treasures. Of course I've been cooped up. Now that Fel is inviting me out, I wonder if I can actually pull this off. Amelia glanced away, her voice wavering. But what about my driver waiting right outside? Fel took Amelia's hand, his voice calm and steady. We just have to slip away without a single soul noticing. Emily barely managed a startled, wait, before being whisked away. In a heart-stopping flash, the stone walls of the magic tower vanished, and she found herself standing with Fel in the middle of Vincent Square. The roar of the market hit her instantly. Fire sale right here. Taste the purest honey. This leather armor is tougher than raw iron. Rare imports from Vancy. Come catch the scent of these candles. Emilis was dazed both by the instant teleportation and the sheer scale of the market. She gasped, Fel, did you just use a warp? And how did we change outfits? Fel shielded his laugh with his hand. Just a little trick. Emily praised him inwardly. He's literally a genius-tier mage. Fel offered a gentle prompt. Come on, let's explore. Emily was vibrating with excitement. This is amazing. Let's start over at that stall. Then Fel called out, Whoa, slow down, Liz. The duo darted from stall to stall, eventually stopping at a vendor to snag some glistening candied haws. Emily suddenly skidded to a halt. Huh, Fel, look over there. Is that an art gallery? Emily bolted inside the shop before he could react. Fel chased after her. Liz, wait up. She crouched down in front of the display of portraits and muttered to herself. Is it just me, or do all the people in these paintings look exactly the same? Fel leaned over to get a better look. Oh, that's Duke Badion. Emily was stunned. Wait, for real? Fel explained. Artists sell portraits of the pillars of society that commoners idolize. They don't actually sit for these. They're just generic sketches based on rumors. Wow, first time seeing one in the wild. Fel reached out and plucked a portrait off the shelf. Amelia squinted at the canvas and remarked, I don't see the resemblance to Caden at all. Greetings, young patrons! An old man suddenly called out from the shadows, eyeing the Hamisa portraits. They're top sellers. Interested in a pair, I'll give you two a youth discount. Fel turned back and beamed at Liz. Pick your favorite, Liz. Consider this my gift to you. Liz was absolutely radiant. Oh, seriously, then I'm definitely taking this one. After bagging the painting and stepping back into the sun, the shopkeeper waved them off. Come again, little masters. Emily looked up at Fel, her eyes shining. Fel, you really are. Before she could finish the compliment, someone slammed into her. The stranger barked, Watch it! Hey, how dare you get in the way of my hand? He looked like he was about to blow a fuse. Emily's looked at him totally confused. I'm pretty sure I only bumped your shoulder, though. The red-haired brat standing across from her snarled, Apologize to me this instant. Emily's let out a tired sigh. This guy is a total piece of, fine, I'm terribly sorry. The redhead wasn't satisfied. Hey, what a smug little brat. Just then, two panicked attendants behind him shouted, Lord Nestor! Emily glanced back over her shoulder and said, What now? I already gave you the apology you demanded. The moment the words left her lips, the boy suddenly ate dirt face planting onto the cobblestones. Fel grabbed Liz's hand and whispered, Let's bounce, Liz. Liz didn't argue. I'm with you. The red-haired boy, Nestor, was still screaming from the floor. Get back here, you insolent brats! You'll regret crossing me! Emily and Fel shared a laugh as they vanished. They reappeared at the magic tower to find Teacher Tito still snoozing away. He's still totally out of it. When is he actually going to wake up? Fel shrugged. Who knows, catch you later, Liz. With a final smile, he flickered and vanished into thin air. Emily was beaming after their little adventure. Yeah, see you soon, Fel. Later, Emily was floored on her bed, rolling around in circles. Ugh, I'm dying of boredom. So boring. 3 days have crawled by since my secret outing to the square with Fel. Caden has been buried in Royal Palace business lately, just like the old days. I'm terrified of getting caught. She suddenly flashed back to Tito, who looked absolutely mortified after accidentally passing out during their lesson. I've been pulling all-nighters, but that's no excuse for such a blunder. Amelia gave a shy wave. Oh, don't sweat it. It's water under the bridge. Afterward, she nerved herself up to show the portrait to Caden. Caden's gaze narrowed as he asked one thing. What is this? Amelia stammered. Ah, it's a gift. An archmage bestowed it upon me. Caden's expression darkened. That guy... Emily's nodded fearfully. Yes. She whispered to herself. I didn't technically lie. Fel is an archmage-level talent, right? Back in the present, she's feeling incredibly neglected because Papa barely spends any quality time with her. When will Caden finally be off the clock? There's a mountain of paperwork to clear after the invasion, and even the nanny is out today. Come to think of it, the Duke's private library is massive. Inkpot, how about I dig up some lore on you? No time like the present, she dashed out immediately. Every servant she passed offered a warm, cheerful greeting. Good day, my lady. Emilis chirped back. Good morning to you, too. The flower in her grasp looked tragically wilted. Hey, Emilis, can you pump the brakes a bit? Have you no mercy for my roots? Emilis completely tuned out the plant's griping. Anne, we're here, the Grand Badion Library, at last. She pushed the heavy doors open with a creak. The interior was shrouded in shadows. Is it deserted in here? Why are all the lights killed? She crept toward a figure slumped over a desk. She reached out tentatively. Excuse me, is that... Then she jumped back in a fright. Good grief, that nearly gave me a heart attack. Emilis muttered to herself. Is he actually snoozing? And here I thought the place was empty. She peered out from behind a wooden shelf. Look at him dead to the world. He's out just as cold as Teacher Tito was. She tilted her head, a mischievous glint in her eye, and slammed a nearby service bell. Rise and shine. Everyone else is grinding away while you're here catching Z's. You're a total slacker. The man sat up, blinking in a daze, and asked, My lady, is that truly you? Emelise was taken aback by his reaction. Did you think I was some kind of hallucination? He let out a hearty laugh. I certainly didn't expect to run into you in this dusty corner. Hardly anyone visits these stacks. Could you find it in your heart to overlook this just this once, please? Amelia let out a long sigh. Fine, I'll give you a pass, but in exchange you're doing me a massive favor. She gestured toward the surly plant and said, I need to find a book specifically about inkpots. The servant seemed genuinely intrigued. Inkpots, you say? All right, I'm on it. The man guided Amelia deeper into the labyrinth of books. Emily followed closely in his wake. My teacher gushed about the palace library, but this place is a literal titan. I should definitely frequent this spot, so no more napping, keep the lights burning, okay? Are you even listening? Why did you stop so suddenly? The servant pulled a volume and handed her the exact inkpot lore she was hunting for. Found it. Emily's eyes sparkled. Wait, you actually found it? The guy chuckled. Ha 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 ha! This is the only text in existence regarding inkpots. The inkpot is a legendary enigmatic flora from the frozen north. Emily looked skeptical. Just one single book? It would have taken me a lifetime to find this alone. The man walked as he explained, let's see, biology habitat. It's been 50 years since a human last laid eyes on a wild inkpot. Emily was thrilled by the discovery. Oh, that's incredible. Thank you so much for helping me track this down. She turned to thank him again, but he had vanished into thin air. Where did he go? The flower grunted. Probably hit the restroom. She sat down and began leafing through the parchment. There is zero mention of curses. The flower wilted gloomily. I knew there was no other way. Emily snapped the book shut and comforted it. Maybe the Royal Library has more secrets. Don't lose hope yet, inkpot. The plant remained in a funk. I appreciate the effort, Liz. She was sitting there, clutching the book with her eyes closed, when a familiar voice called out. My lady, are you in here? Amelia's face lit up. Elvin! Elvin leaned casually against the doorframe, a smirk playing on his lips. Don't you find yourself missing the Duke, eh? Emelisa's jaw dropped. Of course I do. Between all this chaos, Papa and I haven't had a proper moment together in days. Understood. Elvin stepped into the room and asked, So, would you like to go see him? Emelis gasped. Right now? Is Caden still held up at the palace? Papa has been absolutely swamped lately. Elvin just gave a knowing smile and replied, I'm positive he'll be thrilled to see you. Shall we? Emelise didn't hesitate. Yes, let's go. Arriving at the palace, Emily gazed up at the spires and marveled, Whoa, it looks even more breathtaking up close. It's like everything is coated in pure gold. Elvin led her deeper into the grounds to showcase the palace's vibrant aesthetic. The little girl explored with wide eyes until she spotted a dazzling golden Cupid statue. Is this actually made of solid gold? Elvin wasn't entirely sure, but he assumed as much, noting that the current emperor has quite the obsession with luxury. The little girl began to ponder the current emperor's personality. In the original plot, the first prince, the second prince, and the first princess are all locked in a brutal power struggle for the crown, with the first prince and princess being the top contenders. The little girl couldn't help but feel that the incompetent second prince didn't stand a ghost of a chance at inheriting the throne. At that precise moment, the door swung wide. A flash of light flooded the room, blinding Emelis. Is the Duke actually here? The office was a chaotic wasteland of scrolls and letters. The sheer volume of paperwork was giving everyone a massive migraine. Hey, these calculations are definitely off. Say what? I've got the new report. Where did you guys bury the latest document? A man turned around with a deathly haggard face, looking like he hadn't slept in an eternity. He was so drained his vision was blurring. Who's there? If it's the finance department, I haven't finished the audit yet. Right then, he got roasted for being a complete dunce because it wasn't a clerk but Elvin. They were all essentially mirrors of Emelis in her past life. Total corporate zombies. Seeing Elvin arrive, they slumped in their chairs and groaned. You're a lifesaver, Elvin. What's the vibe like outside? She felt totally out of place while everyone was grinding so hard. What exactly are you guys doing? Caden materialized and immediately pressured them. It seems you lot still have plenty of time to slack off, huh? She chirped his name. Oh. You're here. I missed you so much, Papa. She instantly threw her arms wide, pulling out the big guns of cuteness so Caden would pick her up. She gave Caden's cheek a cheeky pinch, making every staff member in the room seethe with envy. Whoa! Good grief. She actually pinched the Duke's face. Who on earth is that kid? Realizing she might have pushed her luck, she quickly pulled her hand back. Papa? Are you swamped? Is it okay if I hang out here for a bit? Caden shrugged it off nonchalantly. It's fine. But Emily was low-key worried about Papa's overworked squad. She gestured toward the mountain of papers on the desk. Are these the files that need clearing? Honestly, it doesn't look too bad. When will you be done? Caden smirked playfully. It'll probably be wrapped up in a few days. Why are you bored out of your mind without me? Emily's leaned into the joke with a sweet pout. Yes, I'm so lonely and I missed my papa like crazy. The confession made Caden freeze for a heartbeat before he muttered, Me too. You put in a lot of effort today, didn't you? Caden! Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed from down the hall. It was Empress Morris. Emilis didn't recognize her at first, then it clicked. This might be another major villainess. Morris wasn't like the others. Caden and Rena had to navigate a literal minefield of trials and tribulations to find their happy ending. It's no exaggeration to say that 70% of those obstacles were handcrafted by Morris. Morris had fallen for Caden at first sight, obsessed with his power and looks. Caden, however, had always treated Morris's thirsty advances with cold indifference. That left the arrogant Empress feeling utterly humiliated. So, Morris has managed to snag the Empress title already. Yet, she still tried to flirt with Caden like usual. Are you free today, Caden? I have a rare tea that works wonders for fatigue, but I left it back at my quarters, so... Before she could finish, she was met with Caden's brutal, flat-out rejection. No thanks, I don't have a second to waste on tea. Her eyes instinctively darted to the child nestled in Caden's arms, her tone dripping with fake sweetness. Oh my. Is this the young lady everyone's been gossiping about? She huddled in Caden's arms, feeling a wave of anxiety. The girl looks about the same age as my prince. I heard the young lady is a real prodigy, is that right? Hearing those words, Emily's face went ghost white, as if all her blood had been sucked out. Caden instantly shifted his weight to shield his daughter from the Empress's gaze. Your Majesty, I'd suggest you stop listening to mindless gossip. Don't you have more important matters to attend to? Emily's was genuinely shocked that anyone would dare be so savage toward the Empress. I had no idea the Duke protected me this fiercely. She felt a surge of gratitude. After leaving her mark, Morris turned to depart, not forgetting to drop a chilling invitation. Little lady, when the timing is right, I'll be sure to invite you to the palace for a proper visit. She scowled in pure annoyance and marched out with an aggressive stride. I'll be taking my leave. Good riddance. Staying here just clogs up the workflow. You're doing too much, go away, you bitter old hag. Caden watched her go with pure disgust, calling her a nuisance. Emily's was worried about the fallout of his rudeness, but man, he's a boss. Regardless, getting tangled with her is trouble, so keep a sharp eye on my daughter, Caden commanded Elvin. Watch out for her dirty tricks. That's enough for today. Everyone is dismissed. Upon hearing the order to clock out, the staff's faces lit up with the radiance of pure joy. We can actually go, oh, thank the heavens. However, he still dropped a warning. If the backlog isn't cleared by tomorrow, there will be hell to pay. Their celebration died instantly. Their faces fell faster than a lead weight as they grumbled. Ugh, I'm going to soak in a bath for 5 hours, then come straight back, even if my skin starts peeling. Emily's watched them and felt like she was at a circus. Haha, believe it or not, these are actually the brightest minds in the palace. It'd just be better if they weren't so loud. Caden was clearly fed up with the constant yapping in the office, but Amelia saw it differently. They only act like that because they adore you, Papa. Nonsense. The carriage door creaked open. Amelia woke up in a total daze. She murmured, Papa, are we finally home? Even though they were still far from it. Caden draped a coat over Amelia's shoulders. I'm going to take a stroll through the square. If you're beat, head home first. Suddenly, the little girl was more energized than ever, her eyes sparkling with her usual fire. No way, I'm not tired at all. The three of them, draped in cloaks, looked like a band of thieves, which only made Emily more hyped. She cheered with delight and began sprinting around. Hurry up, Papa, running wild without even looking where she was going. And just like that, Emily had a sudden jarring collision with someone in her path. Oof! I'm incredibly sorry, I totally lost track of where I was heading. She tilted her head up and froze. There stood a boy with shimmering blonde hair. Blonde locks are a total rarity in this world. As Emily stood there, captivated, it clearly rattled him and he bolted away into the shadows. Wait, come back. Elvin rushed over to check on Emily. My lady, what caused you to take such a sudden tumble? The little girl scrambled to her feet and offered Elvin a sheepish apology. I was just saying sorry because I bumped into that boy. Caden tracked the fleeing child with his eyes acting on pure instinct. Papa, is something wrong? It's nothing. Caden extended a firm hand toward Emily's hand. She reflexively placed her palm in Caden's. That boy from a moment ago bore a striking resemblance to Caden. He just gripped her hand and muttered under his breath, leaving Amelia dazed for a long time. She shot Caden a pouty glare and barked in a sulky tone. Fine! Papa, just treat your daughter like a pet dog. No, that's not... Emily was fuming, leaving Caden completely stranded. He never imagined his own daughter would take his gesture so literally. Elvin, trailing behind, cleared his throat to shatter the awkward tension. Ahem. Didn't the Duke simply mean the lady is as precious as a puppy? But Papa's dog command was a bit much. Caden continued his desperate damage control, insisting that dogs and puppies are equally adorable. But he was met with nothing but a glacial, judgmental stare from his daughter. Emily let out a weary, dramatic sigh. Fine, I'll grant Papa a pardon just this once. Papa should count his blessings for having such a remarkably obedient daughter. Caden felt the weight lift and leaned into his little girl's theatrics. I am truly blessed. You're the sole treasure of this estate. If I don't spoil you rotten, who will? Just cut through this narrow alley and we'll hit the main square. Caden guided his daughter through the shortcut. At that, Emily's face lit up with mischief. If you let go of my hand, you'll be hopelessly lost. I know, Papa. The father and daughter skipped ahead in high spirits, leaving poor Elvin to scramble after them. Ah, wait up for me. The square was a sensory overload, buzzing with massive crowds and shimmering festive lights. This sent Emily S. into a state of pure bliss. Papa, look, it's another ink pot. She pointed at a ceramic pot nestled nearby. Its color was worlds apart from the one at home, looking tragically wilted and depressed. Caden studied the plant for a heartbeat before stepping into the shop. Wait, what? Are we actually going in? Papa, I never said I wanted to buy anything. They crossed the threshold. The shopkeeper took one look at their cloaks and dismissed them as broke nobodies. He drawled indifferently. What are you looking for? Emily S. immediately gestured toward the high shelf. I'd like to see that ink pot up there. He let out a mockingly sharp laugh. That ink pot, haha, kid, could you even afford that with your family's entire grocery budget for a year? The man shooed them away. No window shopping without cold hard cash. Besides, if you so much as bruise a single leaf, you're in deep trouble. He kept belittling her status, oblivious to the lethal aura radiating from the grumpy papa beside her. Caden was livid. This month's revenue? The little girl scoffed. This guy had no idea who he was messing with. Exiting the shop, Emelise cradled her new ink pot while the owner's frantic wails echoed behind them. I'm so sorry I was blind to your noble status. Caden face like thunder snapped. What good is a dog's apology? Just replace the management. Elvin bowed. Soon that man would vanish from the square forever. Let me carry that. Emily handed the pot to Caden with a sigh. She tried to say hello, but the plant was silent. Emily feared it had already passed. Want to hit another shop? No, let's just head to the square. Emily's thought of the shopkeeper. If Caden purged every owner in the city, the economy would literally collapse. They ventured deeper into the festivities. Amelia was mesmerized by the floral displays. She asked what the occasion was. They were decorations for the grand upcoming harvest festival. Caden answered his daughter's curiosity. The harvest season. It's a time for memories. The harvest festival was actually Caden and Raina's very first date, just like any other ordinary star-crossed couple. Emelise reflexively gazed up at her papa's nostalgic expression. He caught her staring and knelt down to meet her eyes. If you promise to hold my hand tightly all day, I'll take you to the festival. Emily S. cheered, vowing she'd never let go. Back home after the spree, Emily sprinted to show Meredith her haul. Without me, I bet you had a blast, huh? Meredith pouted, turning away. That's not even the point right now. Look what I found! Emilis presented the new flower pot to her original ink pot. I happened to stumble upon it, so I brought it home. But it's completely silent. Oh, really? Hey, are you all right? Speak to us. The first ink pot shouted an enthusiastic greeting, but was met with a void of silence. Seeing the plant's state, Emelise rushed to fetch some water. Hang on. Before she could even turn the corner, a scream rang out. Ah! It's alive! Emily spun around to check the newcomer. You heard that too, right? I was so stressed. I never expected you to actually talk to me. The new ink pot finally croaked. You're in this state because of an encounter with an evil spirit, aren't you? Yes. I was trekking to the northern mountains when a bizarre gas suddenly engulfed me. Emily S. looked down gloomily. So it's all tied to the northern power. Then she began rummaging through her things. Actually, I did some deep diving today. Where did it go? Finally, she unearthed the tome. Inkpots are exclusive to the frigid northern territory. It seems the malevolent spirit you encountered is also a product of the north. Emily sank into thought. Don't the Volum monsters dwell there too? According to a 3-century-old chronicle, when the Volum scourge first manifested, the entire continent plunged into absolute pandemonium. Only high-level magic and the sacred power of the Holy Scripture held any sway. This forced every elite archmage and high priest to forge an alliance to purge the threat. But then, Caden and Rena stumbled upon the hidden breeding grounds of the Volum swarm. The explosive reproduction rate of those monsters made the world tremble in terror, and that location was... Emily S. frantically rifled through the ancient pages. She stabbed her finger at a map of Mount Moy. I have a gut feeling about this. The pink ink pot chimed in. That name. He tormented me. It's infuriating. Wait, what's this B-E-T-R? B-E-T-R. Sorum, what did you just mutter? Emily S. explained that it was a cryptic word she found scrawled in the book. The inkpot urged her to recite the phrase one more time. What Emily just uttered was the secret floral dialect of the inkpots. It translates to, come find me. Eureka. We just need to track down the author. The little girl immediately hunted for a signature. But the manuscript was anonymous. Emily resolved to consult a royal librarian or a seasoned bookseller. Don't lose hope. I'm positive we'll track them down soon. She caught the maid's voice echoing. My lady the banquet is served. Coming be right there. Emily snatched up her newly acquired flower pot to hydrate it, and her original ink pot insisted on joining the party. She skipped to the dining hall, cradling both flower pots in her arms. Papa, look! I've named my new friend Johnny because he's a total chatterbox. You really have a knack for wielding magic, don't you? Hissy, my hard work is paying off. Amelia proudly flexed her magical gains to Tito. She hadn't let the teasing get to her. After several failed attempts that left wooden dolls pinned to the ceiling, Emelise finally mastered her control. So, shall we begin our true training? Teto enthusiastically demonstrated the technique. This is the proper way to manifest your mana. Hold on, if this is manifesting power, is this the same aura Caden radiates whenever he's fuming? Emelise wondered if she could mimic the move. Epic, I need to master this. A-S-A-P, haha. I love that spirit. Meanwhile, Elvin was stationed outside for his little mistress as usual. Was today's session enlightening? Emily S. was so ecstatic she nearly levitated. Totally, I learned something mind-blowing today, Elvin. I'm going to go home and grind this immediately. Haha, let's head back, my lady. As Emily prattled on, a sharp voice cut through the air. Pray excuse my intrusion, Lady Parkdion. The veiled woman blocked their path, calling out, I am Jenna, the personal confidant to Her Majesty the Empress. The Empress requests the lady's presence. This had to be the official summons from Morris. Elvin swiftly moved to shut down the invitation. Apologies, but the lady's schedule is fully booked. She remained cold and dismissive. I'm well aware the lady visits the Duke immediately after her magic trials. What of it? Is this woman stalking my every move? She closed the distance, extending the scroll with an aggressive, forced politeness. If you please, Lady Parkdion, surely you wouldn't dare disrespect the Empress by declining. Amelia stayed poised and gave her a nod. The two of them trailed behind the mysterious woman. Elvin whispered anxiously, Are you sure about this? It's not too late to turn back, my lady, she reassured Elvin, telling him to keep his cool and trust her. The palace was just a stone's throw away. However, I have arranged a private carriage for your comfort. Huh. It was an invitation cloaked in a threat. Let's see what she's really plotting. Emily finally stepped into the Viper's den. Oh my. Today is a truly momentous occasion. It's a privilege to host such a distinguished guest. A delight to meet you, Lady Parkdion. Emily S. maintained her composure, executing a flawless standard bow. Trying to look down on Caden's daughter, big mistake. Empress Morris had summoned Amelia with zero warning. Claiming she didn't know the lady's tastes, she had laid out a lavish spread of exotic fruits and gourmet pastries. The Empress remarked how wonderful it would be if Lady Amelia found them to her liking. Amelia Parkdion was stunned by the sheer opulence of the tea table. But for a simple child, isn't this royal treatment a bit suspicious? She probed for the real motive behind this meeting. Despite her suspicions, she maintained her manners and thanked the Empress for the hospitality. Amelia bowed gracefully. Seeing the girl so well behaved, the Empress smirked, claiming she only wanted a mother-daughter chat. The atmosphere left Emily feeling predictably guarded. She gripped her spoon tight, but didn't take a single bite of cake, appearing lost in thought. She correctly guessed the Empress was using her to get to Caden. Amelia finally sampled a piece of cake and instantly froze. Had she unmasked the Empress's true scheme? No. It was actually because the cake was a heavenly masterpiece. It was so delicious. Emily S. couldn't even maintain her poker face while her inner monologue screamed, "This is top tier!" Empress Morris, witnessing Emily S. feasting with such gusto, was absolutely delighted and urged her to make herself completely at home. Amelia gnawed on the cake with a grumpy scowl. It was so delicious that she was low-key fuming at her own lack of restraint. Why was she suddenly a slave to a child's palate and so easy to read? Empress Morris suddenly glanced toward the entrance, a smirk playing on her lips as if she had just spotted something incredibly entertaining. Ah, there he is. A piercing shout of "Mother!" echoed through the air. A red-haired boy came charging toward Empress Morris, who immediately opened her arms. "Come here, my prince." The prince, hearing his mother's call, rushed over without a second thought. Despite being mid-swordsmanship training, the Empress smiled at his zeal while reminding him to be more cautious lest he injure himself in his haste. Just then, Empress Morris gestured toward Amelia, the young lady of the same age who had just arrived. Empress Morris formally introduced her. "This is Lady Amelia of House Badion." The moment Amelia locked eyes with the prince, her spoon clattered onto the table. The prince also froze in his tracks, staring at her with an expression of pure, unadulterated shock. Emily realized in an instant that this prince was the exact same brat she had collided with at Vincent Square the other day, back when he had arrogantly demanded an apology only for Emily to vanish into thin air. Emily's thought to herself that this mother-son duo was cut from the exact same cloth. The prince, though visibly shaken, managed to force a polite smile. "It is an honor to encounter Lady Badion." He introduced himself as Nestor Afeldon Denkios. Emilis remained completely unfazed. She simply introduced herself as Emilis Badion with total indifference. Then literal sparks flew as their gazes clashed. Empress Morris, oblivious to the tension assumed. Their intense staring meant they were hitting it off. She couldn't have been more thrilled by the sight. Emilis was utterly baffled as to how the Empress could possibly interpret this Cold War as a sign of friendship. Emilis also correctly deduced the real motive behind her summons. Prince Nestor asked Empress Morris if he could escort the lady to the flower garden. The Empress jumped at the chance for them to bond, and the prince turned to ask Emily for her thoughts. Emily weighed her options, but she didn't refuse. It was more like an imperial invitation that she simply couldn't turn down. Empress Morris then turned her attention to Duke Elvin, requesting that he step aside with her for a moment. It was painfully obvious that Empress was trying to play matchmaker for the two children. Duke Elvin politely asked to be excused, insisting that his primary duty was to safeguard Lady Emily. But Empress Morris pointed out the garden's tranquility. Was Duke Elvin actually casting doubt on the security of the Imperial Palace? Emily, standing tall, spoke up to reassure Duke Elvin, telling him she'd be perfectly fine and that he could leave without a worry. Before trailing after Prince Nestor, Amelia leaned in and whispered a chilling promise to Duke Elvin. "I can take him down." That single confident sentence was all it took to put his mind completely at ease. Amelia followed Prince Nestor through the labyrinthine garden. She marveled at exotic blooms she had never laid eyes on before. Prince Nestor suddenly broke the silence, his voice dripping with venom. "Are you still the same?" "Still." Acting like a cocky little brat. Emily didn't hide her disdain or deny the accusation. After all, standing her ground had become second nature to her. Before she could even finish her thought, Prince Nestor barked at her. "Don't you know how to use proper honorifics?" Emily shot back that if he wasn't going to show her respect, why on earth should she bother using them with him? Prince Nestor was absolutely fuming as he listened, but he was powerless to retaliate because she was technically right. He suddenly sneered, "How can someone like you be the actual daughter of Duke Badion?" She had clearly pushed his buttons. He suddenly began dusting off his sleeves with an air of superiority. Emily's had absolutely no idea what imaginary dirt he was supposedly cleaning off. Prince Nestor suddenly commanded her to crawl at his feet, threatening that if she refused, both she and Duke Elvin would suffer the consequences. Emily's felt a sudden surge of genuine killing intent. She realized this boy didn't act like a normal child at all. The sound of heavy footsteps abruptly approached, and a booming voice announced, "His Majesty, the Emperor has arrived." Emily's was completely blindsided by the Emperor's sudden appearance. The Emperor, sporting a prominent beer belly, seemed delighted to see the Empress. He remarked on the beautiful weather and how radiant she looked. The moment Empress Morris saw His Majesty, her face soured. "I thought you were swamped with government affairs." The Emperor shrugged, saying his vassals would handle the grunt work. Then he peered into the garden and inquired about the identity of the child standing before him. Emelise automatically fell into a formal greeting. I am Emelise Badion. It is a great honor to meet your majesty. The emperor nearly jumped out of his skin at the name. Badion is the duke here as well. The empress quickly clarified that she had only invited the young lady. Hearing that the emperor let out a massive sigh of relief, Emelise was genuinely taken aback by the emperor's behavior. Because in the original novel, the emperor was an elderly empress. Wait, the first queen never took the throne, and the next power player was the first prince. The emperor sat at the tea table and demanded more sweets. Could the first prince from the original story be the very emperor standing right in front of her? The emperor noticed her intense, searching gaze. Meanwhile, the empress, Morris, continued her relentless matchmaking, gushing about how perfectly Lady Emily and the prince were getting along. Empress Morris remarked that the two children were a perfect reflection of the emperor and herself. The emperor nodded, agreeing they were a divine match. Emelise was internally screaming at the suggestion. She desperately prayed they'd stop spewing nonsense and just let her go home. The emperor was on the verge of a decree declaring that from this day, Nestor and the lady would suddenly, a frantic voice roared, Duke Badion! Duke Badion suddenly charged toward the tea table. He invaded the flower garden with a face radiating pure murderous intent. All four of them watched in stunned silence as Duke Badion stormed the scene. Eyes went wide and jaws hit the floor as the atmosphere turned glacial. Duke Badion still looked like he was ready to snap someone's neck. But before the carnage began, Caden offered a sharp bow to the emperor. The eternal sun suddenly went eerily quiet. Then Caden spoke his expression, suggesting he was seconds away from torching the entire garden. May the sun always shine upon you, your majesty. The emperor didn't even have the guts to accept the blessing. He was so rattled he could only stammer, Duke, it's been far too long. But then the emperor pivoted, shooting a look of pure blame toward the two trembling servants nearby. The moment Caden finished his icy greeting, he spun around and his eyes hunting for a specific target. Spotting Emelise, he immediately commanded her to come over. Emelise, seeing her father, sprinted into his arms with pure joy. Caden hoisted her up, giving Emelise quite a jolt as he snatched her away. Then he pulled Emelise close. Caden clearly felt his daughter had enjoyed the Empress's company for far too long. The Emperor naturally lacked the spine to protest even though he'd just sat down. The Empress's invitation, the lady and Nestor are very... he couldn't even finish. Caden cut him off like a blade. Today, at the Badion estate. The Emperor's face went ghost white at the Duke's lethal tone. There are critical matters. Did the Empress fail to realize that? Emelise, huddled in Caden's arms, began to panic. She wasn't sure if Caden should be talking to the imperial family like they were dirt. Duke Caden pushed further. My daughter has a grueling schedule ahead, so I expect you to be more considerate. Empress Morris flinched at the biting reminder. She was paralyzed by both shame and terror as Duke Caden dropped a final warning, ensure this blunder never repeats itself. Without waiting for a reply, Duke Badion asked to be excused and turned to leave. Duke Elvin followed in his shadow. Emily couldn't help but steal one last look back over her shoulder. She saw the Emperor still berating his staff, the Empress spiraling in doubt, and Prince Nestor staring at their backs with an unreadable gaze. Once they cleared the palace gates, Caden finally demanded to know why she was there. He suspected she'd ditched her lessons to follow a total stranger. Emily whimpered a soft protest, insisting that wasn't how it went down. Then Emily suddenly threw her arms around Caden. She knew the Emperor and Empress outranked her papa, and she was clearly trying to keep him from getting into deeper trouble. Caden suddenly let out a low, victorious mutter. I win. At the same time, he issued a chilling order to Elvin. Emperor or Empress, it makes no difference. Eradicate every nuisance in our path. Caden would shoulder all the consequences. Duke Elvin didn't hesitate for a second, accepting the order with professional coldness. Amelia, eavesdropping on the conversation, felt a wave of sheer anxiety wash over her. Is everyone going to be dragged to the gallows for the crime of lese majesty, even as she worried? She felt a warm glow of happiness because Papa cherished her that much. The three of them made their way back to the safety of the estate. Emily then piped up, asking how Papa even knew where to find her. Duke Elvin revealed he had patched Caden through via a dark magic comms channel. Emily was floored. Is Elvin really a high-tier mage on top of everything else? Back at the mansion, her teacher answered her burning questions. Then he let out a sudden, heavy sigh. Had Emily asked something too trivial? But the teacher continued solemnly. It appears 8 years have passed since His Majesty seized the throne. I don't recall if I've briefed you on the succession trials for the Denenkios Empire yet. It's a test of worth. One must leave the empire for a year and return with tangible wealth and lasting prosperity. The first princess and second prince ventured south and west respectively. Meanwhile, the first prince adopted a pseudonym and vanished into the north. In the end, only the second prince returned to the empire after a year had passed. The first prince, who sought his fortune in the north, is still listed as missing in action. The first princess who went south to master medicine was tragically poisoned and lost her life. Yet the princess's research became the literal foundation for curing the current flu epidemic. He lamented that if she had survived the trip, the crown would undoubtedly be resting on a different head. Finally, the pieces clicked for Emily. She understood why the current timeline was diverging so wildly from the original plot. Suddenly, she saw her teacher wince in a fit of sharp pain. Emily scrambled to get a damp towel for him. Seeing her so genuinely concerned, he was visibly moved. "My thanks." Looking at her reminded him of the first princess, a truly peerless woman. Regardless, that was how the second prince claimed the throne. The Danenkyos Empire is currently on a one-way trip to ruin. Taxes are skyrocketing every year and the commoners are suffering. All because the national treasury is being blown on bizarre, meaningless vanity projects. It's no exaggeration to say that the current Danenkyos Empire is practically held together by the House of Ba Dian. Amelia never expected her papa to be so legendary. In reality, the rising chaos in the north is a catastrophe that the emperor should be leading personally. Regardless, the Duke shoulders all leadership and maintains the entire administrative backbone of the empire. And yet 6 years ago, Duke Caden completely abandoned his duties. 6 years ago, the exact moment Amelia was born and Jenna passed away. The Duke simply stepped away, yet the empire's entire administration was paralyzed, forcing the emperor to grovel and beg for his return. As a result, the Duke's prestige skyrocketed. Emily finally realized Caden is a far more imposing figure than she ever imagined. But teacher Emily spoke up and inquired, "Why are you revealing all these secrets to her?" Emily's teacher never imagined he'd be saying this to a 6-year-old, and he found the situation quite surreal himself. He reached for a volume and remarked that he finds the lady to be exceptionally brilliant. So while they wait, he intends to gradually ramp up the difficulty of her lessons and assignments, to a level that an average child would find impossible to grasp. Somehow, Emily felt the class sounded intriguing, though intriguing here was doing a lot of heavy lifting. He mentioned that the lady bears a striking resemblance to the late princess. The princess had also stunned him with her prodigious talent. He continued leafing through the ancient pages. And back then he felt that if a teacher could have truly understood her, perhaps she wouldn't have met such a meaningless end. That single sentence left Emiliette completely stunned. So from now on, he will allow Lady Emiliette to explore what she is truly curious about. He asked her if she had any burning questions. Emily immediately fired back, "Please teach me everything." After hearing Emily's inquiries, the teacher couldn't help but chuckle. So, is the lady genuinely worried about the Duke's safety? Emily realized that if her father, Duke Caden's status was that staggering, the Emperor would undoubtedly despise him. He didn't pull any punches, immediately confirming that Emily's intuition was spot on. He asked, "Lady Emily, how many knights do you think are required to face the Duke, a master of both the blade and the arcane?" Emily hesitated for a heartbeat and then guessed, 1,000. He corrected her. It would take tens of thousands. That is the sheer scale of Duke Caden's power. So, if he had the ambition, the Danenkyos Empire would become the Ba Dian Empire. To the current emperor, the Duke is both a savior and a living nightmare. Truthfully, the next great emperor must be the perfect candidate. It seems Nestor is a total misfit. After saying that, both teacher and student wore expressions of pure disappointment. Even so, the public's view of the second prince is surprisingly positive. Emily only now connected the dots. Isn't Nestor the second prince? He explained to her, "Yes, he has a half-brother, the first prince. His mother was merely a lady. From a minor noble family in the outskirts, so she never gained recognition from the royal palace. She died after 3 years. Perhaps that's why the first prince refuses to step into the light." Emily S. felt like she was uncovering too many secrets about the prince. The nanny entered Emily's room, then unaware she was still in the middle of a session. Seeing the nanny, Emily went over to ask, "Nanny, what's the matter?" The nanny quickly replied, "The Duke is calling for you." Emily scrambled out of the room, dragging the nanny along with her. She had no idea what had suddenly happened with Caden, which only fueled her anxiety. She burst into her father's study. She saw him sitting across from a guest who looked absolutely paralyzed with fear. Caden then introduced him as the author of the inkpot book she had been hunting for. Emily immediately cheered with pure elation. She had finally found him. Caden saw the little girl so overjoyed and remarked that anyone watching would think she was the one who tracked him down. Wasn't that a bit too much shade? Amelia didn't dare talk back. She'd let her results do the talking. Emily hopped onto Caden's lap, held the book out to the guest, and asked, "So are you the one who penned this?" The man kept stuttering, nervously, rambling in circles. If I say yes, it's yes. If I say no, then I'm finished. Caden, clearly fed up with the stalling, cut him off. "Just get to the point." This caused the man to shriek in terror and collapse to his knees, begging them for mercy. This left both father and daughter baffled by the sudden breakdown. Emily saw his reaction and guessed Papa had done something terrifying to him. Caden shrugged it off. Why would he even bother? The man just sobbed louder. "I know identity fraud is a death sentence, but the data I researched, it really wasn't a malicious act." Hearing him speak, Caden's temper flared. "You dare?" Emily's quickly pacified Papa to let the man finish his story. The 36-year-old man confessed he runs a tiny scented candle shop in a back alley of Vincent Square. The candles he sold were actually refined herbal round candles used for healing. The shop was kept afloat by a handful of regulars. And then 4 years ago, a teacher who once mentored him inquired about those healing herbs. It was a request to publish a book on ink pots using the man's name. He weighed the options and finally compiled his teacher's notes, publishing it as his own. The profits were a massive windfall for his shop, even if it was a sketchy arrangement. Amelia finally saw the full picture. She quickly reassured him they weren't going to execute him. This guy spilled everything before a single hand was raised. She flipped a page and asked if he recognized the script written there. He suddenly recoiled in fear. "It's merely a typographical error. Looking at his pale face, it's obvious he's completely clueless." Emily S. wondered if this fellow intended to live in a state of denial forever. Amelia turned to consult Papa. Will he be prosecuted for claiming research that isn't his own? It's undoubtedly a felony, so he'll have to pay the price. Before he could finish, the man began wailing hysterically. He implored for mercy, then frantically clarified that the word was inscribed by his master, meaning he hadn't the faintest idea what it signified. He only compiled the book from the raw data his master provided. Now Emily's curiosity to meet this master reached a fever pitch. She demanded that he arrange a meeting with his mentor. It's been over 2 years since he last laid eyes on his master, owing to the man's love for wandering the world. However, the original research manuscripts are still stashed in his shop. Are they tucked away in the scented candle shop? He hurriedly stammered that if she desired, he would be absolutely thrilled to let Emily inspect them. As an aside, Caden questioned why she had developed such an intense fascination with inkpots. Emily was momentarily stunned. She couldn't instantly conjure a convincing explanation. But utilizing her genius-level IQ, Emily immediately pivoted and replied to Caden without a single stutter. "Inkpots are actually cursed fairies, and I'm destined to break the spell." Caden heard Emily's proclamation and instantly deduced exactly who had filled her head with such nonsense. He was at a loss for words regarding that particular line. The nanny quickly interjected to Caden, "Nurturing a child's vivid imagination is vital, sir. That's how the lady will blossom into a truly creative soul." Well, he had no choice but to play along since he couldn't win that argument. Caden offered his support. "Then give it your all to shatter that curse." Emily S. flashed a quick smile and chirped, "I will, father." Caden's own daily grind was a fantasy in itself, so she decided to investigate the lead. At that moment, Elvin was escorting Amelia Badion by the hand. They came to a halt before a residence shrouded in a dismal aura, with thick moss suffocating the entire structure. Both of them stood there completely taken aback. Elvin was paralyzed with doubt. Is this truly the establishment where scented candles bring happiness?" Amelia Badion remarked, "Haven't you heard the local rumors? The news is spreading like wildfire." They both peered up at the entrance. A bowed bell hung limp from the handle, swaying eerily in the breeze. The sagging signpost only added to the creepy atmosphere. They turned to exchange a look. Elvin said with a hint of hesitation, "My lady, allow me to lead the way." He grasped Amelia Badion's hand and cautiously pushed open the door to the house. They ventured inside, and to their astonishment, the interior was the polar opposite of the dilapidated exterior. While the outside was somber and strangled by vines, the inside was immaculately clean. The decor was also remarkably stylish. What drew their attention was a wooden display filled with scented candles and gift boxes that looked incredibly high-end. Emily Badion cried out in wonder. It's so much tidier than the outside, and the fragrance is divine. She stepped toward the shelf where 2 scented candles flickered brightly and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a sharp noise echoed from the left wing of the house. Someone was approaching. A man emerged, clutching a broom, scratching his head in a daze. Amelia Badion recognized him instantly. She called out, "Jack!" His face immediately lit up with pure excitement, welcoming them with a flourish. This is indeed the sanctuary where scented candles bring happiness. He escorted Elvin and her toward the upper level. They entered a cramped attic together, and Jack made the introduction. This is the professor's private laboratory. It was a modest room, bathed in natural light from a small skylight. He continued, he was always obsessed with ink pots here. I've never understood his fixation on studying such ominous flowers. Hearing that, Emily Ba Dion was startled. She questioned ominous. She pondered to herself, that flower specifically thrives in Volum territory. I'm sure of it. She moved toward the desk buried under mountains of research and whispered, looking back, he was profoundly dedicated to his inkpot research. Suddenly she recoiled and squinted at the pages again. Wait, how on earth am I supposed to decipher this scribbling? She lifted a paper with a look of pure exasperation. At that moment, Elvin rushed to her side and exclaimed, my lady, check this out. She turned to him, thinking, right, if it's Elvin, he might actually be able to... Look, Elvin displayed a document for her and continued, I have never seen handwriting this atrocious in my life. It's definitely the imperial tongue. The only problem is decrypting it right. Emily S. thought with a sense of defeat, oh no, he's totally useless too. She turned to Jack and inquired, Jack, can you make heads or tails of this? He scratched his head sheepishly and admitted, even after knowing the professor for a decade, I'm completely defeated by his penmanship. The mood among the three turned into one of collective frustration. Emily remarked, if that's the case, why were you acting so confident about this? She turned back to Jack. Then how did that massive book get published? He replied, he wrote the final manuscript very neatly and clearly. It's just these raw research notes that are... Elvin began scanning the documents pinned to the wall one by one until he made a sudden discovery. Stretched before him was an expansive map. He was stunned. Where in the world did you acquire this map? Flashback to a scene on a jagged mountain ridge where a group held a similar chart. Recently, such maps have been vital for northern expeditions. Elvin pointed to the map and noted, it's riddled with errors. Yet, even before the Volum surfaced 3 centuries ago, this map detailed the plateau's elevation and every single tree. He turned to Jack with a serious gaze. The man you call Professor. Who is he exactly? He stammered, the Professor. He's like the wandering wind. And then he recounted a tale from years ago. When he was just 15, this professor took him under his wing and taught him the secrets of herbs so he could provide for himself. But ever since Jack came of age and took over the shop, the professor simply drifts in and out just like a phantom in the wind. He consoled himself with the hope that the professor was watching from the shadows. Surely if he proved his worth, they'd reunite soon. That hope was the only fuel for his hard work. Hearing the story, Emily S. was floored and asked, wait, Jack, did you seriously pull all of this off alone? He offered a warm, bashful grin as if he'd just received a grand medal. Guilty as charged, transforming the exterior was the real nightmare. He elaborated, I went all out with the trees to give it a fresh, organic vibe. It's totally eco-friendly, you know? He even hung a flamboyant bow on the handle, convinced the professor would be dazzled. Amelia thought, dazzled, more like traumatized. This whole aesthetic is a disaster. She leaned in and suggested, Jack, if the lack of foot traffic is bothering you, why don't we give this place a glow-up? We could scrub the sign and swap these for some vibrant, eye-catching plants. Your customer count will skyrocket, guaranteed. It was like a light bulb finally flickered on in Jack's head. He beamed and shouted, you're a genius, my lady. I'm on it right now. When departure time arrived, Jack showered them with parting gifts. On the journey back, Amelia told Elvin that while the research was a total blur, she'd had a blast scoring these candles perfect for the skin and the soul. Elvin nodded enthusiastically. It was a massive win for me too. This legendary map. He clutched it like a holy relic, his eyes ablaze. I owe this all to you, my lady. She watched him with a smile, genuinely surprised to see the usually composed Elvin so incredibly hyped. Venturing further, they spotted someone weaving spells by the fountain. Amelia's eyes widened as she nudged Elvin. Look, isn't that Tato over there? Elvin squinted and replied, it looks like he's calibrating the magic spheres for this year's harvest festival. Once he ignites the sphere, the brilliance bathes the entire district. It's breathtaking. In this empire, only a grand mage like Tito can manifest a sphere of that magnitude. She fell into deep thought. The harvest festival, right, it's almost here. Caden has been buried in work lately because of it. She tugged at his cloak and looked up hopefully. When the festival starts, can I go with Papa, Caden? Emily's locked onto Elvin, deploying her ultimate weapon, the irresistible puppy dog eyes. He knelt to her level and whispered, my lady, I've got the inside scoop. Since I'm your loyal knight, I'll let you in on a little secret. The Duke has ordered every department to clear their desks before the festival begins. To him, this isn't just a holiday, it's a rare priority. Honestly, I feared the Duke of old was gone forever. Back when Lady Rena was still with us, they'd disappear into the square together every single day during the festival. A vivid image bloomed in her mind, Caden and Lady Rena, their fingers intertwined. Strolling through this chilly night, the golden glow of streetlights reflecting in their eyes as they laughed like a pair of smitten newlyweds. She breathed out softly. Elvin, I just really want Papa to be happy again. Elvin smiled warmly and said, He is. Thanks to your presence, my lady, I see the Duke's joy returning every day. The pair finally made it home, and Elvin presented the map to Caden. He studied the ink and asked, So this belongs to the man Jack calls his mentor? Elvin bowed. Indeed, sir. Caden unrolled 4 other charts for comparison and noted, Look at the discrepancies. Even the most elite imperial maps are riddled with errors compared to this. This one isn't just precise, it's exhaustive. Caden muttered, Interesting. While Elvin chimed in, the northern topography here is incredibly lifelike. He suggested they verify the data during the next scouting mission. Meanwhile, Emily perched on a chair patiently waiting for her father to acknowledge her existence. He finally approached and she piped up, Papa, are you going back out to hunt more volumes? Caden rested a hand on her chair, leaning in close. And why do you want to know? She pouted, Because I feel like I haven't seen your face in ages. Caden dropped a bombshell. He wouldn't be leading the next expedition. Her eyes instantly lit up like stars. She gasped, For real? Caden then explained, Since I'm staying back, I'll be deploying high-tier mages and priests instead. But without my lead, the risks soar and a 2-year mission will drag on for 5. Hearing that, Emiliette went cold. She replayed the teacher's words that the Duke alone was a match for 10,000 knights. Caden was the Empire's true anchor. She clutched her head in sheer frustration, accidentally knocking over her gift box as she realized, I can't just keep Caden chained to my side forever. Seeing her distress, he started to say, If you truly want me to stay... But before he could finish, she cut him off with a determined shout, I've made up my mind, I'm coming with you. I'll grind my magic training until I can watch Papa's back. She figured if Caden had to go, she might as well tag along. Then she remembered Jack's gift. She scooped the box off the floor and thrust it toward Caden. This is for you, Papa. A present. He accepted it and peered inside, then shot a sharp look at Elvin. Did you seriously take her into the back alleys of the red light district? The panicked Elvin stammered, No way, never. Emilis looked back and forth between them, utterly confused. What's the big deal? What's even back there? She suddenly recalled how the square's alleys were a maze. One turn leads to luxury, the next leads to a place where you'd get mugged in a heartbeat. When I was with Elvin, I didn't even notice the danger. Well, some secrets are better left buried between us. She told Caden firmly, I get it now, but I didn't just pick this at random, so don't you worry, Papa. She pressed on. On the way home, I saw Master Tito prepping the magic spheres for the festival. It's definitely happening right. Caden glanced at her, then turned away, his voice feigning coldness. Keep your behavior in check and maybe you'll get to go out. Hearing that, she smirked inwardly. That's a yes, if I ever heard one. If he didn't go, I'd be devastated. Ha ha ha, everything is going exactly according to plan. She hopped down from her chair and chirped, All right then, Papa must be swamped. I'm off to play with Elvin and Nanny. With those parting words, she pivoted and flashed him a radiant grin before pitter-pattering away. He shouted after her, his voice laced with regret. Wait, we can still go. She spun around, cupping her ear playfully. Huh, what was that? I can't hear a thing. But in truth, she'd played him like a fiddle from the start. He closed the distance and relented. Fine, I'll go with you, she beamed. Okie dokie, Papa. He pressed a palm to his forehead in utter defeat. Unbelievable. You win. Elvin ducked behind the chair, stifling a giggle because the Empire's formidable Duke had just been nerfed into oblivion right before his eyes. The nanny asked, as she carefully brushed the girl's tresses, Is our young lady truly that ecstatic? Leo hummed a catchy tune and chirped, Absolutely. I've been counting down the seconds for this day. Time flew, and a moment later the nanny announced with a smile, They're all finished, milady. Leo joyfully leaped from her seat. She twirled in a circle and asked, Well, How do I look?" The nanny gazed at the little girl, who was now absolutely overflowing with life. She couldn't help but flash back to the heartbreaking, pitiful state Leo was in when she first arrived at the estate, and she clutched her heart in raw emotion. "Our precious young lady," she whispered before pulling Leo into a crushing embrace. Simply breathtakingly beautiful. Caught off guard by the nanny's sudden waterworks, Leo stammered, "Nanny, are you crying?" Suddenly, a voice broke the moment. "Forgive the intrusion, milady." The nanny quickly released her. The maid continued, "There is a young boy at the estate gates claiming to be the young lady's friend." Both the adult and the child were stunned by the news. "My friend, out there at the gate." The boy was currently being stonewalled by 2 towering guards. Lying to a duke is a death wish, kid. Start telling the truth. At that moment, she sprinted over and snatched the boy's hand. "Fio, is it actually you? How on earth did you track me down?" The 2 guards exchanged a look of pure, unadulterated panic. The boy's cheeks flushed a soft pink as he smiled. "It's because I missed you, Leo." He gently took her hand and nuzzled his face against it. Captivated by his sheer adorableness, Leo felt a wave of shyness wash over her. "Gosh, he's so cute I could literally die." She started to ask, "But how have you been?" Suddenly, a voice boomed with authority. "Who is this nameless brat daring to set foot on the Duke's property?" In a flash, Leo was snatched back and hoisted high into the air by Caden. Staring at her father, she went completely numb. Right, I totally forgot about his overprotective streak. The Duke, radiating a palpable, murderous aura, pierced the boy with a glare. "Identify yourself. Since when, from where, and how did you become friends with my daughter?" Leo shielded her face and sighed at the dramatic scene, then interjected, "Papa, he's legit. He's my actual friend, not some weirdo." The boy remained unfazed, keeping a pleasant smile. "Leo and I crossed paths at the Royal Library and bonded. Currently, I'm a resident of the Magic Tower." The Duke's eyes narrowed in surprise. "The Magic Tower, I wasn't aware they took in apprentices at such a tender age." He countered calmly, "If you doubt my word, consult the master of the Magic Tower. He is my legal guardian." Without missing a beat, Caden produced a communication crystal and surged his mana into it. The 2 children watched the high-stakes interrogation in silence. Momentarily, the crystal flickered to life, projecting the image of the Magic Tower master. He asked with his trademark apathy, "What is it now? The Duke reaching out first, that's a rarity." Spotting him, Leo cheered, "Mr. Mazihos?" The Duke ignored the pleasantries. "I have an urgent query. Do you happen to know a boy named Fio?" He chuckled softly and replied, "I can't say I do." The Duke pressed on. "A brat showed up here claiming the Magic Master is his guardian. A child with raven hair and piercing golden eyes." The Magic Tower Master immediately fumbled his teacup, dropping it in sheer shock. Even the Duke was taken aback. He had never seen the Master wear such a rattled expression. The Magic Tower Master looked visibly frantic. "Why is he there? Wait, I know him. I just blanked on the name. Old age is catching up to me clearly." He forced a laugh and regained his composure. "That boy is a magical prodigy, so I scouted him for the tower." At this revelation, Leo turned to the boy. "No wonder your magic tricks are so top tier. You're a literal genius mage." On the other side of the transmission, Mr. Mazihos asked, "But what business does he have at the Duke's estate?" The boy smiled serenely. "I just wanted to see my friend. My apologies for the lack of notice." The Magic Tower Master laughed it off and replied, "This old man's heart certainly skipped a beat." Leo tilted her head with a playful grin. "I was heading to the Harvest Festival with Papa today. Can he come too? I want the whole squad to go together." The Magic Tower Master conceded, "Well, if that is the young lady's wish." Meanwhile, the Duke's suspicion didn't waver, his eyes darting between the 3 of them. Soon after, the entire group set off for the festival grounds. The streets were a riot of color, with vendors hawking everything from luxurious silks to delicate petals dancing in the breeze. It was a spectacular vista exclusive to this day. The vibrant symphony of the crowd had the 2 children spinning around in awe. Then a particular sight suddenly caught her eye. Why is there such a massive crowd gathering over there? Suddenly, she caught sight of something bizarre. Leo frantically shouted, "Papa, look! That person's hair color literally just shifted." Right before their eyes, a young man's hair was morphing from a dull brown to a vibrant blue. The Duke noticed her shock and explained, "That's a temporary dye charm. These are novelties unique to the Harvest Festival." The tradition is said to stem from an ancient rite of adorning oneself with kaleidoscopic fabrics. Since everyone wants a fresh look for the festivities, the Magic Tower and Temple craft and distribute a limited supply. It's a custom to ensure everyone vibes with the harvest spirit. After finishing his explanation, he caught her eager expression. Leo asked, "Do you want to experience it yourself?" She instantly beamed, "Yes, please." A moment later, Leo was clutching a small square-shaped artifact. The boy at her side gave her the lowdown. Just grip it tight and visualize the exact shade you want to manifest in your mind. She nodded her thanks and tightly shut her eyes. Leo focused all her energy on imagining her desired color. When Leo finally opened her eyes, her tresses had transformed into a shimmering glossy black. Leo was floored. No way, it actually changed based on exactly what I was thinking. She twirled for the two of them and asked, "Well, does it look good on me?" She never dreamed she'd see her hair black again, just like in her previous life. Both the man and the boy found themselves blushing at the sight of her. Suddenly, the boy chirped happily, "It's a perfect match for my hair. It looks incredible on you." The Duke refused to be overshadowed and countered, "What are you on about? It's obviously a perfect match for my hair." Watching the two of them get so competitive, she sighed inwardly. Honestly, you're both way off. Suddenly, the savory aroma of grilled meat skewers wafted over. Her focus instantly snapped. "Let's go, I want those." The vendor was hollering for customers when she heard a sweet voice chime in, "Ma'am, that smells absolutely heavenly." The man and boy were still bickering over whose hair she matched. The vendor smiled and asked, "Is this darling little lady here with her father and brother?" The two of them instantly locked eyes with pure murderous intent. The woman chuckled, "The son is the spitting image of his father. I'll take 3 if you please." They made their purchase and moved along. "I guess we really do look like a family. Is it the black hair? But Papa, why aren't you eating? This is fire." The Duke glanced down and retorted, "If black hair makes a family half, this plaza would be related." He reached down and gently wiped a stray crumb from her lip. Leo realized he had a point. Thinking about it, the sheer number of black-haired citizens was staggering, likely the first Mage's influence. Caden added, "Besides, I don't need a cheap dye to look this good." Stunned by the Duke's flex, she could only gape. Typical Papa, always the main character. Suddenly, the boy piped up defensively, "Well, I had black hair long before it was cool anyway." He turned a bright red. Seeing the scene, Leo couldn't help but collapse into a fit of giggles. "You guys are so petty, you both look cool, okay? Now let's check out that booth over there." They played until the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving the festival aglow. Look, the lanterns are so dazzling, the night vibes are even better. The streets were flooded with people in stunning attire, all gathered to usher in the harvest. 2 girls nearby were whispering frantically, "Get to the fountain quick, it's about to go down. I've been waiting all day for this." Hearing that, she scanned the area and immediately spotted a commotion in the center of the square. Leo shouted at the top of her lungs, "Papa, look, it's starting." The Duke let out a weary sigh. "It's going to be absolute chaos, so don't you dare let go of my hand, understood." The two of them pressed forward. "Last year was legendary. I wonder what they've got planned for us tonight." The little girl's gaze wandered, catching a glint of something in another direction. There, she noticed a trail of precious gems spilling from a child's satchel. Leo gasped, "Papa, hold on a second." Before he could react, she spun around and sprinted toward the lost treasures. The Duke watched her vanish into the crowd. Suddenly, a deafening sound shook the air. A pillar of blinding light erupted from the center of the square. The crowd erupted into panicked murmurs and confusion. Terrified by the spectacle, she cried out, "Papa, the fountain just blew up. We have to move." The Duke stood frozen, trembling as he stared at his empty hand that had been holding Leo's just seconds ago. He heard her desperate cry for Papa and whipped his head around. He lunged forward, screaming Leo's name, but the surging tide of the panicked crowd was relentless. They were being violently swept further and further apart in the madness. Her frantic cries for Papa grew fainter, echoing through the chaos. After what felt like an eternity, she collapsed in a quiet alley. Her clothes were shredded and caked in grime. "Everything hurts." Leo stared at the stinging scrape on her palm before fearfully scanning her unfamiliar surroundings. "There isn't a single soul around. Where on earth am I? This place lacks even a flickering streetlight. It's pitch black." Leo couldn't help but shiver in terror. The darkness was absolute, and while she was surrounded by a sea of people earlier, now the silence was deafening. She couldn't stop Elvin's warning from echoing in her mind. Every alleyway possesses a completely different vibe, and many are so treacherous you'll be jumped the second you step inside. Paranoia gripped her as she processed the danger. "I need to get out of this shadow trap and find a main road immediately." However, a chilling sound shattered the silence right at that moment. 3 thugs who looked like pure trouble emerged from the gloom. Today was a complete bust, a total waste of time. Fortunately, Leo had already ducked behind a crumbling wall. The lowlifes across from her kept grumbling. "At this rate, tomorrow is going to be a grueling nightmare too. Those anti-imperial scumbags are nothing but a curse. Even a stunt like this won't shake the Emperor out of his stupor." On her side, Leo squeezed her eyes shut and prayed, "Please, just keep walking." But her luck had run dry. Those 3 predators had already locked onto her and closed the distance before she could blink. Well, look what we have here, kiddo. You really should have found a better hiding spot. In an instant, Leo whipped her head around her heart, pounding with sheer terror. The man with the long hair flashed a predatory grin and sneered, "She's a cute little thing. This one would rake in a fortune at the underground market." Hearing his words, she instinctively scrambled backward. "You'd better keep your hands off me. If you don't, you'll regret it for the rest of your life." The thugs erupted in a cold, mocking laugh. "Oh, I'm absolutely trembling. Come here, brat." They began to stalk toward Leo. She screamed internally, "Someone, anyone, save me." As they encroached on her space, Leo was paralyzed with fear, yet she forced herself to breathe and visualize her training. She stealthily channeled mana into her palm, feeling the energy thrum. Gradually, it manifested into ethereal threads shimmering in the air. She hoisted her hand and spat, "This isn't funny anymore. I warned you to stop laughing." Without warning, those glowing mana streaks lashed out and snared the legs of the closest thug. She took the opening and bolted, her lungs burning as she gasped for air. Just a little further, the spell is already fading. However, the long-haired predator was too fast and snatched Leo by the back of her shirt. He smirked with wicked satisfaction. She was hoisted up by her collar like a helpless kitten. Trapped, she couldn't help but shriek in pure desperation, "Let me go, you monster!" Right at that critical second, a brilliant surge of blue mana erupted from her necklace. The blast struck the thug dead center, sending him collapsing to the pavement with a howl of agony. She stood there wide-eyed and breathless before realizing Master Tato's protective charm had just saved her life. Leo tried to summon every ounce of bravado she had left. "What are you staring at? If you've got a death wish, step up." Suddenly, another rough hand clamped down on her arm with a bone-crushing grip. The long-haired thug was back up, a thick rope in his hand. He snarled, "You little smart aleck brat. I'm going to make you pay dearly for making me suffer like that." At this point, Leo's strength failed her, and she began to tremble as the light of hope died in her eyes. Is this really where my journey ends, in a dark alley like this? Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air. She whipped her head toward the noise. A flash of blonde hair caught the light. A small silhouette plummeted from above, neutralizing the thugs before they could even blink. After dazing one, he spun around and barked, "Who gave you trash permission to trespass on my turf?" What followed was a symphony of brutal impacts. A moment later, all 3 criminals were sprawled out, unconscious. The boy let out a long, steady breath. Staring at her savior, Leo was utterly speechless. The boy looked her over and chided, "If you can't even defend yourself, what the hell are you doing in a dump like this?" He strolled over to Leo, extended his hand, and offered, "Come on, I'll escort you back to the main square." Gazing at that striking blonde hair, Leo's memories suddenly clicked into place. "It's you, we met in that alley before." They had crossed paths once before. He had vanished into the night without a word. I could never forget that distinct blonde hair. The blonde boy raised an eyebrow and asked, "Yeah, and your point is?" She gave him a bright, appreciative grin. "The point is thank you. Thanks for saving my life." After a brief pause, she asked, "So, what's your name, anyway?" The boy tried to play it cool and deflect. "Why does it matter?" Leo ignored his edge and casually dropped her own name. "I'm Leo, by the way." Cornered by her friendliness, he finally gave in. "Fine. The name's Ark." Hearing his name, she chirped, "Thanks a million, Ark. Catch you later?" Ark replied, with a hint of awkwardness. "Yeah, whatever." Suddenly, she paused and looked back. Wait. Before leaving, she rolled up her sleeves and marched toward the thug on the ground. Is this scumbag actually out cold? Without a shred of mercy, she delivered a flurry of satisfying punches to the thug's head until her frustration was vented. She let out a sigh of relief and dusted off her hands. There, that feels much better. The blonde boy watched the display looking slightly disturbed. Then in a total 180, Leo's expression softened as she called out to him. He flinched, looking down at the heap of criminals groaning on the cold floor. She then questioned, "What about these creeps? We can't exactly drag them behind us. We should make sure they can't scurry away." Ark smirked and said, "Don't worry, I've got just the thing." A second later, he produced a rope from thin air and bound their hands tight. Then he asked, "You were literally shaking earlier. How are you so composed now?" She froze for a second before replying, "What choice do I have? Should I just collapse and start bawling my eyes out?" At that moment, Leo wrapped her arms around herself, her voice trembling. "I was just holding it together. If I started crying, I'd never have made it out." He fell silent, unable to find a retort, and quickly changed the subject. "Done. Let's move." Ark took Leo's hand and guided her through the labyrinth. Suddenly, he released her hand and pointed toward the opening of the next alley. Just keep sprinting in this direction and the fountain will come into view. Immediately, she caught his sleeve, her eyes wide. Wait, you're not coming with me. He flashed a reassuring grin and countered, I'll pass. Once you hit the plaza, you'll be swarming with people to protect you. He pivoted back toward the shadows and muttered, Just go. I'll keep watch until you're safe. Relieved, she whispered, Keep talking so I know you're there, okay? He nodded. Got it. As they navigated the darkness, she curiously asked, Wait, why were you even in that alley? He shot back. I was following you. Stunned, she gasped, Following me? The boy's face flushed crimson as he nudged her forward. It was obvious those creeps were herding you into a trap. Stop stalling and run. Leo beamed a radiant, grateful smile. I hear you. Seriously, thanks for everything, Ark. With that, the rhythm of their footsteps filled the silence. Suddenly, he announced, We've made it. You're clear. She glanced up and gasped. There it was, the bustling, light-filled square. Ark gave Leo one final push, a faint smile on his lips. Stay safe out there, kid. But when she spun around to thank him, he had vanished like a phantom. Staring at the empty air, she couldn't help but wonder if their paths would ever cross again. Suddenly, a stray scrap of paper caught the wind and fluttered toward her. She snatched it. What on earth is this? Amelia Badian gripped the parchment, her face paling in shock. It was inscribed in the formal script of the kingdom, and from the looks of it, it detailed some incredibly heavy classified information. A thought of the king flashed through her mind. It seemed even the Empire's eternal sun had failed to banish every shadow on earth. She traced the haunting lines. The land is forsaken, falling ill, while every living thing upon it withers and decays. Who could have penned this? Amelia wondered. Suddenly, a frantic voice called her name, making her jump. She looked up just as Alfio charged toward her, pulling her into a desperate hug. His voice was thick with raw panic. Thank God I finally found you. After a long moment, Alfio pulled back his hands, trembling as he checked her for injuries. He bombarded her with questions about her safety. Amelia just stared at him and let out a soft smile. She gave a slightly awkward reply. Yeah, I'm all right. But internally, her heart was racing. Her mood suddenly tanked, as if a bitter stone was lodged in her throat. I always default to I'm fine, no matter how hollow or furious I actually feel. Tragic memories surged through her mind, and the cruel words once etched into her soul began to ring out. Why is that pathetic thing still in my sight? No matter how broken I was forced to say I was okay. She cast her gaze downward. Her emerald eyes clouded over. She finally realized she had spent her entire existence living in the shadows of others' whims. In the distance, she saw Caden sprinting toward her, but this time everything was different. She actually had family in her corner. His pace slowed as he reached her, his face drenched in sweat and his chest heaving. Even while gasping for air, Caden's eyes were filled with agonizing heartache. Now for the first time I can truly say I'm okay, Amelia thought, standing between the two people who actually cared. Papa Caden stood frozen in a heavy silence, so Leo finally summoned the courage to speak first. Papa, I'm totally... She forced a fragile smile, the lie ready on the tip of her tongue. But as she looked up at her father, the sound of rustling fabric cut her off. Caden lunged forward, pulling Amelia's tiny trembling frame into a fierce embrace that caught her completely off guard. In that moment, she realized Caden was the one who was falling apart. He was shaking uncontrollably. Caden shielded her with his entire body. He leaned down and whispered into her ear, I am so sorry. Amelia felt a sob catch in her throat. Her tiny fist clenched his cloak tightly. The dam finally broke, and hot tears began to sting her eyes. Boo-hoo! Finally, the weight was lifting. Amelia Badian collapsed into a fit of piteous, heart-wrenching sobs. Between gasps for air, she finally confessed to Caden, Papa, I was so terrified. Caden's expression remained grim and pained as he tightened his grip, repeating hoarsely, I'm so sorry. Amelia buried her face in his chest, the words pouring out of her as she described that nightmare in the alley. I ran into such scary people, She instinctively clung to Caden like he was her only lifeline. I was so afraid I'd never see your face again. I was so scared. The two knelt there on the cold ground, locked in a tight embrace for a long, long time. The night that followed was star-studded and eerily still. Amelia lay in her bed, her scrapes bandaged, yet her mind was racing. Ugh, sleep is impossible. Sleep is... She stared out the window at the moonlit grounds. She finally rolled over with a sigh. I told Nanny I needed to be alone, but maybe that was a mistake. Earlier, after her warm milk, she felt drowsy enough to dismiss her staff, claiming she needed some peace and quiet. Is it because this tiny body is still reeling from the trauma? Amelia tossed and turned, unable to find comfort. Finally, she threw off the covers and sat up. This isn't working. I can't stay here. The soft pitter-patter of Leo's footsteps echoed through the silent manor. What time is it? The silence is deafening, Amelia wondered, glancing at the long shadows. Suddenly, a faint flickering glow caught her eye, pulling the little girl toward it, like a moth to a flame. She noticed a room with a door left slightly ajar at the end of the hallway. Amelia realized in a heartbeat, wait, is that Caden's room? She came to a halt right before the entrance, lingering for a moment in hesitation. Steeling herself, she quietly slipped inside. The lanterns were still ablaze, yet the room appeared deserted, or so she thought. Amelia Badian's gaze drifted up the expansive wall. What she discovered there left her breathless. It was a grand portrait of Caden and Rena, framed exquisitely and mounted in the most prestigious position. Amelia's shimmering eyes were instantly captivated by the canvas, so that was the ethereal Rena, the woman who brought me into this world radiating pure warmth. In the depiction, Rena wore a smile of absolute bliss. A sharp clatter echoed from the shadows beside her, causing Leo to whip her head around. An empty wine bottle came rolling across the hardwood, trailing toward a pair of all too familiar legs. Caden, already dressed for bed, looked utterly floored to see the tiny girl standing there. Emily, why are you up at this hour? Amelia turned to face him. She chirped back, oh, just a little midnight exploration. She flashed him a playful, devious grin, yet she beamed a wave of infectious, joyful energy his way. Caden watched her trot closer and warned that such late nights would definitely stunt her growth. Amelia just giggled. I'm way too smart for that old trick. I'm not some gullible toddler anymore. Suddenly a flicker of agony crossed Caden's face as he muttered under his breath. Yeah, you definitely would have fallen for it back then. It's late, get back to your room. He said, no more offering only that stern advice. Caden personally hoisted Amelia up and carried her back tenderly, tucking her beneath the silken sheets. Papa! Leo suddenly whispered into the quiet room. Why are you still wide awake, Papa? She reached out and grasped one of Caden's fingers tightly. Are you still haunted by what happened at the festival today? Her blunt, innocent question caught Caden completely off guard. Haunted by what? He deflected by swiftly pulling the duvet up to her chin, making Emily S. jump slightly. Then he reclined beside her to offer some comfort. Actually, I'm the one too terrified to sleep. Having such a fierce daughter by my side is the only thing that makes me feel secure. So close your eyes. He gently caressed the MC's hair, his soothing voice drifting through her mind. The nightmare is over. The following morning, Elvin delivered a formal briefing on the previous day's catastrophe. Per the intel, the fountain blast in the plaza was the opening salvo. Within minutes, a string of coordinated explosions tore through other sectors. Emily, perched between Fio and Caden, absorbed every detail of Elvin's report. Current theories suggest the carnage was the work of insurgent radicals desperate to topple the monarchy, intentionally targeting high-density tourist hubs. They also recovered a mountain of propaganda written in a cryptic dialect signaling a massive organized terrorist operation. Emily S. thought to herself, bingo, those thugs were spouting the exact same rhetoric. Those anti-imperialist rats are bottom feeders, though the emperor is no saint either. Recalling their repulsive faces, Leo wondered if grilling them would expose an underground slave trade. By the way, what's the status of those criminals? She directed her question straight at Elvin. He became visibly fidgety as he stammered, ah ha ha. For questioning purposes, they've been relocated to the Duke's private holding. So they're in the mansion. Elvin quickly backtracked. No, somewhere much more private. Going forward, the Duke will personally handle the interrogation, the investigation. Caden's fist crushed the report into a mangled ball. His voice dropped to a low, murderous growl. What were those vermin thinking? I've heard enough. A sinister, dark aura began to hemorrhage from his hand. Emily's internally nodded in agreement. Honestly, same. I really should have landed a few more punches while I had the chance. Fio suddenly leaned into the MC's personal space and whispered with a playful glint. Leo, hey Leo. Let's grab some lunch, just the two of us, okay? He casually draped his arm over Emily's shoulder. Caden instantly yanked Emily back toward his side. Keep your distance, boy. The two of them locked eyes as invisible sparks flew, leaving the MC caught in the crossfire. Another high-stakes ego battle, and Caden looks absolutely done with this kid. Despite his annoyance, he turned to the MC and said, Emily, if you wish to go out, you have my full permission. That boy it was because he systematically dismantled every magic seal choking the square that you were rescued. He suddenly dropped the bombshell on Leo. A magic seal. Emily S. looked puzzled, so Elvin jumped in to clarify. Since the Harvest Festival attracts massive crowds, safety is a nightmare. To neutralize rogue magic or divine interference, the plaza was locked down under seals. These are top-tier suppressors designed to nullify the abilities of any mage or priest. Thanks to them, festival rides have plummeted over the years. Normally, once a seal is etched, it's permanent until the final curtain falls. Yet, Theo managed the impossible. He essentially hijacked the seals and bent them to his will. Emily stared at Theo, her jaw dropping. Wait, those legendary seals. You broke them all yourself. Theo caught her gaze with a bashful, humble smile. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a flex. In fact, a shadow of regret crossed his face. If I'd been faster at breaking them, I wouldn't have been so late to find you, Leo. Leo scooted closer to him. Are you kidding? That was legendary, she gushed. Theo tried to offer more excuses, but Emily S. cut him off. Heh. Quit being modest. I've had enough drama to last a lifetime today. She suddenly remembered the bizarre talking flower pots from before. Leo, you're truly okay, right? I was worried sick. Are you hurt anywhere? She beamed a brilliant, heartwarming smile. I'm finally back to my normal routine, so I'm perfectly happy. Elvin stepped forward, squinting as he noticed a change. Say, Princess, did you get your hair dyed at the festival yesterday? I woke up and the color is still holding strong, she chirped, twisting a lock of her dark curls around her finger. Elvin tilted his head. Strange. I thought those charms only lasted 24 hours. Emily S. paused. Oh, for real. Then right now I'll... But before she could utter another word, Emily S.'s entire frame convulsed. Her hand flew to her heart. My chest. What is this agonizing pressure boiling inside me? Leo's vision fractured. All she could discern was the sheer terror etched onto Caden and Elvin's faces. Princess Amelia's. Leo. Their desperate shouts were the last thing she heard. Everything was swallowed by the void once more. When her eyes finally fluttered open, Amelia's felt utterly drained. How long was I lost in that darkness? Before her, a feral Caden was nearly lifting the healer off the floor by his collar. Why hasn't she opened her eyes yet? The man stammered. I can't be certain. But for now, the most... Caden snarled, cutting him off. I don't give a damn about most. Shut up and fix her now. Pa. Caden's bloodshot, weary eyes widened the instant he caught Emily's fragile whisper. Emilyist. He hurled the healer aside like trash and scrambled to her bedside. You're back with me. Emilyist looked like a ghost of herself. Why does it feel like this? It's as if liquid fire is being pumped into my heart. The healer hovered behind them, reporting, It's a miracle she's regained consciousness. You've been in a coma for 2 days. 2 whole days. Leo reeled the news, hitting her like a physical blow. Since the mana circulation in her body failed to stabilize and her hair didn't revert, the residual dye, mana, became trapped ballooning into a volatile surge. It appears she possesses a rare condition where she cannot naturally vent mana. The internal energy had begun a deep systematic assault on her vitals. Typically, such blockages are bypassed in those with dual affinities, but I'm unsure if the princess harbors both powers, the doctor noted grimly. As a last resort, I utilized a mana-leeching sapling to drain the excess. By some grace, it was effective. He stood up with frantic energy. Wait, I shouldn't be standing around. I need to fetch more saplings immediately. The heavy door clicked shut. Amelias turned her tired gaze toward Caden. He wore that haunted expression again as he squeezed her hand. It looked as though the great duke was teetering on the edge of a breakdown. Papa! Leo and Caden's fingers remained locked in a tight, desperate grip. I'm okay, she managed to wheeze out, trying to soothe him. The lie only served to deepen the bitterness and guilt reflecting in Caden's eyes. The nanny slipped into the room and murmured to the MC, Princess, the master of the magic tower, has arrived to see you. Caden squeezed his eyes shut, visibly fighting to keep his composure. Just rest for now. He stroked her hair gently before turning to leave. That night, the sky was a velvet tapestry of stars and a silver crescent. The silence was absolute. The nanny remained a steadfast shadow at Amelia's side, but exhaustion finally won, and her arm slowly slipped from the bed. As the nanny drifted into a deep slumber nearby, Leo was still silently battling the mana thrashing within her. The 2 tulips perched on the windowsill shuddered in shock. I only came here to punish those bastards. But what in the world is happening to her? Leo. Theo sat perched on the sill, watching the MC's plight with a heavy heart. Amelias let out a pained whimper in her sleep, her face contorted in obvious distress. Theo observed her through the gloom. I knew your mana flow was erratic, he whispered softly. I truly believed you possessed both powers. The tulips by the window were frantic, hurling silent insults at Fio. Leo is suffering. Don't you dare lay a finger on her. Who are you? Stay away. Fio silenced them with a look. Quiet. You'll wake her. The flowers froze. Wait, he can actually hear us. Fio reached out, gently touching Emily's burning, feverish brow. He leaned down and pressed a soft kiss to her forehead, a silent gesture of comfort and a sacred blessing. Don't let the sickness take you, Leo. Fio watched as her pained expression began to soften. The words he held back now resonated in the air. Because you are the most precious friend I have. Deep within the MC's subconscious, a memory of her previous life suddenly clawed its way to the surface. Hello, is this emergency services? The chaotic roar of a distant life filled her ears. In that cold hospital memory, the doctor diagnosed her with acute appendicitis requiring immediate surgery. Is there no guardian present? Emilius's face drained of color. The rest of the conversation became a muffled blur. She watched a stranger's gurney being wheeled toward the theater and whispered, I don't have anyone to look after me. Back then, after the operation, I took the bus home alone and sat in the dark eating instant porridge. I'll never forget that coldness, she told her dreaming self. Snapping back to reality, Amelia's eyes snapped open. Whoa, I feel like I've been out for an eternity. She sat up with a sudden burst of energy, her hair back to its original shade. You're awake. Caden, ever present by her side, was the first thing she saw. Yeah, Papa. She chirped, her aura glowing with renewed life. The pain is completely gone. Caden's face finally broke into a satisfied smile. Yeah, you look much better. Stronger than you were before. Amelius bounced onto the mattress, stretching her limbs with a laugh. I feel amazing. I could literally run laps around the entire estate. Suddenly, her body seized and she collapsed with a groan, sending Caden back into a state of panic. Emilius, get the doctor back here now. Then Emilius' stomach let out a thunderous, cavernous growl. Wait. Emilius blushed furiously. Papa? A while later, while waiting for the promised feast, Leo chatted animatedly with the two tulips. See, I told you I was fine. She glanced toward the door and sensed a familiar presence. Papa's back. On the tray Caden carried was a steaming bowl of hot porridge. Is that simple vegetable porridge? She scrambled towards the edge of the bed to inspect the offering. But it was just a bowl of smooth, plain, white porridge, and she let out a massive sigh of relief. There is no way that old memory would repeat itself here. Caden meticulously stirred the spoon to test the heat. Once the temperature was perfect, he offered her a spoonful. Open up. Eat your fill. Amelia took a bite, her spirit soaring with every taste. Wait, did you actually cook this yourself, Papa? Caden's eyes darted away, and he immediately played it cool. Hardly. Don't be ridiculous. Amelia giggled, seeing right through him as she lavished him with praise. It's the best thing I've ever tasted. It must be because Papa is the one feeding me, right? A moment later, Amelia was drowning in regret. Being pampered was fine, but this was getting ridiculous. Caden had hoisted Leo onto his shoulders like a trophy. Ever since my recovery, I've been Caden's permanent shadow, dragged along to every palace gala and noble summit. So my only fun escape is these tea party invites. She boredly skimmed a letter while the staff brainstormed games for her. Honestly, I'm mentally way beyond this, but still. Flashbacks of being ambushed or trapped in a sickbed flickered through her mind. She crumpled the parchment in sheer boredom. This is agonizingly dull. Emily S. perched on a mountain of high society invitations and let out a heavy sigh. Caden had just emerged from his meeting. He stepped in and found Leo sitting on the stone table looking absolutely fed up. Caden remained silent, though his mind was clearly racing with unspoken thoughts. A short while later, he led Leo to a breathtaking floral sanctuary, sending her hype levels through the roof. Whoa, this place is stunning. Caden watched her with a faint smile. I'm pleased the Audion Garden meets your approval. They meandered through the botanical paradise as Emily soaked in the scenery. This elite space was curated for the high-ranking nobles and palace guests. Every corner boasted intricate architecture and vibrant blooms. Even the water tower shimmered. Since the grounds were so vast, it was rare to cross paths with anyone. Wait, what? As Amelius was wandering, a peculiar sight suddenly snatched her attention. Amelius dropped down in front of a patch of clovers. Hold on a sec, she told Caden before frantically hunting for something specific. Amelius scavenged through the clover patch with focused intensity, and in record time she plucked exactly what she was looking for. Got it. Caden knelt down obediently so Amelius could place a small token on his hand. Ta-da! Leo had woven a ring from a tiny flower and slid it onto Caden's pinky. A gift for Papa, totally stylish, right? She beamed with pride. Nanny gave me a masterclass on flower rings once. Caden stood paralyzed, just staring at his hand. But honestly, doesn't it low-key suit him? Drip or drown, and Papa's definitely got the drip, Amelius thought smugly to herself. Papa, wait, I'll craft a bracelet to match. She eagerly began braiding more petals. Ugh, the stems are so short that this is trickier than it looks. Amelius. Caden suddenly murmured her name. In his grasp was a magnificent multicolored flower crown he'd stealthily assembled. You look radiant in a floral crown. He settled it onto her head, transforming Emily S. into a literal forest fairy. Even Leo was low-key obsessed with her new look. I'm obsessed with it, she squealed with a massive grin. Beside them, the crunch of footsteps approached, followed by a startled exclamation. As expected of the prince. Prince is Nestor lurking around here. She wondered, her mood instantly shifting. Up ahead was Ark blindfolded and cornered by Prince Nestor and a pudgy purple-haired kid. Leo barked, Hey, cut that out right now. The freckled boy snapped back. Who do you think you are? The purple-haired boy added a sneer. The princes are playing How dare a commoner interfere? Emily S. didn't flinch. You call this playing? Why don't you put on the blindfold and see how fun it feels to be the target? Prince Nestor strutted toward Leo and hissed. Listen, just because you're the body on princess and get the VIP treatment, don't push it. Scram while I'm still feeling generous. Amelia's blood boiled. Oh, you said this was hide and seek. Fine, I'm joining the game. Let's see how much fun I can have. Prince Nestor scoffed. Know your place. The other two went ghostly pale the second they processed her identity. Wait, did he say Badion? Leo's voice turned ice cold and challenging. What's the matter, no guts? The purple-haired boy stammered in terror. Shouldn't we call it quits? The freckled boy whispered back. We're in too deep. Prince Nestor, completely triggered, wound up a hand to strike Emily S. You little brat. The young girl felt a momentary jolt of surprise, but she countered instantly, striking the prince's arm with precision. Prince Nestor froze in confusion. Huh? The impact sent him staggering until he hit the dirt. She felt a surge of smug satisfaction. How's that for power? I put every ounce of mana into that parry. Then she taunted him. Aizu, weren't you just asking me for a high five? My bad. I didn't realize a weak little kid like me could send you flying like that. Desperate to save face, Prince Nestor grabbed a fistful of mud and hurled it straight at the MC. That pathetic sore loser actually tried to pull a cheap sneak attack, but the blow never landed. The little girl blinked in confusion. Huh. It turned out both Ark and Caden had materialized to shield her. Caden's voice dropped into a lethal low register. The prince's idea of a game seems rather excessive, wouldn't you say? The three boys stood paralyzed, their hearts probably stopping in fear. Caden continued icily. While I usually overlook the prince's antics, touching my daughter changes everything. Prince Nestor frantically stammered, No, wait, that's not what happened. Suddenly, a high-pitched voice pierced the tension. Good heavens, Prince Morris. Emily S. rubbed her temples. She recognized the face from the mountain of tea party invites. The queen stared at her child in sheer horror. What happened? Why is he... Before she could finish, Caden interjected slowly. It appears the prince's eyesight and his judgment are severely lacking. Lacking the vision to see what's in front of him and reduced to throwing dirt, the prince clearly needs a specialist for his eyes. Now, if you'll excuse us. As Caden began leading Amelia away, the little girl tugged at him. Papa, wait just a second. She reached back and snatched Ark's hand to bring him along. You're coming too. I'm going to personally treat your wounds. The queen and the prince stood frozen, watching the three of them depart in a heavy, stifling silence. Once they reached the room, Caden snapped open the first aid kit. Amelia gazed at Ark with pure heartache. This must sting so much. Poor thing, there's even sand caked into your hair. With a soft sigh of sympathy, she reached out her hand to help. However, her tiny arms couldn't quite reach him, forcing Ark to instinctively lean down toward her. Staring into the innocent eyes of the boy before her, Leo began to silently reevaluate everything. Despite her earlier suspicions, she never truly expected Ark to be a member of the royal family. So, the truth is out. Caden cut in from the side. Wait, is this Ark? The same boy who came to your rescue at the square? Exactly, Papa. But I never dreamed he was the first prince. Just relax, Ark. Even though rumors said the first prince had been a wanderer for years, she hadn't connected the dots to Ark. The boy remained silent, absorbing their words. Could that plaza explosion be a plot against him? Finally, Ark broke his silence. That incident had nothing to do with me. My only goal was to pull the princess out of harm's way, nothing more. Emily. S caught the shift in Caden's mood and looked up. Papa, what's wrong? He scooped the little girl up and stated, I am indebted to the one who saved my daughter when it mattered most. Name a wish and I shall grant it. For now, let the prince find his rest. With those final words, Caden turned on his heel and carried Emily S out of the room. They walked through the grand, echoing palace corridor. Leo asked with an anxious frown, Papa, why were you so cold to the person who saved my life? He replied with chilling calm, because Ark being a prince changes the game. Entangling yourself with the kingdom's royalty only ever leads to ruin. But then, who is left to protect Ark? On the ride home, Caden revealed the grim reality of the two princes. The first prince, Adrian Edict Dandelsius. The second prince, Nestor Ford Dandelsius. In the eyes of the court, only Prince Nestor is viewed as the true heir to the throne. They once shared the same tutors, but the moment the emperor witnessed the first prince's genius, he fired the entire staff in a fit of jealousy. Stripped of noble backing and abandoned by his kin, the first prince became nothing more than a ghost haunting the palace. While Nestor's fame surged through high society, the first prince was systematically erased from the people's memory. Amelia S. whispered sadly, Ark is still just a child. How could they be so heartless to him? Caden stared out the carriage window at the passing world and murmured, Cruelty is the palace's specialty. That boy's royal blood is a curse he's forced to endure. Emily S. chirped with joy, Master Tito. Master Tito beamed back at her. Princess, oh my goodness, it feels like an eternity. Teto lunged forward to pull the girl into a hug, but Caden stepped in like a wall. Emily S., you haven't forgotten our deal from yesterday, have you? Of course not, Papa. I won't set foot outside the magic tower until you return for me. After the mess with Nestor, Caden refused to let her near the palace, moving his operations to the Duke's estate. In the study, an aide briefed Caden. Since the plaza arrests, the suspects have shown signs of madness, and 2 have already turned up dead. Leo, listening from her corner, thought grimly, looks like the villains are finally getting their karma. Caden's eyes narrowed at the news. They haven't even left the grounds, and they're already dropping suspicious. Furthermore, the details for the black market were found carved into their cell walls. The aide nodded sharply. It looks like a solid lead. The black market opens in mere days. I'll monitor the situation. The little girl stroked her chin, sensing a trap. But first things first. She piped up, Papa, I need to visit the magic tower tomorrow. Emily knew she had to prioritize the people who were worried sick about her. Back at the tower, Tito knelt down and asked tenderly, Princess, how is your health holding up? I'm feeling completely refreshed. Could you hold my hand for a second? As he took her hand, his expression turned grave. There's no obvious abnormality, but the divine power swirling inside you makes it difficult to get a pinpoint reading on your actual condition right now. Leo tilted her head. Would a high priest be able to tell? Tero shook his head. A high priest would face the same hurdle they'd practically have to dissect your essence. If the temple discovered your true state, the continent would erupt in chaos. We must avoid them at all costs. The little girl shivered at the thought and immediately dropped the subject. Right. Bad idea. Now let's get back to our studies. Picking up where we left off today's lesson. Suddenly Emily cried out, Master! Tito had face planted into a deep sleep again. Seriously, then... Suddenly a striking girl with flowing raven hair stepped forward. Hello, Leo. The little girl gasped in shock. You? What happened to your hair? The newcomer beamed and took Amelia's hand in hers. I pushed my limits last time, and this is the side effect. Does it look bad on me? Running her fingers through Fio's new locks, the little girl was awestruck. It looks incredible. It's so silky. Are you for real right now? Fio flashed a brilliant, soul-stirring smile. More importantly, is Leo finally feeling better? Emiliette was left utterly speechless. That face is a literal hazard to her heart. Fio leaned in close, and the little girl reached out to brush a thumb against Fio's cheek. Wow, the pretty kid somehow got even prettier. You're the one who's stunning, Leo. Sit still. Let me style your hair. After finishing Fio's braid, the two sat side by side. Fio inquired, Are you here for a lesson today? Do you finally have a grip on your mana? Obviously, I've been grinding and practicing like crazy. The little girl snickered to herself. Hey, soon I'll be blasting fire and wind everywhere. What if I actually surpass Caden? Seeing Emily's devious smirk, Fio looked totally baffled by Lilith's expression. The little girl instantly wiped the grin off her face. though I guess class is canceled for today. Master Tato was still dead to the world. She mused, why is Master Tato always zonked out like this? This guy doesn't truly know my worth yet. He seems sweet, but a total klutz. Instead, I'll be the one taking over today's lecture. Emily's eyes widen in shock. Fio, but the master of the magic tower personally set this up. I can solve formulas the tower and temple take ages on in a heartbeat. I'm literally the magic genius of the century. The little girl was vibrating with hype as Fio began his explanation. Every complex magic formula originates from a singular foundation. Depending on the variables you plug in, the final manifestation of the spell changes entirely. Watch this. As she soaked in Fio's lecture, Emilius's eyes glittered with pure fascination. Whoa, that's absolutely gorgeous. The two sat in perfect harmony. Your turn, Leo. Give it a shot. Wait, isn't welcoming magic supposed to be high tier? You've got me here. The core principle is... After Fio walked her through the steps, Emily began to weave the mana and cast the spell. Seeing the magic stone pulse with light, the little girl cheered. Yes, it's done. Before she could finish, the energy core began to fluctuate violently. She let out a startled cry. Fio stared at the surging power horrified. This is completely wrong. Fio lunged forward to shield the little girl. That's going to blow Watch Out Liet. Fio unleashed his own magic to stabilize the volatile energy source. A blinding flash of gold and blue sparks erupted between them. Once the chaos settled, Emily cautiously opened her eyes. That terrifying light had finally begun to fade into nothingness. She let out a shaky breath of relief. I didn't mean to mess up the flow. Why did it suddenly go critical? Fio fell into a pensive silence, rubbing his chin. Then he flashed a reassuring smile at Elliot. Hey, you're probably just a bit rusty. Don't sweat it, Elliot. For the rest of the day, I'll show you something way more fun. The little girl tilted her head confused. Something... fun. Suddenly a soft meow echoed and a small figure appeared right before her. It was a sleek black cat with piercing golden eyes sporting a precious white bow. It purred happily. That cat was actually Fio in a magical disguise. The cat curled up contentedly on Emily's lap while she hummed a sweet melody. Caden sat across from them, judging the situation, and grumbled, Is that cat actually that brat? Why did you let him tag along? The little girl replied with zero hesitation. It's been way too long since we hung out. The plan is to go home, feast together, and play all day. Fio the cat let out a smug meow. Isn't he just the cutest? Check out these incredibly squishy toe beans. As the carriage rumbled along, a figure suddenly threw themselves into the path. Due to the violent screeching stop, Emily lost her footing and nearly went flying. Thankfully, Caden's reflexes were top tier. Snatching the little girl before she hit the floor, he roared, What the hell is going on out there? Forgive me, Duke, a child just bolted out of nowhere. Outside, a figure in a white cloak stood firm, ignoring the whispers of the gathering crowd. Hearing the commotion, Caden stepped out of the carriage to handle the situation personally. The mysterious child was none other than Ark. Locking eyes with Caden, Ark spoke up. Regarding that favor you offered me, I've come to collect. Noticing the prying eyes of the public, Caden muttered, We're drawing a scene here. Get into the carriage. Back at the Duke's estate, Ark sat stiffly in a chair, staring intensely at the teacup placed before him. Caden didn't waste any time on small talk, turning to Emiliot. You look exhausted. Why don't you head up to your room? No way I'm staying right here. Are you really going to keep Ark hanging like this? Hearing her protest, Caden let out a sharp exhale. Fine. If the prince requires a fencing instructor, I'll commission a master immediately. No. I want to learn from the Duke himself. Is the prince implying that he's seeking my political endorsement? Ark gripped his teacup, his knuckles turning white from the tension. No. I just need you to teach me the sword. The boy's eyes burned with resolve as he added, I will become a magic swordsman. Emily was floored by his declaration, her mind racing with the possibilities. It's obvious that Ark is a beast. He handled 3 grown men with a wooden stick. If he manages to unlock his full potential. Under a legendary mentor, he's destined to become the world's most powerful magic swordsman. Regrettably regarding this particular petition. Before Caden could voice his refusal, Amelia interjected, I've decided I want to master the blade as well. Caden was visibly shaken. What? You have no business learning something so inherently dangerous. The little girl stood her ground and countered, Then tell me how long am I supposed to live as a bird in a cage? I know your heart is full of love, but I refuse to be weak. I want to forge my own strength. Internally, she was fuming. She was sick of Caden treating her like a piece of fragile porcelain. I have zero intention of being a damsel in distress my whole life. I need the power to shield what's precious to me. Amelius closed her eyes and declared, I must grow stronger. I promise to protect you too. Papa, remember. At the very least, give me the chance to discover my own potential. Suddenly, a bitter memory from her past life resurfaced, a teacher sneering, Your family situation is a mess, isn't it? If you just quit now. Back then, she had walked away drowning in a cocktail of regret and rage. Her former self let every opportunity slip through her fingers, yet Caden was a duke who constantly pushed his limits to the breaking point. And then there was Prince Ark, the most isolated soul in the entire palace. Softened by Emily's resolve, he rubbed his temples and let out a weary sigh. Finally, he relented. Very well. I shall personally train both you and the prince. The little girl's eyes lit up as she confirmed the news with excitement. She lunged forward to pull Caden into a tight embrace. Thank you, Papa. You're honestly the best. Caden couldn't suppress a smile as he tenderly stroked his daughter's hair. Those bold words were the very feelings the little girl had kept buried deep inside until now. Teto shrieked in total disbelief. What on earth is this? Emilius was just as bewildered by the sight. The two of them stood there staring at the anomaly before them in absolute silence. I'll be honest, I never once instructed the princess on how to conjure a cyclone of this magnitude. He extended his hand and the vortex dissipated instantly. Emilius was awestruck to find Caden standing there. Caden narrowed his eyes and demanded of Tito, explain exactly why this power is spiraling out of control. He stammered an explanation. The princess's grasp of complex formulas and mana manipulation is virtually flawless. But since these surges persist, it appears the princess is tapping into a secondary source of power. She possesses both mana and divine energy. When she strikes, both forces collide. Is it possible she's dual casting both powers simultaneously? He added with a shiver, Of course, that's just a theory. Regardless, we should seek counsel from a high priest. So let's just keep practicing. Emily quickly stepped in to defend him. Papa, stop being such a bully to Master Tito. Emilius's tiny feet pounded the dirt as she ran her breathing coming in ragged gasps. Emilius was pushing herself through laps around the training grounds all by herself. Finally, she slumped against the railing, panting hard. 3 lap. Done. Emilia cursed her own pathetic lack of stamina. It had been a full week since her swordsmanship training officially commenced. With 0 physical strength, she couldn't even manage to steady the hilt yet. She was stuck building her leg muscles from scratch. Meanwhile, Ark had aced the basic evaluation and moved straight to one-on-one sparring with Caden. Your grip is failing, Caden barked. Emilius watched and couldn't resist chiming in. Papa, go easy on him. You're going to make him pass out. Right, Fio? But seriously, why do you insist on being a cat every morning? Ark was clueless as she scratched his chin and questioned him. Then Emilius completely succumbed to his feline charm. Ugh, is it even legal to be this adorable? Suddenly, Ark's voice cut through her thoughts. So, the cat has returned, has it? Emilius jumped slightly. Ark then reached out a tentative hand. He seemed desperate to give Fio a friendly pat, and yet the elusive cat skillfully evaded his touch every single time. Emilius offered an awkward excuse. He's still a bit wary of people he doesn't know. But keep playing with him and he'll warm up. Ark smiled softly. I hope so. Emilius suddenly grabbed Ark's hands to inspect them. Seeing the bandages, he stammered, it's just a few scratches. Emilia snapped, What do you mean, scratches? She paused and lowered her voice. Also, has Nestor been giving you a hard time lately? Ark muttered, No. She saw right through his poker face. Ark, don't lie to me. Actually, I'm fine for now. The Emperor's birthday gala is in a month, so Nestor is swamped with royal etiquette classes. Emily S. perked up. So, you're attending the gala too? Fio goes every single year. Though I usually just find a dark corner to disappear into. Emilius realized they had to keep their training a complete secret, meaning they'd have to act like total strangers at the grand event. Because at that party, they wouldn't be training partners, they'd be the first prince and the lady of House Badion. A month flew by, and the carriage finally began its journey to the palace. Emilius leaned against the frame to peer out the window, her expression growing pensive. She glanced at Caden, who was also lost in thought, staring out at the passing scenery. It was clear to her Caden was far from happy today. The young girl decided to capture his attention. Papa, do I look breathtaking today? As she spoke, she struck an utterly precious pose. Caden spared her a glance and muttered, I assume Nanny went to great lengths for this. Emily S. froze. She was practically fuming with indignation. Would it actually kill you to pay me a single compliment? Caden then added, among the sea of children at this gala, you are undeniably the most radiant. Emily S. was completely floored by his admission. The little girl beamed and countered, and among everyone at this party, Papa is easily the most handsome. The carriage came to a halt before the Grand Palace. The surrounding crowd gasped in awe. Look at that crest. It's the Duke of Badion. How many years has it been since he graced an event? And look at the child in the Duke's arms. Caden cradled Emily S., his mask of indifference slipping into annoyance. This is precisely why I loathe these spectacles. As Caden strode inside, every noble lady and debutante found themselves blushing at the sight of him. Every gaze in the ballroom began to lock onto the two of them. Emily S. marveled internally at the sheer suffocating luxury of the party. It was her first time witnessing such a high-stakes social atmosphere. Caden plucked a delicate pastry from the banquet and commanded, tell me the moment you're bored. Amelia took a bite and replied, we literally just arrived, Papa. At that moment, a voice cut through the music to greet them. Duke Badion. The man offered a polished bow. I am Chepra Maiden of the house of Marquise Chepra. Is this the Magic Tower's youngest prodigy, the Princess Badion? Emiliest had just finished a morsel of the cake. She was profoundly underwhelmed. It tasted like expensive cardboard. The man continued his relentless sycophancy. Truly a remarkable talent, the spitting image of her father. The father and daughter pair met him with stone-cold silence. The little girl sighed, recognizing his blatant attempt to score points. But regardless, Caden wouldn't. Yet Caden's face was glowing with pride as he hummed, is that so? Emily S. felt a mental whiplash, thinking, wait, he's actually vibing with the praise. Chepra chuckled, haha, without a doubt. Others began to swarm them with practiced flattery. Oh, the princess is even more ethereal than the rumors suggested. The encroaching crowd made Emily feel a surge of claustrophobia. Duke, remember our meeting. Duke, a moment of your time. Emily clutched her chest, thinking frantically, I'm literally suffocating. I need an exit strategy immediately. But eventually they escaped to the terrace. She exhaled a breath of pure relief and asked Caden, Papa? We're stuck here for the long haul, aren't we? Caden noted, etiquette dictates we remain until the royals appear. But shall we just make a run for it? Hearing that, Emilias gave him a sharp look. What are you thinking, Papa? You can't just ghost the emperor. She realized, he's the sovereign after all. Caden sighed in defeat. I'll forage for actual food. Stay put. Emily S. chirped. Papa finds something that doesn't taste like disappointment. Finally, she was left perched on the garden bench in solitude. Amelia let her gaze wander toward the brightly lit ballroom. The elite were lost in a swirl of laughter and gossip. She thought to herself, high society life really isn't my aesthetic. I'd much rather be training with Ark. I haven't spotted him all night. Given his grind at the sword, he must be a beast by now. Amelia smiled, daydreaming. I wonder when we can finally act like friends outside of those secret lessons. The young girl stared up at the starlit sky. Suddenly, Emily's eyes caught a familiar silhouette. Theo, you're here. Did you sneak in because you missed me? The cat offered a simple cryptic meow. Emily whispered happily, since it's just us, you can drop the act and talk, you know. But it merely meowed again. She tilted her head curiously. Are you committed to the perfect cat role today? The feline continued its charade. Then Emily noticed a jarring detail. She thought in a sudden panic, wait, his eyes were definitely gold before. Suddenly a smooth voice resonated in her ear. The kitty isn't in a talkative mood right now. The man stepped forward with a bow. Greetings, little one. I happen to be that kitty's guardian. Amelia, startled, managed an awkward reply. Ah, hello. She noted, judging by that drip, he's definitely a high-tier aristocrat. The cat suddenly leapt from her lap and vanished. Ah, wait. Emily realized, hold on, he looks familiar. Is he the one who's always seen with that black cat? She recalled the silver-haired figure. Then the man smiled warmly. Forgive me, I completely neglected my manners. My name is Neil Bastow. Emily S. felt the name click into place. A mental book flipped open Neil Bastow, the tragic second lead who adored Rena in the original plot. He was the devoted shadow who guarded Rena during her days as the saintess, her most trusted confidant. Memories of the past surged forward. Neil Bastow said tentatively, Rena, this is for you. But Rena was already sprinting after Caden. Ah, Caden, wait up! Caden had arrived with a delicate flower crown prepared for Rena. Though his love for Rena was profound, he lost his window of opportunity before a single word could be spoken. Neil Bastow let out a hollow sigh. A solitary white flower crown abandoned on the earth. What a tragic sight. He's truly the poster child for unrequited love. Neil Bastow continued smoothly. I really ought to introduce my companion, shouldn't I? This little fellow is named... Before she could stop herself, Emily S. accidentally blurted out a name, Cammy. His composure shattered instantly. Huh? Neil Bastow asked, utterly floored. How on earth does the princess know Kami's name? Cammy was the stray kitten Rena and Neil Bastow had rescued near the temple. A scrawny, fragile thing left to die. Neil Bastow had nursed it back to health, and it was Rena who chose the name Kami. Perhaps because Neil Bastow cherished Cammy so deeply, a sudden, warm bond sparked between him and the child, filling him with unexpected joy. The cat let out a soft meow, leaving Emily S. momentarily dazed. She stammered awkwardly, It's just that the pitch-black fur seems like a perfect match for a name like Cammy. He stood paralyzed for a heartbeat after hearing her words. To think I'd hear that exact sentiment again. He turned his gaze back to Kami, a playful glint in his eye. To be perfectly honest, yes, because the fur is as dark as the midnight sky, I named him Kami. Emily S. marveled. Now that's a top-tier naming sense. I knew I was right, she thought smugly. How could a brilliant name conceived by two literal angels be anything but perfect? Suddenly, Emily noticed a shift in his gaze. Neil Bastow erupted into a genuine laugh and added, You know I've been dying to finally meet you all this time. Emily was stunned, her mind racing. It makes sense. I'm the only legacy left by the late Rena. She suddenly sensed a presence approaching. Just then, a stern voice called her name. Emily. Hayden materialized at her side, locking eyes with Neil Bastow, who offered a suspiciously cheerful grin in return. Emilia felt the temperature drop. What's with this thick, suffocating tension? Finally, Neil Bastow broke the silence. It's been an age, Duke. Caden merely grunted a curt, in response. He then leaned down and reminded Emiliette that their departure was overdue. The little girl cast a glance back, feeling a twinge of lingering regret. Neil Bastow waved a silent farewell and mouthed the parting words, Until next time. Emiliette gave no reply. She was caught in a wave of hesitation. The gala was still in full swing as Caden and his daughter navigated back through the crowd. That's when Emily realized the Emperor had finally made his grand entrance. The assembled nobles dropped into deep, respectful bows for the eternal glory of the Dandelsius kingdom. He wore a thin smile and gestured to the room. Carry on with your festivities. Studying his silhouette, Emily mused to herself. Is it just me, or has he gotten noticeably rounder? Maybe it's just the lighting. She scanned the glittering ballroom, but Ark was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air, making Amelia's blood run cold. Oh, so Caden actually showed up, The woman glided toward the father and daughter with a smirk. I didn't see your faces, so I assumed you'd made an early exit. The children played a bit of a rough prank last time. I trust there's no hard feelings. The first prince has always been a gloomy child, and his body is likely riddled with scars. Caden's voice was ice as he politely replied, Is that so? Sensing his rigid posture, she leaned in to tease him. Why so tense? Emily watched the exchange and thought with pure disgust, wow, what a desperate, thirsty move. The woman continued to laugh as if her words weren't venomous. Oh, by the way, the prince actually managed to beat a low-ranking knight in a duel recently. Imagine that toppling adult warriors already. He clearly needs a mentor who can actually match his caliber. It's been quite a challenge sourcing a truly elite instructor for my dear Nestor. At that exact moment, Emily's eyes were drawn to a shadowed corner of the room. Ark was currently sprawled on the cold floor, looking utterly defeated. The woman noticed as well and cried out in mock alarm, Whatever is the matter? Nestor followed suit with a dramatic gasp. Oh, dear brother. Emily knew this was a setup. Ark was being... Ugly whispers began to swarm Emily's ears. The prince's brother who... There's a first prince. The Baron Owen's lineage. As Ark struggled to regain his footing, an authoritative voice echoed through the hall. Are you unharmed, prince? The prince's vision is failing, how tragic. But to be publicly humiliated like this? They share the same blood, yet the difference between them is staggering, isn't it? The weight of those words and the judgmental stares seemed to physically crush him. But Emiliette couldn't stop her fist from clenching until her knuckles turned white. She wondered, is everyone really just going to stand there and enjoy the show? Is this the hell Ark has to walk through alone? Leaving him isolated in a situation he can't fight back against will only leave permanent scars on his soul. Suddenly, another voice cut through the noise. Please stand up! Ark froze in shock. It was Caden striding toward him with purposeful steps. He spoke with a calm, dangerous edge. Scattered glass is no place for a prince. Without a second thought, Caden extended his hand to the boy. I believe I've told you that maintaining your physical condition is paramount. We cannot have such trifles interfering with tomorrow's sword drills. He repeated firmly. Stand up. Witnessing the scene, the queen shrieked in outrage. Wait. Sword training with you. Caden didn't even blink as he made the declaration. Indeed, I am the official swordsmanship instructor for the first prince. As the room erupted into frantic whispering, Caden's voice boomed over the crowd. The first prince, I know, possesses the skill of a high-tier swordsman. While his eyesight may be failing as his mentor, I find these insults utterly baffling. Today, Caden didn't just offer Ark a hand to pull him from the dirt. Caden declared, It seems the first prince has been neglected for too long. Why don't we find a swordsmanship style that actually suits the second prince instead? Let's shake things up, Prince. Queen Morris and Prince Nestor were paralyzed with terror and disbelief upon hearing Caden's brazen provocation. Everything was finally dragged into the blinding light of public scrutiny. Amelia turned back to savor the look on Nestor's face. He looked utterly petrified. From this moment on, the house of Duke Badion belonged squarely to the first prince's faction. Back in the private chambers after Ark finished changing, the boy asked with a trembling voice, Why did you save me? Caden merely exhaled and countered, Are you content to just stay silent while they trample your dignity? Ark whispered, Then what choice did I have? The revelation that the legendary Duke Badion and the first prince, the royal outcast, had forged an alliance sent shockwaves through the capital. Their mentor-student bond was now public knowledge. The neutral stance of Badion was dead. They were now the first prince's ultimate shield. Now, from the local nobility to foreign dignitaries, everyone recognizes Ark as the true contender for the throne. Nobody dares to look down on him anymore. Caden looked at Ark and said, I'm simply providing you with shoes the kind sturdy enough to crush those who abandoned you. Now that the honor of Badion is staked on your blade, you might as well trample them all and seize your future. Amelia looked absolutely radiant. Now that Caden had gone all in for Ark, she reached out her hand toward him. Let's walk this path together. Now nothing can keep us apart. Ark grasped Emiliette's hand and the two dashed off together. Emiliette chirped, Are you starving? Let's go find something legendary to eat. Ark's face broke into a genuine smile. The following day, Amelia slumped down for a desperate breather. Ugh, I'm spent. When will I actually be strong enough to wield a real sword? She sat watching Ark and Caden's intense sparring session, lost in thought. It wasn't that she lacked the courage to speak her mind, but the training environment was just so overwhelming. Seeing Caden's expression turn lethal, he scowled and barked another grueling command at Ark. Once the session ended, Ark approached Emily S. and gave a small wave. Hey! Emily S. handed him a bottle. Ark, you were amazing out there. Drink up. Sorry I couldn't find any towels. She leaned in and asked, Did the drama continue after we left the palace yesterday? Ark replied with a shrug. It was honestly a total headache. Yesterday's aftermath was chaotic. The moment Caden spoke, the nobles swarmed Ark like vultures. Greetings, First Prince. I am Ochichi. I've always sensed your hidden genius. Prince, I represent the noble house of Marquis Noko. Seeing Nestor's salty expression was pure gold. As Ark recounted the story, Emily S. burst into giggles. I saw that look too. Then Ark looked away, murmuring, These shoes are incredible. No one dares to treat me like trash anymore. Emily thought, It's so clear the imperial family looked down on Ark the same way they once looked down on me. Ark looked Emily in the eye and promised, I will definitely find a way to repay this debt. Emily S. patted his shoulder dismissively. Repay what? You're only here because you're a natural. You're going to be a legendary swordsman, trust me. Big sis knows best. Ark looked stunned. I'm 10 years old. To call you big sis when you're so tiny is a bit of a stretch. Emily S. laughed. What? Why the long face? Besides, I'm mentally way ahead. But Ark still looked skeptical. Even if you're older, you're still vertically challenged. As the two shared a light-hearted moment, Fio suddenly materialized, catching Emily S. completely off guard. Fio, when did you get here? Usually when Ark is around, you're strictly in cat mode. Have you finally gotten over your stage fright? Emily S. excitedly introduced him to Ark. Ark, meet my close friend Fio. In the same breath, she turned to Fio. As you're well aware, this is the first prince, Adrian Feld and Dandelcius. Try to be social, you two. When neither of them moved, she felt the awkwardness peak. Okay then. Fine, Fio muttered hesitantly. Friend, what exactly do you want from me? Ark was equally shy. I've never really had friends before. Hey there. Fio replied with a blush. Yeah, hey. Emiliette beamed, thinking, I'm the first real friend for both of these lonely boys, aren't I? Arc told Fio, just call me Arc, no need for the royal titles. Fine. Fio looked away, trying to act cool. Fine by me. Emiliette noticed a cloth fall and asked, is that the handkerchief from Nanny? Here, let me wipe the sweat off your face, Arc. Emiliette reached for the towel, but Fio snatched it up first. I'll do it. Emiliette blinked in surprise. To her amazement, a bashful Fio slowly stepped forward and began dabbing Arc's face. Emiliette was totally shocked. Wait, is Fio actually trying to bond with Arc? Arc murmured shyly. Thanks. Thank you. Fio replied frostily. Don't mention it. With that, Arc departed for the palace, while Fio and Emiliette headed back to her room. Emily S. smiled warmly and said, First time in my private sanctuary, right. She swung the door open and presented the space to Fio. Behold my room. The flowers chirped. Liz, how was the day? They seemed absolutely rattled to see a new face in the mix. Emily S. performed the introductions. These are my floral companions Suda and Johnny. Fio managed a small smile. They're actually pretty cute. Fio began exploring the room, inspecting the decor and paintings, while Emily S. wondered, why is everyone so suspiciously quiet? While she was deep in thought, Nanny's voice called from behind, Princess, you've truly pushed yourself today. Nanny brought in a fresh plate of cookies. Emily S.'s eyes lit up. Jackpot cookies. Nanny cautioned. Too much sugar is bad for your stamina, so 3 is the limit, okay. Emily munched on her cookies with a slight pout. If I just bake them myself, I can eat the whole tray. I'm definitely starting a bakery later. Then she glanced up and inquired, but where are you off to, Nanny? Nanny offered a tender smile. I'm just heading to the square for a moment to deliver some correspondence. I'll be back before you know it, so please stay exactly where you are. Fio and Emily traded a knowing glance and a mischievous smirk. They left a hasty note claiming they were playing with Fio. In reality, they had already decided to sneak out for an adventure. Emily S. sighed. The more they forbid it, the more irresistible the outside world becomes, right, Fio? Fio chuckled and answered, This brings back memories of the first time I snuck here to play with Liz. Suddenly, the pair caught the low, hushed tones of a middle-aged man whispering from behind. Keep it down, you fool. A relative in Pato swore they found heaps of Bon Lerm carcasses on the mountain trail near the estate. The other man scoffed. Get real. Pato and the northern waste where those beasts roam are worlds apart. The first man hissed, that's exactly why it's a state secret. The entire territory is on the brink of absolute catastrophe. The man across from him was visibly shaken. What if that's true? Aren't we all in mortal danger? Emily's mind raced. Bon Lerm, appearing outside the northern borders. She was so consumed by the thought that the sandwich in her hand nearly slipped. She frantically grabbed Fio's sleeve. Fio, change of plans, were going back. Before she could finish her sentence, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Ah! Someone's been mowed down by a carriage! She spun around to find a crowd gathering. Good God, look at all that blood. Where are the guards? Get a wizard or a priest now. Emily S. let her sandwich fall unheeded to the pavement. She sprinted toward the center of the chaos. No, Nanny! She could feel her divine power surging. The local priest was nowhere to be found. No, Nanny, this can't be happening. Flashbacks of her happiest moments with Nanny flooded her mind. Someone help! Please save my Nanny! Fio stood firmly by her side to steady her. Get a grip, life. We're getting to the temple this instant. Fio unleashed his mana to teleport himself, Emily, and the wounded Nanny directly into the temple. Inside the sanctuary, 2 attendants scrambled out in a panic. What the... They just appeared out of thin air. Mage's assassins alert the Pope immediately. Amelia barked indignantly. Can't you see a life is hanging in the balance? If this is a place of healing, then recognize the body standing before you? The man stammered, Princess, then glanced at the 2 figures standing behind her. Amelia, her eyes brimming with tears, pleaded, Please, you have to save Nanny. The Pope offered a reassuring smile. Rest easy, Princess. He performed a series of rapid incantations over Nanny's body before stating calmly, Nanny is out of danger. Move her immediately so she can begin her recovery. The attendants moved with clinical precision. Yes, Your Holiness. Amelia rushed forward and threw her arms around the Pope. Thank you so much. He patted her head. It was the right thing to do. Whispers rippled through the onlookers. My word, the Ba Dion princess and the Pope. Emily S. finally froze. Wait, did they say Pope? Only then did the realization hit her like a ton of bricks. Neil Bastow is the Pope. She looked up at him in awe. The leader of the clergy and the ultimate authority of the temple. Seeing her stunned gaze, the Pope chuckled. Let's find a more private setting to talk. Emily spotted the cat named Cammy and hurried over to pet it. Cammy, Fio, look, it's the cat. Fio looked noticeably pale. She asked if he was all right. Fio managed a weak reply. I'm fine, Liz. The Pope's expression softened with concern for Fio. You look quite unwell. You should rest. A sister will guide you to the guest quarters next door. Fio nodded tiredly. Understood. Emily S. watched Fio settle in next to Nanny and thought, he really needs to drop the act and sleep. He's way too stubborn for his own good. The Pope stood behind her, a comforting presence. Don't fret. She'll be back on her feet soon. Care for a walk? The temple grounds have many wonders to explore. The Pope escorted Emily for a stroll through the gardens. Emily hesitated. Your Holiness or Pope? The Pope teased shyly. Changing the way you address me so soon, I think my name sounds much better. Her expression went blank. But you're literally the Pope. How about Lord Neil Bastow? The Pope burst out laughing. Still far too formal. Tell me, how does Uncle Neil sound? Amelius blinked in surprise. Then the Pope laughed and explained, truth be told, I'm practically family. Raina and I were as close as real siblings. Emilia S. was taken aback. Real siblings Neil Bastow's face was full of genuine warmth for Raina, devoid of any obsessive sorrow. Amelius finally nodded. Okay, Uncle Neil. It's just a title, and besides he saved Nanny. The Pope clapped his hands and roared with laughter. Perfect! That's what I like to hear. Amelius pouted. I'm not exactly a toddler anymore. They continued their walk. Neil Bastow mused, Princess, you're a mirror image of your mother. Amelius was genuinely shocked. Rena and I, he continued, especially when you're annoyed, those pouting cheeks are a perfect match, though your talent is clearly from your father. I heard you're a prodigy intern at the Magic Tower. Using teleportation already is beyond impressive. Emily flushed with embarrassment. About that. She was on the verge of confessing. Regarding Fio, a specific warning echoed in my mind. The truth about Fio, an unlicensed mage, remains a secret, so watch your tongue outside. Recalling those high-stakes instructions, I braced myself and resolved to keep my mouth shut for the time being. But Neil Bastow just chuckled. No need for the modesty. Achieving that much is a monumental feat. Emily had scrambled for a way to pivot the conversation to literally anything else. As I was saying, there's a staggering amount of water here, right? Neil Bastow obliged. Haha, every drop here is holy water. It replenishes the spirit of those gifted with divine power. Pour it on a plant and life erupts like this. He gathered the water and doused the nearby flora, and right before her eyes, they burst into a vibrant, impossible bloom. Amelia was buzzing with excitement. Whoa, I have to try that! Neil Bastow let her indulge her curiosity. Ha ha ha, as the princess commands. However, princess, even with your spark. Before he could even finish his doubt, Amelia watered a bud. Whoa, it actually worked. This holy water is basically liquid magic. I can't help but wonder if this stuff reacts with magic stones too. She called over her shoulder, Uncle Neil, is it okay if I take some of this holy water to go? Uncle Neil Bastow faltered for a heartbeat. Of course, its purpose is yours to decide. Just use it wisely. Amelia's clutched the bottle to her chest. Thank you, Bastow. Uncle? The Pope reassured her that the temple doors were always open. I'll keep the holy water flowing for you. Now back to the room. Nanny should be stable by now. Emiliette nodded obediently. Yes, let's hurry. The second she stepped into Nanny's quarters, she ran straight into a frantic Caden. Papa! Caden lunged toward Emiliette, his voice booming with concern. Emiliette, are you injured? Speak to me. Emily S. replied softly. I'm perfectly fine. Caden's eyes narrowed as he questioned, Then why on earth are you associating with that man? Caden firmly seized his daughter's hand, clearly ready to evacuate the premises immediately. Nanny was already positioned at the threshold. Duke Princess. At the sight of Nanny, Amelius threw herself into her arms, weeping with joy. What in the world happened back there? I was terrified that I'd lost Nanny forever. She wore a gentle smile, stroking the girl's hair. The nightmare is over, Princess. Thanks to everyone's help, I'm mended. Caden allowed Emiliette a brief moment to check on Nanny before abruptly demanding they return to the manor at once. Wait, what about Fio? Before she could finish her protest, she was hurried along. Hold on. What about that brat? I'll explain everything later, Papa. Caden tried to double back for the boy, but found his path blocked. Duke, we need to discuss the princess. It would be wise to stop coddling the child for a moment. When she circled back, the chair where he had been slumped was empty. He was definitely resting there just moments ago. Caden barked back. My only mission is to protect Reina's legacy. You're overstepping, Basto. I'll handle my family without your interference. Emiliette watched the sparks fly in that incredibly suffocating atmosphere. Does that girl not harbor divine power? Only those with the soul of a high priest can resonate with holy water. Just now, Emily forced a bloom using that water. That's a feat impossible for anyone but a true power holder. The man insisted he meant the girl no harm, only that she would eventually seek his guidance. Caden ignored him and led Emily away. Emily dropped her wood and doll, standing dazed. Yesterday was a literal war zone between them. How did it turn into a study session today? Greetings, Princess. Starting today, I will be overseeing your specialized education. Emilia scrutinized him. She couldn't detect a shred of the Pope's intimidating majesty in his current look. Wait, Uncle Neil is joining us. Caden's jaw dropped at the casual title. Yes, we've already moved past the formalities. Caden grumbled that she should stick to teacher. When Papa isn't lurking, Uncle is perfectly fine, Neil whispered with a mischievous wink. Shifting gears, Neil's tone turned serious. I'd heard rumors, but the reality is staggering. After a quick pulse check, Neil noted her power rivaled a high priest's. And that is exactly why your magic is malfunctioning. Emily S. realized Neil had hit the nail on the head. So that's why my formulas keep short-circuiting. Your divine power is currently a dormant volcano. To progress, we must awaken the beast within. How? Neil grasped her hand, his gaze intense. I will channel my essence into you. Close your eyes, focus, and try to pull it to the surface. Amelia slowly shut her eyes, sensing a foreign warmth flooding her veins. It felt nothing like mana. If she could just grab it and haul it out. The girl's divine energy flared with a breathtaking hue, one Neil recognized instantly as Reina's signature color. He fought to keep his composure. The princess's divine light matches her hair perfectly, doesn't it? Possessing dual energies was shock enough, but inheriting the specific colors of both parents. Emilia was stunned. She'd only heard of divine power. Seeing it manifest was pure magic. Watching the aura radiate, a wild thought struck her. Could I weave a formula that fuses mana and divine power into one? Amelia immediately began to manifest her theory, and in that instant, success. A fusion of magic and divine energy, what I never dreamed I'd witness such a miracle. The sheer magnitude of it. The princess's potential isn't just great, it's revolutionary. The path ahead will be arduous, but I have high hopes for you, princess. Having finally synchronized her powers, Emilia spent the day showing off. Look at this, Papa! I haven't exactly accomplished much yet, have I? She grumbled at the monotony of repeating the same basic drills. Emiliette, Caden called out to the young girl. He paused, appearing to weigh his words carefully. I've been wondering. Are you curious about your mother? How could I not be? Caden drew the girl into a hug as they stood before a portrait of him and Reina, staring in silence for a long time. Emiliette never imagined he'd be the one to bring her up. Though I'm unsure why you possess my mana alongside your mother's divine light, I believe I know exactly what she'd want to tell you right now. What would she say? Having both must be twice as wonderful, wouldn't you agree? He visualized a radiant image of mother and daughter side by side, a scene as flawless as a masterpiece. Indeed, twice as wonderful. He set her down and presented Emily with an object. Here, take this. What is it? The very bracelet your mother wore every single day. She insisted that if you ever manifested divine power, I was to entrust it to you. Caden explained that the heirloom was saturated with divine energy. Wearing it would bring tranquility to her body and soul. The bracelet that once graced her mother's wrist. Emily was over the moon. Her heart swelled with joy for the gift and the man before her. That bliss was written all over her face. Caden looked equally moved watching his daughter cherish her mother's legacy. It suits you perfectly. Upon returning to her chambers, Amelia immediately summoned her two companions. Suda, Johnny, you have to see this. What is it? What's the news? The little girl flexed her new prize, explaining it was filled with holy water. I heard it's superior to regular water because it carries divine essence. Whoa, legendary. But wait, there's more. Amelia uncapped the bottle and prepared to dazzle her friends with something truly spectacular. Tada, I've finally unlocked the secrets of magic too. Whoa, sick. It's like a miniature rainstorm. I brought this specifically for you guys. Emily was hyped to show off her new skills. Well, do you feel the difference? Emily waited with bated breath, but Suda's reaction was a total flop. Nope. To the two friends, it just seemed like a regular bottle of water with a fancy new label. The pair innocently splashed in the cool water, perfectly content. Emily S. was at a loss for words. She slumped over in defeat. So it's just the same, glad I didn't overpromise. Whatever, as long as they're vibing. At the crack of dawn, the next day, Suda frantically shook the girl awake. Riel, get up. Quick, look at this right now. What's the big deal, Suda? Amelia grumbled groggily, but when her eyes met Johnny and Suda, her jaw hit the floor. When did her two friends finally bloom? Riel. Over here, we're finally free. Two shimmering orbs of light hovered above her. Are those actually Suda and Johnny? No way you actually came out of the flowers. It was all you, Riel. Emily had squealed. Oh my god, the curse is actually broken. This feels like a total dream. We love you, Riel. Princess, are you awake? It's time to start your training. The maid entered to begin the morning routine. The moment she stepped inside, the maid let out a shriek at the sight of the glowing spirits circling her mistress. When Teto saw them, he looked absolutely fascinated. Those talking fireflies evolved through magic. The princess is a straight-up genius. This clown is back at it with the expert analysis. The second Tito finished his sentence, Suda and Johnny immediately shut him down. Caden added his 2 cents. Don't be dense. That isn't magic. Even as he scrutinized them, he dismissed them as nothing more than talking bugs. Amelia couldn't help but agree with Papa. Teto remained unconvinced. Not magic, then what? They're what emerged from the market flowers I gave you. You've got to be kidding me. Teto practically screamed in shock. The market flowers actually bloomed how I tried every trick in the book. It was all Riel's doing. We were spirits imprisoned within those petals. Riel's holy water provided the key to our escape. Hearing Sudatito was floored for the second time. Holy water. But I used that too. And wait, spirits. The moment I saw those flowers in the lab, I could hear their voices. Since then, I've been searching for a way to break the seal. So they could speak even then. Why was the princess the only one who could hear them? My holy water didn't do a damn thing. Riel is built different. True, I sense an aura from her that's unlike anyone else's. If it's about aura, it must be the dual power Emiliette carries. Ah, because I have 2 energies makes sense. It's because you possess a unique power capable of shattering immutable laws. Riel's energy is the antithesis of the darkness that bound us. Even if she sets foot on that cursed land, she won't be corrupted. Caden mused, wasn't it just you spirits who were abducted and transformed? Are you kidding that darkness swallows everything and twisted animals and humans alike? Emily was genuinely rattled by the revelation. Humans and animals, they both transform. We were stuck in the flowers, but every other living soul was turned into something pitch black. The room went cold as the 3 absorbed the horror. Johnny added, they mutated into giants and let out these agonizing screams. Wait, don't tell me. Tito held up a sketch. Did they look exactly like this? Whoa, you're actually cracked at drawing. That's a perfect match. Tito froze, the realization sinking in. If humans and animals are being twisted into Bon Lurm, then all the monsters we've slain? Could it be the northern mountain passes have been sealed? For 300 long years. Caden quickly reassured his daughter, explaining that among the Bon Lurm they had encountered humans were a rarity. Most were merely forest animals. Tito interjected with a follow-up. Since the bulk of these mutations stem from wildlife, why not blockade the northern mountain pass with specialized traps? If we fortify the bottleneck at the mouth of the trail leading toward the northern peaks to intercept the migrating beasts, then it's highly probable we can drastically stifle the spawning of new Bon Lurm. Caden weighed the suggestion, noting it was a solid lead. He planned to coordinate with the Magic Tower Master. If it worked, the entire northern expedition cycle would shift, but wiring the whole mountain with traps. Leaving the men to their tactical debate, Amelia turned inward. The original novel offered no lore on the Bon Lurm's origins. Was there a way to uncover the gritty details? Out of nowhere, Suda and Johnny collapsed, their light flickering. What's happening? Are you hurt? We've completely exhausted our reserves, it seems. We must return to nature to recharge. This current form isn't our true essence, just a shape we fought to maintain. To prevent other spirits from wandering into the northern mountains and becoming prisoners of the flora, we have to spread the word of the danger. So, you have to leave right now, don't you? They comforted the teary-eyed girl, promising that once they recovered their strength, they would be back in a heartbeat. Pinky swear, and just like that, Suda and Johnny vanished after sealing their promise. The little girl waved a heavy goodbye to her friends, her heart aching with the sudden silence. The three men behind her, sensing her grief, clumsily tried to cheer her up. Every meeting eventually leads to a parting, doesn't it? Are you all right? Wait, are you guys actually worried about me? Catching the anxious, awkward expressions on the trio's faces. Emilia realized they looked far more devastated than she did. I'm sad, obviously, but you guys are taking this way too far. Emilia was honestly at a loss for words. Look, I'm craving something sweet. Go grab some snacks pronto. I'm on it. Sweet's coming right up, once Caden unraveled the mystery. The Bon Lerm crisis made the Magic Tower Master and the Pope the MIP players in the campaign to conquer the North. Master Tito dove headfirst into a mountain of ancient scrolls. 2 days passed, and from that point on, Emilia found herself with nothing but time. She spent her hours munching on cookies and daydreaming at the clouds. All this sugar is making me feel sluggish. Maybe I should get back to baking. My own recipes are much more balanced. Oh, you're a baker now, a voice suddenly echoed from above. Neil's face suddenly dangled from a tree branch like a bizarre fruit. Gah! How long have you been lurking there? Not long. Just since the princess polished off her cookie stash. He hopped down to chat. Why is our little princess moping all by herself? I'm actually having a blast, thanks. Liar. I'm the one who felt trapped, so I ditched the temple. I don't get why people love praying so much. Must be for the knee gains. Emilia was floored that the Pope would say something so irreverent. Sensing her disbelief, he confirmed he could be quite the rebel. I need an outlet for all this pent-up frustration. Want to see a trick princess hop on up? Neil gestured for her to climb onto his back. Seriously, I'm not a toddler. Oh, whatever. Let's see where this goes. Neil hoisted her up effortlessly before she could change her mind. Hold on for dear life, princess. Channeling his inner Spider-Man, Neil began scaling the structure higher and higher. I asked for fresh air, not a death wish. I'll stop pulling my hair. Just open your eyes and look. Emilia tentatively peeked. Beneath her lay a sprawling, majestic vista. Whoa! Right, don't you feel your heart racing? It's peak adrenaline. The two of them bonded over the height. Uncle Neil, you're actually a legend. Naturally, who do you think taught me? Suddenly, a dark, ominous aura appeared on the ground below. It was Caden. Sensing Caden's escalating fury, the Pope immediately scrambled onto the roof with Emiliette to hide. Emiliette was shaking. He found us! A shadowy gloom radiated from Caden. The Pope was still grinning like a madman. If we don't go down, he'll kill us both. Hang on tight. Emiliette yelped. Wait, don't. Before she could finish, the Pope leaped from the roof, landing directly in front of Caden. Emilia was so terrified she could barely squeak out a sound. Papa? Caden forced his voice to drop an octave. Get over here. The Pope gently set her down, and Emilia scurried over. Yes, coming, Papa. Caden's warning was cold. A fall from that height wouldn't just result in broken bones, it would be fatal. Emilia hung her head and muttered, Yes, I'm aware. Caden's temper flared again. You knew the risk and did it anyway. Don't give me that guilty look, young lady. Emilia looked away, unable to meet his eyes. The Pope interjected into their heated exchange. Don't take it out on the princess. I'm the one who dragged her up there. Caden growled, If a single hair on her head is harmed. The Pope's smile never wavered. You know as well as I do, that won't happen. You're a chronic overthinker. Emiliette mused, How can they be such total opposites? Caden then snapped, What are you even doing here? The Pope turned back with a wink. Right. Princess, I've got some homework for you. The Pope opened his palm to reveal a small, mysterious pouch. Emilia tilted her head. Homework? Emilia peered inside to find a collection of round seeds. Neil sat down beside her and asked, Princess, what's your take on a high priest's true duty? Emilia paused before answering, Purification. Neil nodded. Spot on. It's more than just mending flesh. Want to know the secret behind that climb? I wasn't being reckless. That was actually the most elementary form of purification. Emily S. was floored. Whoa, look at that. It's already spotless. Wait, this feels like a total scam. Neil Bastow erupted into laughter. But there's something far more vital than mere healing or purification. Divine power originates from the most primal source, the object within that small pouch. We refer to it as the seed of death. It's a phenomenon that naturally manifests where the essence of mortality spreads. The more seeds of death accumulate, the more that rot saturates the soil, polluting it until all life perishes. She questioned herself, but surely this can be cleansed with divine power, right? Suddenly, the seed of death began to shimmer, radiating a dazzling golden aura. Neil Bastow shot her a smirk. "Princess, your task is to purify it before our next session ends. Easy enough, right?" Back at the estate. While Nanny was brushing out her hair, she remained fixated on the seed clutched in her palm. Nanny announced, "All finished. I'll go fetch some warm milk for you." Emily S. beamed. "Thanks, Nanny. Today was an absolute blast." Caden, perched nearby, asked, "Was the sightseeing truly that exhilarating?" Caden's gaze was piercing as he awaited her answer. Emily S. completely blanked. She had totally forgotten that Caden was fuming. "I'm not sure. It wasn't actually that captivating anyway." Caden narrowed his eyes at her. "And yet, you two were leaping over the estate gates." Emilyette panicked internally. Just how long was he watching us? Caden merely sighed and stepped toward her. "If you plummet from a height like that, do you intend to show me a future where you're confined to a hospital bed?" The realization finally hit Emily S. He's not actually furious, he's just terrified for me, and I didn't even notice." She thrust both hands out toward Caden. He blinked in utter confusion. "What exactly are you doing?" Emilyette lowered her head in a solemn confession. "Since Papa is so worried, punish me as much as you need. Back at the orphanage, I'd be disciplined if Papa was this upset." Caden looked completely lost. "What on earth are you talking about?" Emilyette made her decision. "Fine, then I'll allow you to hit me just once." Nanny, listening from the hallway, felt a surge of dread. She likely thought Caden was actually going to strike her. Instead, a voice boomed, "Princess, focus, princess!" Caden barked, "Not like that, extend your reach further." Emilyette looked drained. "Ugh." Elvin corrected, "Your stance too. Square your legs." It turns out it was just Elvin positioning a mirror in front of Amelia so she could refine her swordsmanship forms in solo practice. What can I say? She's Caden's flesh and blood, a total sword prodigy. I actually worried about this potential once. Elvin chuckled upon seeing Amelia's limbs turn to jelly from sheer exhaustion. "That's plenty for today." Amelia collapsed into a heap and wheezed, "Yes, who knew basic drills would be this brutal?" Simultaneously, Fio approached Emily S., gently dabbing the sweat off Liz while offering a radiant smile. "You truly pushed yourself today." A few days after Fio's sudden vanishing act at the temple, he resurfaced and apologized for being Caden's primary target. Since he had the audacity to sneak her out, Fio once asked Liz, "Liz, has the Duke been looking particularly miserable lately?" Liz thought, "It's entirely your fault." The scene shifts to the iconic trio Fio, Liz, and Ark. The three were locked in an intense game of block stacking. "Careful, steady," Liz squealed. "Success." "All right, Fio, you're up." Ark noticed Liz inhaling cookies and asked, "Liz, did you skip breakfast?" She giggled and replied, "I ate, but all this running around has me famished." Fio studied her and remarked, "You're likely on the verge of a growth spurt, Liz." Liz lit up with excitement. "Really? Have I actually shot up? Is it that obvious?" Ark hovered his hand over Liz's head to gauge her height. Let's see. You definitely gained some altitude." Liz pressed eagerly. "By how much?" "Roughly this much." Ark used his fingers to show a tiny gap. Liz was instantly deflated. "Oh, I see. So I only grew a microscopic amount." Caden was focused on his work, but hearing his daughter's pout, he couldn't help but smirk. Ark looked baffled. "Did I say something wrong?" Liz tried to cope. "No, you just told the brutal truth." Suddenly, Elvin strode in and addressed Caden. "Pardon the interruption, Duke. It's regarding the investigation you requested." "Proceed." Caden took the report to scan it, asking, "Is this intelligence verified?" Elvin confirmed, "Yes, the local lord sent word that he was a direct witness. Regardless, we need to conduct a personal inspection." Amelius and Ark peered over, wondering, what's the big secret? Elvin and Caden glanced back at the children. Elvin laughed. Ha ha, looks like you three have become quite the inseparable squad. The three children shared a genuine laugh together. Caden rose and announced, "We're heading to the Pato territory in the far south. Emily asked, are you interested in seeing the ocean?" A few days later, Emily reached the shore with Caden. Emily beamed, "This is incredible, right, Papa?" Noticing Caden's stony silence, she tensed. Oh boy, Caden is definitely sulking. It turns out he was brooding because he had been forced to bring Ark and Theo along for the ride. It all started yesterday in Caden's office when the news broke that Emilia was hitting the beach with Caden. Theo had lamented, "When Emilia is away, this place is going to be a total desert of loneliness and boredom." Caden snapped, "It's only for 24 hours, so quit your whining." Liet chimed in, "But the heartache will still be real. Liet will be devastated too, right? Especially while the Duke is buried in paperwork." Caden shot her a piercing glare. "Excuse me." Emily spoke up boldly. "Then let's just all go together. Papa can't Theo and Ark tag along too." Going as a group will be 10 times more hype. Caden was left utterly speechless. Emilia felt a twinge of guilt. She hadn't considered Caden's feelings at all. Elvin once mentioned the Duke likely craves some exclusive father-daughter bonding. Emilia suddenly recalled that in her past life she never had the chance to travel with a squad, so she was desperate for a group adventure. Theo locked eyes with Liz and whispered, "This is honestly something to look forward to." Hearing that, Liz felt a surge of adrenaline. No matter what, this is definitely going to be the most legendary trip ever. But this was shaping up to be the trip from hell. Ark commanded her, "Liz, look out the window. It's my first time seeing such a wild landscape." Emiliette fell into a spiral of self-doubt. What the heck? Am I the only one who's absolutely miserable right now? She glanced over at Theo. "Wait, are you motion sick too? Papa, the carriage. Pull the carriage over, please." Moments later, both of them were hunched over in the forest losing their lunch. The two of them shared an awkward, pathetic look. Is this trip actually going to be okay? When she finally drifted back to consciousness, she was tucked in Caden's arms, sleeping like a log. He asked her softly, "Are you finally awake? Get it together, honey. We're crossing into Pato territory." She peered out the window. Whoa, the ocean. Seagulls were slicing through the crystal blue sky, making her heart race with excitement. She whipped around to ask, Ark, this is your first time seeing the big blue too, right?" Ark watched the waves and replied with pure awe. "I've only ever seen the sea in dusty books. This feels like a total dream." Emily S. beamed. Seeing him so captivated made Ark look like a regular happy kid. She turned to check on Theo. "Wait, when did Theo pass out?" Ark replied, "Probably the same second you did." At that moment, Theo woke up in a daze. "Oh, my bad, Prince." Ark replied, "Don't sweat it." Emiliette teased Theo with a smirk. "You were out cold, you were even drooling like a baby." Theo was mortified. "Oh my god, seriously?" Emiliette exploded into giggles. "Ha ha, totally kidding." As soon as they stepped out, a noble family bowed deeply. It is a profound honor to host an audience with Duke Badian. The guests accompanying the Duke and these other young Badians. I had no idea you had so many children. Caden let out a weary sigh and replied, "These children are my daughter's inner circle." Usually, inner circle among the elite refers to children of equal pedigree. To put it plainly, they are playmates, but the higher the rank, the more they are seen as standing on level ground with the high aristocracy. They are known as vital companions. The middle-aged man laughed nervously. "Ah, I see. Young masters, please step inside. You must be exhausted after that grueling trek. Please relax within." Once they were settled and the rooms were assigned, Emilia asked, "Papa, is your room right next to mine?" The maid replied with a smile, "It is. The princess is just too precious." Emiliette gave a quick knock and Caden swung the door open. "Ready for dinner already?" Seeing Caden looking so distractingly attractive, she froze. "Caden, this dangerous man." Caden tilted his head. "Is something the matter?" Emiliette squealed with a blush. Whoa. What's with the open shirt? Look." Caden replied awkwardly, "I literally just stepped out of the shower." Emily shrieked, "I don't care. Button it up now. You're making every maid in this mansion lose their collective minds." Caden hurriedly fixed his shirt. "Better." Emily S. sighed at the ceiling. "Good. From now on, Papa needs to be more careful. Let's go feast." At the massive dining table, the host greeted them. "Ah, you've arrived. Please make yourselves comfortable." Seeing the table overflowing with delicacies, Emily S. couldn't suppress her hunger. "Holy cow, it's a seafood feast. Am I in heaven?" The maid informed her, "Tonight's banquet features Pato's finest seafood specialties. Everything was caught this morning, so it's incredibly fresh." Amelia was ready to dive in. She leaned forward. It's been a minute time to show this food who's boss. Just as she reached for the fish platter, Kaden intercepted it and served her first. Amelia protested to him. I can totally handle it myself. Kaden placed the choice cuts on her plate and said, just say the word if you need more. The maid gushed, the Duke is such a doting father. Emiliette took a heavenly bite of fish and thought, oh, this is absolute fire. The maid asked, is the cuisine to the princess's liking? Emiliette beamed. Yes, it's absolutely divine. She suddenly caught the little boy across from her staring intensely at her. Why is this kid tracking my every move while I'm eating? The maid chimed in. Oh, I completely neglected to introduce these children. The boy formally introduced himself. We are honored by your presence. I am Espado, 10 years of age. She was taken aback. 10? That makes him the same age as Ark. The young lord told Emily, I shall dedicate myself to serving you during your stay in Pado. Emily mused. He's putting on this mature front, but he's actually quite the little brat, isn't he? The girl seated beside him chirped, my turn, I'm Amy. Emily wondered, where is she even looking? At that moment, the tiny girl introduced herself as Army Pedo. In a heartbeat, a heavy silence fell over the dining table. She had been fixated on the two boys over there the entire time. Leo screamed internally at the awkwardness. The little girl blushed and added, and I am 6. Seeing this, her father jumped in. Please forgive her. My daughter is still quite young, so her grasp of etiquette is still a work in progress. The mother chimed in. The princess acts far beyond her 6 years. She must inherit that mature grace from the Duke. The father and daughter traded glances. Should I actually try to act like royalty for once? She wore a polite smile and said, Madam, you're far too kind. She continued with a poised air. Compared to my father's greatness, I have much to learn. The mother gushed, oh my, and so incredibly humble as well. She thought to herself, how was that performance, Duke, impressed by my new persona? Then Leo glanced at the Duke, only to find him desperately stifling a laugh. Is he actually mocking me? Even Elvin was struggling to keep a straight face. She raged internally. You guys are absolutely the worst. The scene shifted to the following morning. Mid-yawn, she suddenly spotted 3 familiar figures up ahead. Theo and Ark were standing there with a clingy army right by their side. She gave a casual wave. Morning, guys. What's the deal here? But she immediately noticed Emmy's devastated face, looking like she was on the verge of a breakdown. Seeing that look, Leo was instantly paralyzed with confusion. The little girl suddenly bolted, leaving the trio standing in her wake. But Theo trotted over to ask if she'd slept well. Leo asked blankly, what were you 3 even talking about? Ark answered, that kid was trying to bait us into a playdate in her room. Hearing that, she probed, and how did you shut her down? Theo said coldly, I told her no because I'm busy with Leo. He shot her a smile. Forget that, let's go check out the local sites. Leo happily agreed. That sounds like a plan. Yeah, let's go explore. With that, they headed out. At the harbor, seagulls were gliding through the sapphire sky. They strolled along soaking in the coastal vibes. But on the docks, workers were constantly barking orders, move that herbs here, weapons there, mail in that slot. She dashed forward excitedly. The sand is so incredibly white. Theo, watching from behind, called out worriedly, careful, the tide's coming in and it's easy to lose your footing. However, the girl wasn't paying attention. Her foot sank into the soft sand and she let out a startled yelp. A moment later, they were perched quietly by the bridge. Theo was gently brushing the female lead's hair. She gazed at the horizon and felt a sudden haunting sense of déjà vu. It's just like Market. I wonder if Suda and Johnny are doing okay. The infestation of cursed beasts in the north must be peaking. The scene cut away. The Duke will soon have to mobilize for the conquest. Recalling the original plot where countless lives were lost, anxiety gnawed at her. Is there truly no way to stop this massacre? Suddenly, a voice called out, Jack, is this the entire herb hall for today? She turned to spy on them. 2 adults were deep in a gossip session. Don't start, it was a nightmare just to scavenge this much. The bag was stuffed with a mountain of medicinal herbs and strange plants. The woman looked dejected. What's left for us then? The man sighed. The forest path was banned without warning over a month ago. Hearing this, Leo froze in realization. Wait, it's all clicking now. She remembered what those Pedo residents had mentioned. I heard piles of Bon Lurm corpses were discovered. Is this the same intel I picked up at the square? Ark, noticing her sudden shift, asked, What's the matter, Leo? She was drowning in thought. I think I finally figured out the real reason Papa brought us here. She flashed a grin and said, I'll tell you when I'm certain. For now, let's go explore the village. Late afternoon had already descended and the horizon was beginning to bleed into a deep, vibrant sunset. Leo stretched her arms with a satisfied sigh. Today was absolute peak. Theo abruptly asked what her favorite part was. She began to ponder, but a voice suddenly cut through the air. Princess! She turned to find Espada approaching. He was gasping for air, then looked up and remarked, I heard the princess was wandering the sights without a proper guide. She looked momentarily dazed before replying, True, but I still had a blast exploring every corner on my own. He continued with a boastful smirk. Where exactly did you go? I'm the one who will be ruling this place one day. As the pride of this land, I know every hidden nook and cranny. Next time, I'll show the princess the real way. It'll be 100 times better than slumming it with these mere servants. The two behind her fell deathly silent, their expressions turning icy. Hearing this, Leo felt a surge of irritation. Servants. She lowered her head and pressed on. So, are you implying that only you and I are of a fitting status to exchange words right now? Despite his provincial upbringing, he innocently doubled down. Well, that's just common sense, isn't it? People in high positions naturally belong with those of equal standing. The two standing behind them remained motionless. Her gaze shifted. Is he seriously this clueless about high society protocol? Leo let out a weary sigh. Then I suppose I'm not a fitting match for you either. Huh. He blinked in total confusion. What's that supposed to mean? She continued coldly. I'm not on your level. Are you honestly suggesting a ducal house and a mere baron's estate are on equal footing? Leo looked up with a frigid stare. My people aren't toys for you to look down on. Young master, I expect an apology. He was staggered. Regardless of the circumstances, how could he possibly be expected to apologize to common servants? Leo marched straight past him. If you're still confused, go ask the baron directly. Ask him exactly what the status is of the people you just insulted. Leo grabbed the two boys and led them away. And don't bother showing your face without an apology later. She turned her back with total indifference. If he had even an inkling of their true identities as a prince and a high-tier mage, this disaster wouldn't have happened. But clearly the situation had spiraled out of control and wouldn't be easily smoothed over. She walked away fuming. Even if he was annoying and immature, I figured he was just a kid wanting friends his own age. I didn't expect this trashy attitude. He's already so hardwired to divide the world into superiors and inferiors. His parents must have raised him to be a carbon copy of their own elitism. She slumped into a chair, feeling utterly drained. You really can't judge a book by its cover, can you? Suddenly, a protective voice rang out. Should I go ahead and teach him a lesson for you? The two in front of her watched her closely. He made Leo unhappy. That's unacceptable. Theo took a seat beside her. Want me to scold him just a little bit? Maybe a small prank. Leo burst into a fit of laughter. Scold him? And how exactly would you do that? By pelting him with magic orbs. A sweetheart like you couldn't possibly go through with that. Hearing her words, Theo became visibly flustered and turned bright red. Leo turned back and continued, in reality, it's not that deep. Anyway, thanks for having my back. On the other side, the boy remained dazed. I want him to truly grasp the weight of his blunder. A while later, the scene shifts to the Duke. He was deep in a strategy meeting and commanded, then we move tonight. At that precise moment, Leo suddenly appeared and called out, Papa! I just got back from exploring with Theo and Ark. Where have you been hiding, Papa? He replied calmly, I had some official business to settle with the Baron, so I stepped out for a moment. Nearby, the others were still whispering, looking visibly shaken. Yes, so the carriage, we strike tonight. Observing the tension, Leo grew suspicious. What's the big secret? Hayden deflected. Nothing for you to worry about. Instead, I'll take you on a personal tour of the territory tomorrow. Hearing this, she beamed with joy. I'm holding you to that. You better be ready to play tomorrow, okay? Then the time skipped to the dead of night. He quietly clicked the door shut. Gazing at the MC's sleeping form, the sound of the door closing drifted into silence. Suddenly, her eyes snapped wide open. She scrambled to the window to scout the grounds outside. Right before her eyes, a carriage was ready to depart. Just as I suspected, Papa is making a move tonight. A sudden knock echoed from the door. She jumped startled. Come in. The ones entering were Theo and Ark, both shrouded in dark hoods. She smiled mischievously. Talk about perfect timing. Ark handed her a travel cloak. She fastened it quickly. Thanks, you're a lifesaver. Without warning, Theo planted one foot firmly on the balcony railing. Seeing this, Ark couldn't help but panic. Wait, Theo, chill, this is the 4th floor. However, Theo was already effortlessly levitating in the night air. Step up. Ark was absolutely floored. Is that real magic? Leo was hyped. I guess Ark has never actually seen Theo flex his magic before. Theo smirked and extended a hand, coaxing, Don't be scared. Just come to me. I've got you. After that brief exchange, they trailed the Duke's carriage from the shadows. Eventually, the carriage came to a halt. Duke Caden stepped out and demanded, "Is this the final location?" The Baron nodded. "Indeed. Please follow me." Perched in the canopy, the trio continued their covert surveillance of the adults below. "The last one? What are they talking about?" she whispered to herself. The Baron's voice echoed again. "This is the final bondlurm discovered in my domain." Before them loomed a colossal, nightmarish entity. Instantly, the three children gasped, their eyes widening at the sight below. The Baron continued. "That makes 3 total. They were lifeless upon discovery, so we avoided casualties, but I'm baffled as to why they're appearing here." Dread pooled in her stomach. It was her very first encounter with a genuine monster. Caden and Elvin looked like mere ants standing beside the carcass. Fio's expression darkened instantly. No wonder he traveled all this way. Below, Elvin suddenly broke the silence. "Duke, isn't this uncanny? All 3 are carbon copies. It's as if their physical forms were manifested seconds before death." Staring at the behemoth, the Duke replied, "Precisely. We'll need to double the mages and priests on site." The Baron flinched, then beamed. "Truly. You have my gratitude, Duke. I'll see to the logistics and have the carriage ready." The 2 remained behind, lost in contemplation. Staring at the beast, Elvin asked, "Do you intend to keep the princess in the dark?" Elvin added, "Given the market incident, the princess might be our best shot at a clue." He answered firmly, "She's still so small. I want her to have a normal, peaceful life." He looked back with a trace of sorrow. No matter how sharp she is, she's still just a 6-year-old child. I don't want her witnessing such horrors. I refuse to let her childhood mirror the tragedy of my own. Above hearing the Duke's raw honesty, Leo was deeply moved. She suddenly nudged Fio and whispered, "If we want to beat Papa back to the manor, we have to move now." However, Fio had a distant, unsettling look in his eyes. She called his name again. He snapped back to reality, forcing a thin smile. "Ah, right. Let's make ourselves scarce, princess." They managed to slip back into the mansion undetected. He gave a strained grin and said, "See you tomorrow." Both Ark and Leo picked up on his bizarre vibe. She simply nodded, "Good night." Once he was gone, Leo turned to Ark. "Is Fio spiraling because of that monster?" He shrugged. "Maybe. It was pretty gruesome, so that's why the Duke is here." He leaned down to help her with her cloak and asked, "Leo, are you holding up okay?" She smiled warmly. "I'm fine. Thanks for having my back out there. Get some sleep." Later, she collapsed onto her bed. The Duke is out there fighting those nightmares every single day. She recalled Tito's prediction. If the day comes where the princess can wield mana and divine power as one, she might unlock the cure that has eluded us for ages. The beast only flinches at mana, but it takes divine essence to deliver the finishing blow. Slaying such a creature requires a dual-wielding soul. If I can master a technique that fuses mana with my essence, could I end this plague once and for all? She stared at her palm, determined. To test that theory, I have to become a master of essence. Exhaustion finally set in as she rolled over with a sigh. Tomorrow, I'm going back to those essence seeds. Her vision began to fade. Wait, I definitely used the window earlier, she puzzled, wondering why the door was slightly ajar. The scene cut to the next morning. Leo rubbed her bleary eyes and groaned, "I am beyond exhausted." Peering out, she saw the household in a frantic state. "Fetch the physician now." "Yes, Baron." She frowned, wondering what caused the chaos. The Duke appeared, his voice sharp. "What is the meaning of this commotion?" The Baron stammered, "My daughter was struck by a sudden violent fever this morning. It looks grim. I'm calling for a doctor." Curiously, the child keeps crying out for the princess's companions. She blinked in surprise. Wait, does she mean Fio and Ark? She thought back to yesterday morning. They had talked and she seemed totally fine. What could have changed so fast? Leo stepped forward. "Can we go in and check on her?" They were ushered inside, finding the mother clutching Army in desperation. "My sweet girl, please hold on." The little girl immediately wailed, "No, I hate it. Bring it back to me right now." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Emmy, are you all right?" The child froze and looked toward the door. It was the MC and her crew. She sighed softly. "We were worried about you, so we came to see how you're doing." The little girl's face lit up instantly as she screamed, "You're finally here!" Seeing the reaction, Leo felt a bit invisible. "She didn't even notice I was in the room, did she?" The girl reached out, whining through her tears. "Hold my hand." Hearing that Leo had to nudge the two of them forward. "Ark, you're up." It was baffling how, in just one morning, her vitals could plummet this drastically. Thankfully, it doesn't appear to be a contagion. For the time being, we're administering fever reducers and monitoring her. The doctor informed the Baron that medicine is scarce due to the herb shortage. She glanced over. The little girl had finally drifted off while clutching Fio and Ark's hands. The mother whispered tearfully, "She's finally resting. I can't thank you enough." Afterward, they stepped into the hall. She flashed the boys a cheerful grin. "Solid work, you guys. Back when I was bedridden, the Duke never left my side and kept watch just like that, didn't he?" The sick girl suddenly jolted awake, screaming, "Where did they go?" The child began a full-blown tantrum. Hearing the chaos, the Baroness frantically tried to soothe her. "I'll go get them, okay." But the girl refused to listen, shrieking with an annoying sense of entitlement. "Bring those boys back to me this instant." Observing this meltdown, Leo was bewildered. Why is she taking her obsession to such an extreme? The Baroness tried to reason with her. "Army, those older brothers aren't playthings you can just summon on a whim." But the girl kept wailing and thrashing. The Baroness stepped out, looking defeated. "I'm mortified to ask, but could you two stay until she settles again?" Fio remained silent, looking toward the MC for her final word. "What's the call?" She felt a pang of guilt, thinking, "I feel terrible for Fio and Ark." But seeing the child looking so frail and exhausted, she smiled and replied, "If you're okay with it, could you stay until she's out of the woods?" Hearing this, the Baron bowed low in gratitude. "You have my eternal thanks, Princess." She smiled and turned to leave. "Thanks, guys. I'm leaving the babysitting in your capable hands." 2 days passed and evening arrived. Ark was wandering around in a daze, sighing heavily and looking completely drained. Suddenly, Leo rushed up to greet him and his face instantly lit up. She asked, "How's Emmy holding up?" The boy quickly signaled for silence. "Shh, don't let them catch me sneaking out for air." He looked like he was at his breaking point. Seeing this, Leo was puzzled. "Is it still that intense?" He let out a long sigh. "Honestly, it's getting worse. The second we leave her sight, she starts screaming. Fio has it even rougher than I do. She won't let go of him for a single second." Hearing that, she felt a wave of regret. "Sorry, I'm the one who asked this of you. We're leaving soon and haven't even toured the land." Ark looked hollow as he muttered, "It's fine. I'd better get back inside before she notices." Leo watched him retreat and quickly called out, "So sorry. Give my best to Fio too." Then she trudged back to her room, feeling restless. "I still haven't managed to master purification yet, have I?" The scene cut to the following day. The Duke smiled serenely. "It's finally nice and quiet." He took Leo's hand as they strolled. "While Fio and Ark are pulling double shifts here, I am on a date with the Duke." The little girl perched on her bed hopped down. "I'm overthinking again. Time to check on those seeds." Leo reached for the box and flipped it open. She froze at the sight. The small pouch she had brought was gone. "I know I left it right here. Did someone actually steal it?" She jolted, her mind racing as she looked around the room. She immediately bolted out the door. Was the door left unlocked that night? She replayed the priest's warning in her head. The seeds of death have a negligible effect on a priest's holy power. But for ordinary souls, the impact is lethal. It radiates the essence of the grave, so you must be extremely cautious. She sprinted to Emmy's chambers, only to find the room eerily abandoned. Leo was consumed by worry. If she's really suffering because of my seeds, what have I done? If my theory is correct, Emmy's body is already being consumed by that darkness. Suddenly, a voice echoed behind her. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Leo?" She gasped and spun around. A figure emerged from the shadows. It was Fio. He was watching her with a cryptic smile. Leo blurted out anxiously, "I think I've figured out why Emmy is so sick." He fell silent, his gaze fixed on her as he waited for her to continue. Seeing his cold, indifferent reaction, she was stunned. "Wait, did you know this the whole time?" He offered a melancholy smile. "Once a seed of death is absorbed, the chance of survival is practically zero." As far as I'm concerned, knowing would have only made Leo's heart more heavy. She grew desperate at his words. "Even so, you should have told me. What if we summoned a high priest to heal her?" He continued flatly. "I told you the odds are non-existent. The moment Leo's seed of death was stolen, it had already begun to rot her from the inside. No amount of holy purification can save her now." And he instantly intercepted Leo's path. "Those who covet what belongs to others must pay the ultimate price." Perhaps she was just cursed with bad luck. If she had been greedy for mere clothes or jewelry, she wouldn't be on her deathbed. He placed a cold hand on Emmy's forehead. Regardless, the insatiable must naturally settle their debts. He spoke with such a chilling, indifferent gaze, worlds away from the Fio she once knew. He offered a cryptic smile. "I wonder, will it be a total erasure or an eternal death?" Leo gazed down at the fragile girl and whispered, "How much time does Emmy have left?" Fio replied, "I only know that the end is imminent." Hearing that, she panicked. "So there's still a glimmer of hope she'll pull through." The boy answered, "This child, though barely conscious, still possesses a spark of mana. As you're aware, a soul can only be mended by a force that resonates with their own. Divine power is a rare anomaly, and only a chosen few can wield it to cleanse the seeds of death." Hearing his words, her heart sank. "So, you can't save her," Fio replied. "My vessel is incapable of channeling purification." She let out a heavy, helpless sigh. "I see. Then this poor girl is just counting down the seconds until she's gone." Gazing at the small hand still trembling, as if desperately reaching for a lifeline, she turned somber and questioned herself. "Do I actually have what it takes?" But upon hearing her mutter those words, Fio shot the little girl a look of pure shock. She continued firmly, "That purification, I think I might be able to pull it off." Fio cut straight to the point. If that were true, Neil Bastow wouldn't have issued those specific orders. Yet, "Leo, you do possess the potential to cleanse." She reached out and took the girl's hand, replying, "I have both powers swirling within me. If I give it everything I've got now, who knows, I might just win this." She smiled, trying to steady her nerves. "They say for true purification, desperation is the ultimate catalyst." Without a second thought, she began. She relentlessly channeled waves of divine power into Emmy's frail form. The little girl's entire body contorted in discomfort, her face twisting into a grimace. Suddenly, Leo felt an unnatural resistance and snapped her eyes open. What in the world is this pressure? She stared at the murky, dark energy swirling violently in the air. The aura was so suffocatingly powerful it dwarfed the seed she knew. She couldn't help but shudder. Am I really in over my head? Leo clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. It's not a matter of if I can. I refuse to just stand by and watch a life flicker out. Fia watched Leo struggle in grim silence before interjecting, "Drop it. At this rate, Leo, you'll be the one to collapse first." However, she remained unshakable in her resolve to purify. Her breathing grew shallow and labored. Just a little bit longer. "If I don't finish this, Emmy will..." Fio looked on his eyes, a complex storm of sorrow and apprehension. Finally, as if reaching a breaking point, he vanished. A few heartbeats later, he reappeared and called out to the struggling princess. She glanced over to see him fully cloaked, ready for a journey. He looked like he was departing for a dangerous destination. His expression was draped in a strange sadness. He handed her a small pouch and muttered, "Take this." She accepted the pouch, bewildered. It was a seed of death. She recoiled. "This," he said softly, "test your limits with this first. Unleashing your full force on a complex living being from the start will shatter your body from the inside." He looked up with a melancholic gaze. "Besides, I know that even if I tried to chain you down, Leo, you wouldn't listen." She was deeply touched by his sudden support. Then he immediately turned to depart. "I'll see you later then." She quickly shouted after him, "Wait, Fio, don't go." But he had already dissolved into thin air, leaving nothing but a lingering chill. Watching the empty space, she couldn't help but feel a wave of grief and confusion wash over her. She replayed his cold words in her mind. Naturally, the greedy must pay the price. Leo tightened her grip, her eyes burning with determination. "I am definitely going to make this work." By the next day, the maids were whispering in a panic. "The fever reducers are useless now. Contact the clinic immediately and see if there's any alternative." She turned and strode purposefully into the sick room, calling out for Ark. He looked up, meeting her gaze. She smiled, approached him confidently, and asked, "Do you still think I'm just a brainless kid?" He averted his eyes, avoiding her question. "I know she's a lost cause now, because honestly, she won't even last the night." She smiled, her voice steady. "But the world is brimming with things once thought beyond saving. From the moment memories of my past life surfaced, my existence became a string of impossibilities. I found a nanny who loves me fiercely, and managed to find true brothers like Fio and Ark. It's nothing short of a miracle. Thanks to these wonderful people, I've finally learned how to open my heart to others. I rediscovered how to smile properly and learned how to love and be loved in return." She beamed, making a silent, ironclad resolution. "Just watch me, Fio." Then a radiant, warm, divine power began to pulse around her. Even the boy stared in absolute disbelief. Purifying mana and divine essence began a frantic, beautiful dance weaving together to cocoon the little girl's body. An eternity later, she let out a long, shaky breath as the light began to settle. Fio abruptly spoke up. The MC blinked in surprise. "How on earth did..." She trailed off, then beamed. "It's all thanks to you, Fio. I always assumed purification was strictly for holy divine power, but after hearing your insight, I had a change of heart. If I utilize mana for the cleansing, or perhaps even fuse both powers simultaneously, who knows, it actually worked. I stopped suppressing my mana and I pulled it off." I was so conflicted seeing how tirelessly you were working." Witnessing her joy, Theo bowed his head in silence, but she pressed on. "And I reflected on what you said. Paying the price shouldn't have to be that ruthless. Coveting others' property and stealing is a crime, sure, but it shouldn't be a death sentence." She locked eyes with him and added, "Sometimes just granting them a chance to acknowledge their own sins is justice enough." Theo was floored. It felt as though a warm, gentle current was surging through his heart. He clenched his fists, his voice trembling. "Then Leo?" Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air. "The young lady must make a swift recovery." She whipped around in a panic. "Young Master Theo, are you out of bed already?" A maid suddenly burst in. As her eyes landed on the bed, she gasped. "The young lady's complexion—" Leo remained hidden, shielded by Theo using his invisibility cloak. Instantly, the maid pressed her palm to little Emmy's forehead and shrieked, "Oh my God, her fever broke, Baroness, and—" "The young lady's temperature has stabilized." The two fugitives breathed a collective sigh of relief. "I thought we were toasted for a second. Come on, Theo. Let's bail." But she sensed a strange shift in the air and glanced upward. Leo saw Theo's face looking so profoundly moved that he was on the verge of breakdown. She whispered, "Are you actually crying?" She stared up at him in pure amazement. He gazed down at her and murmured, "What if I had crossed paths with someone like Leo much sooner?" Just then, the door swung open as others interrupted. "Emmy!" He looked back. The Baron and his wife had charged in, overwhelmed by raw emotion. "Oh, precious, are you finally awake?" Emmy looked dazed and called out for her parents. At that precise moment, golden sunlight flooded through the window as if physically purifying the room's aura. After returning to the Duke's estate, I was bedridden for 3 days. The Duke stayed up through the night, keeping a constant vigil over the MC. Master Tato diagnosed me with total mana exhaustion. I was forced to spill the truth about my purification breakthrough. The clash between the Duke and Neil Basto was like adding oil to the fire. Neil Basto was absolutely hyped. I knew the princess was a prodigy, but the Duke was fuming. "How could you be so incredibly reckless?" The two of them locked eyes like they were about to throw hands. The Duke growled, "Can you see the kid is drained and looks like a total wreck?" But, the Magic Master chirped, "She just needs some solid rest to recharge her batteries." They simply wouldn't stop bickering. "Aren't you being a bit dramatic?" Caden was irritated. "Dramatic? What's that supposed to mean?" He turned back to her and muttered, "But still." Suddenly, the nanny manifested with a murderous aura, glaring daggers at them both. "The princess needs absolute tranquility. Everyone out." They instantly froze and scrambled for the door. I secretly flashed Nanny a thumbs up. Boss move. As time passed, she began to bounce back. Leo was now perched on a bench in the courtyard. It took only 3 days to make a full recovery. Leo smiled, turning the seed of death over in her hand. Everything was finally settled. Just as they prepared to depart, a tiny voice echoed, "Wait!" Little Emmy came sprinting toward them. She grabbed Leo's hand and pressed a small object into her palm. Leo opened her hand to find a collection of beautiful glass marbles. The little girl said softly, "I'm so sorry." The seed of death vanished after it was absorbed, so I filled the pouch with my favorite marbles instead. She beamed, knowing her intuition was right, as she suspected there was no need for a cruel blood price. Meanwhile, the Baron and his wife were in a panic. Did Emmy just take something from the princess? Ay, Daniel. She offered a warm smile. "Thank you, Emmy." The little girl looked up in sheer surprise. She giggled. "This is a wonderful gift. I'll treasure it forever." The little girl was visibly moved and shyly looked down. Then she smiled and waved goodbye. It was late, but a genuine apology had mended everything. The little girl watched her carriage pull away and whispered, "Goodbye. Thank you, my angel." It seemed she knew Leo was her savior all along. While Leo was lost in thought, Neil Basto plopped down next to her. "So, you traded a seed of death for some pretty marbles." She jumped. "Gosh, you nearly gave me a heart attack." He chuckled. "I've been sitting here the entire time." "Those marbles were a token of gratitude," he pondered. "A gift, huh? That reminds me the princess's birthday is only a few days away, isn't it? How on earth am I going to score an invite from your terrifying father?" "I don't really do birthday parties," she admitted. He was baffled. "But why Leo?" she replied. "Is it really that necessary birthdays are just another day?" He couldn't wrap his head around it. Just another day. At your age, kids usually demand a massive bash in a grand hall. She immediately felt that sounded like a colossal headache. She rubbed her chin. "I mean, hanging out with my inner circle would be fun, but there's no way I can throw a party." Why? Because her birthday coincided with the anniversary of her mother Gina's passing. He said, "So you don't actually hate birthdays, right?" She froze. "Wait, no." He continued, "I've got to move. I need to prep so the princess can have the best birthday ever." She snapped, "Let me finish." But he was already gone. "I'll definitely be there, so make sure you welcome me, pinky promise." Then he vanished, leaving her alone on the bench. A week later, it wasn't just Neil Bastow who crashed the day. She was decked out in a stunning white dress, staring in absolute shock at the spectacle before her. What is all this? The vibe was totally festive, with magic balloons floating everywhere and a spread of gourmet food on the table. Everyone was in attendance: Master Tito, the magic horse Elvin, and even Ark and Theo. She couldn't suppress the wave of pure joy. The Duke spoke up. I even extended an invitation to Decca, but his sudden illness prevented him from attending. He handed her a parchment. Since he felt quite guilty, he sent this letter in his stead. She accepted it. Then a chorus of voices rang out. "Happy birthday, Leo." The Duke added softly, "Thank you for growing into such a remarkable girl." She beamed with radiant happiness. "Thank you so much, Papa." "Thank you, Papa, and my deepest thanks to everyone here." A moment later, the Duke gently guided her toward a specific hallway. Leo looked up and was greeted by a massive, breathtaking portrait hanging upon the wall. It was a stunning depiction of her mother and father together. He continued, "She undoubtedly wanted to celebrate your special day as well. She would never wish for you to carry the weight of guilt or responsibility for her absence. Mom would want you to enjoy your birthday more than anyone else." She gazed at her mother's gentle smile and tightened her grip. "Please just try to remember it that way, all right?" Leo smiled through her tears and whispered, "Papa, this is truly the happiest birthday of my entire life. I truly hope Mom is happy wherever she is too." Then 4 years flashed by, out on the training grounds. What's the verdict? Elvin Leo, who had now blossomed into a young lady, asked, "Do I finally look like a true master of the blade?" The journey pauses here. Don't forget to smash that like button so Gao can drop more epic series. Peace out and goodbye, everyone.